What's up, everyone? Kawaii here, and welcome to episode, I believe, 38, or was it 37, of the Weebs Roundtable podcast. In this podcast, we're going to be talking about our final thoughts of the winter 2020 season, aka the season with so many delays and postponements. Even our podcast got delayed till April. But yeah, anyways, without further ado, let's get to it. So joining me right here is Memory NK, MadLadofCulture, and Annie Pod Review. So without further ado, let's get to it. So we're going to go on my anime list. We're going to start at the top of the list, going by popularity, and we're going to work our way down. So the first anime on the list is Vinland Saga Season 2.
Yeah.
So what do you guys think?
Anime of the season.
Oh, bold claims. Right.
I agree. I'm with them.
But also there hasn't been a lot of competition either. But I have no real complaints about Vinland Saga. I think I heard beforehand that it wasn't going to be as action filled as season 1. If I didn't know that, I don't think I would have enjoyed it as much as I did. But because I knew it before, I know what to focus on in this season, and I really enjoyed it. There has been a lot of character development in this season. So yeah, I really enjoyed this first core.
Yeah, I've read the manga for Vinland. I'm like caught up. So this was like the arc that I was looking forward to the most for sure. And I know we still have like the second half of this season, but so far they've been doing a really good job. They even had like original content with Einar in here, and I think that's added even more to his character, like showing some of like his backstory and whatnot, because that was not in the manga. So for them to do that, because I think people were going to care for him anyway. People were going to like him anyway. But I feel like adding stuff like that, adds even more to his character and makes people like him even more. And then obviously you have him and Thorfinn, which I think people, as the second half goes on, like people are going to like them even more, like as a duo, if they don't like them already. And there's going to be other characters that are going to surprise people, I will say, in the... there's probably already characters like Thorgil, for example, that probably surprised people. But definitely be on like the second half. It's only going to get better of this arc. I love how they did the scene with Thorfinn and Askeladd, like with the bodies like hanging off of him and all that. That was so good. And he's telling him like go become a true warrior and all that, like what it's really all about. Yeah. Which has been a topic for Vinland Saga recently, but also like the end of the previous season as well. And even like with Thor's, his dad, like what he was all about, what he was trying to teach Thorfinn, what it's really all about. So he's obviously learning more of that as this season goes on. And we kind of have what his goal is now. So we're just kind of in pursuit of that, but it's not going to be easy, as you guys can everyone can probably tell, because Canute is around and there's still the Vikings who love doing what they love doing, which is fight and kill one another and war and all that. So I'm really excited to see what they're going to do for the second half. But the first half, like I said, this is my favorite anime of the season so far, without a doubt. And they're doing a good job. They're doing a good job with the adaptation. So
yeah, I think they... Yeah.
It might also be my OP of the season too, by the way. I mean, that the song and the visuals are just amazing for it too.
I like the song too. I don't know if it's my favorite, but it's good. It's good.
Yeah, I would maybe more so have to think about it, but I would probably say that's if it's not my favorite OP, it's definitely in my top 3 at least. So yeah.
Yeah. MadLad, you watched this show too, right?
Of course, I even read the manga.
Oh. You have some.
Did you read the manga before?
Yeah, I read it literally after season 1 finished, because a lot of people just said, because a lot of people said that Vinland Saga gets better from after season 1. I said, okay, I'm curious because I don't think there'll be a season 2, which I was wrong, of course. But so I read it. And I gotta say, man, literally caught me off guard by how much it dived into the whole world building, character development of arc, rather than the whole Viking fight scenes, which I can see a lot of people was really disappointed with. And season 1 was full of gore, fight scenes, and some of that. And then people say season 2 is like, what the hell is this? There's nothing like this here. I mean, yeah. I look around on anime trending and anime corner. A lot of people seem to just not enjoy Vinland Saga that much. Well, obviously because they are here for the action. But you guys, I mean, this is a perfect time to actually talk about this. But I actually watched the whole interview with the creator of Vinland Saga with Giga, like yesterday, 2 of the videos, and the creator of Vinland Saga. Memory, do you watch it yet?
No, I didn't watch the video yet, actually. I saw clips from it, but I haven't watched it.
Yeah, I might as well just dive into it. So basically, the creator, he said that violence was not his thing, but he had to add it in just to create the world, create the context for Thorfinn. He planned. He actually been planning how Thorfinn goes through his development stage since the very beginning. Yes, he's a very spoiled child. He wants revenge. But when Asakala died, he literally said, "Yep, that is part of the plan. This is part of the storyboard. We want to see Thorfinn develop, but his development cannot be perfect until he meets someone that can help him, guide him there." And that's where our secondary character comes in, which I forgot his name now. But
Einar.
Einar, yeah, Einar. So yeah, Einar was added in just to help Thorfinn develop his story. I mean, of course, you can say Thorfinn can just go through the stage himself, but he needs someone to be there for him. So Einar is the perfect addition to this cast. He goes as far as saying that the whole Vinland Saga is he tries his best not to draw too much gore and violence into it. He wants just to flush out the characters, but he just have to add in the gore and violence in order to attract attention. He want to attract some attention for the manga, get people reading it and wanting more from it. And of course, once Asuka died, people just want to find out what happened next, and that is basically like one of the marketing effects he tried to go for. I mean, yes, he also understood that many people will be disappointed with the lack of action, but he said that the whole point of the story, the thing he actually really does well with it is just really love to like create a world where you get to see characters really move on from the past and develop as a person and learn from their mistakes. And that's what Thorfinn's going through right now, because ever since he enters hell, by the way, remember, he enters hell, okay? Not another word.
Probably that was hell.
Yeah.
Hell, Hel, not hell. So, yeah, you can say he entered hell. I think that has to be one of my favorite moments of season 2. Everything else is just like, it's okay. But the hell was the best because you actually get to see how Thorfinn see his enemies react to him and how he really learn from that and just trying to find ways to really move on from his past sins for not able to kill Askeland and of course all the people he killed. And it seems that he now realized that his actions, what he did in the past, has huge impact, like huge influence to how he reacting to it right now. So that's why he just absorbing everything he learned from hell, and just as you can see right now, he really become a changed man. He's not the Thorfinn that we recognize anymore. I mean, of course, he grew a beard, but this is a character development part too. But it's to say he really is a character that you really want to see how he really move on completely from his life, because I'm pretty sure this is just the beginning, because the second half of the season, oh my god, the part where people will start to have their jaw drop down is when he is gonna do this against his opponent, against when he about to start fighting. Oh my god, I can't wait to see how people react to that. But I'm not gonna go that far just yet. But let's just say I am looking forward to it. But if you guys say it is my favorite of the season, definitely not. But I understood the popularity of it, understood why people call it anime of the season. So I'm not gonna just get here to deny that. I'm just gonna just here just to show the fact that it deserves to be like that. But let's just say nowadays I gotta say the current fan base of animes aren't really into this world building, character development anymore. They just want fun entertainment. So that's just a sad reality. I mean, you can just tell from the anime list how far Vinland Saga been dropped. So, but still though, I appreciate what Vinland Saga has in offer for us, and of course you can see just watching the interview from the author himself really really understood why he did all that. So yeah, it was really nice to see Vinland Saga, being well and adapted by Mappa Studio, especially knowing how much Mappa Studio been overworking a lot of animes lately. I'm just a bit worried that how would they go? How would they end the season? That's the thing. How would they end this season? Because like, would they end it there, or would they end it in this part leading up to the final arc? Well, we should see, because it's been confirmed by the author that Vinland Saga is in its final arc already. So
yeah,
I'm curious to see how they end the season. So yeah, Kawhi, do you watch it and you have your thoughts?
No, actually, I'm not watching Vinland Saga season 2. That's mainly because I watched season 1. I just wasn't really that into it. So yeah, I'm not watching season 2.
Really, the action didn't get you into it?
I mean, I like the action, but like I think everything else was just kind of meh for me.
Ah, fair enough.
All right.
All right. So next up on the list, I mean, I think we said we're gonna skip Misfit Demon King Academy, or do you guys want to like talk briefly about it?
No, I'm not even watching it, so.
Okay.
I honestly don't even remember anything from this season.
Trust me, this season is so forgettable.
Like after it got delayed, I just kind of like wiped it from my memory. I'm just like, I don't even remember.
Yeah, it's definitely.
The first 6 episodes of Misfit was just so forgettable. I just don't understood the build up for the plot they're in. But hey, at least it's returning this summer. Hopefully, enough people catch up with the first 6 of the episodes.
I just remember I might have to rewatch the episode. I just remember there being some twist with one of the characters, and then it like, oh, delay. I'm just like, oh, okay, well.
I just saw someone rant about some CGI tree.
Yeah. Oh my god, that tree, dude. Oh yeah, that was a.
We'll get to that in summer.
Yeah. For Misfit, I mean, it wasn't for me. It was. I'd say it was pretty forgettable. Like it just doesn't have the same impact on me that it had with season 1. Also, I just don't know how I feel about Yuichi Umihara as Anos. I mean, I can kind of understand why they recasted him, but considering the controversy with Tatsuhisa Suzuki, but I don't know, he just doesn't sound like Anos to me. Like, he's a great voice actor, but he just doesn't bring Anos to life.
Yeah, when you're so used to someone voicing a character, like, you could put anyone in the role, and it's just like...
To be honest, though, it's the same goes for Setsuna Yuki right now for Love Live. They changed the voice actor completely now, so I'm not sure how I can get behind my girl, but... Yeah, let's just not talk about that right now. Let's just move on.
Let's move on to Tomo-chan is a girl. I've heard good things about this.
A quick update for you guys. I dropped the anime after episode 1, but I've been seeing clips of it on TikTok, so I think someone might talk about something. So yep, that's all I can say. Just go.
Yeah, I don't blame you for dropping it. Actually, the first episode didn't really grasp my attention too much. I was also, planning to maybe just one more episode. We'll see how it goes. But after that, I really enjoyed this one.
Funny, I get it.
But the only character I just don't like is Misuzu. I think she was a pointless character, really.
No, I think Misuzu is the main reason why people enjoy this series, to be honest.
I find that weird because her so-called character development was just weird. Like, I didn't like her. I liked all the other characters, just not her that much. I think my favorite was Carol, though. I thought she was funny.
Weird, but she's fun.
But overall, I thought it was an enjoyable rom-com, and I think they ended it in a very good way too. So yeah.
I mean, I saw the clip of them, kissing in the end. So I said, yeah, it's a perfect end. So what? I mean, the reason why I dropped it is because I'm not a big fan of tomboy characters, like extreme tomboy characters. So,
yeah, I can understand. I actually think it might just have been me, but it feels like even in the anime, without realizing it, it kind of felt like they made her more feminine each episode, just even on the looks for somehow. It's probably just me, but
it doesn't work for me.
Yeah,
they tried, but I was just like, they're trying too hard. But I can see the popularity. I can see the reason why it's really popular. I mean, of course, through TikTok, I can see all the funny scenes. The Cinderella one was funny too. I mean, I enjoyed that scene. But yeah, everything else is just like, I don't understand the hype around it. It's just maybe because people have like some sort of refreshing look at a tomboy character trying to be pretty and trying to get the boy Junichiro to like her.
Could be the comedy too, maybe.
Hey, for Takashi Rii, though, this is something outside her comfort zone because she literally had to go ultra deep tone for her characters. So
she did. Yeah, it was like a deeper tone.
Very rare to see Takashi Rii go that far into a voice, but yeah, let's just say Takashi to give credit for Takashi, but the story of Tomo-chan itself is just like, fuck it, I'm not gonna waste my time with it. So
I'm not blaming you actually. I enjoyed it, but I understand where you're coming from.
For me, I'm kind of like, I just think this is kind of just meh. It's kind of like average, honestly. I did like, however, how the series left off. I feel like I finished it, and just from the last episode or two, I'm like, damn, I wish I could have felt this way about the series the whole time through. But I think I think why I didn't like a lot, or like just the majority of the series, is just like, well, first off, the main concept of the series, I don't know, I just can't really get behind it. And then also like the comedy is just, I know comedy's subjective, but a lot of the comedy just didn't hit for me. So that was something that, but I don't know. I really never, even now, I guess, even though the last couple episodes are better, I don't know. I never really cared too much about their relationship. I never cared about it too much. So I was just kind of like in the middle on this one. Not bad. I wouldn't say it's bad by any means. Like, there's definitely worse rom-coms, and there's better ones too. But yeah, I'm just kind of in the middle on this one. It was kind of just like an average rom-com for me personally.
But you didn't drop it, right?
No, I didn't drop it. I didn't drop it. Like, it was good enough for me to continue. But it never reached a point for me where I was like, oh, this is trash. Like, what the heck was that? And just drop it or something. It just, I don't know. It never irritated me like to that extent.
No.
Because like there was some comedy that hit, but more often than not, I don't know. I didn't really like it. And it's funny, the stuff with Misuzu, she was actually probably my favorite character as well.
I agree, man.
I don't agree. I mean, I guess a lot of people like her, but I just thought she had no point, and her. I don't know if I would call it character development in the episode where she like realized, oh, I shouldn't have tried to make Tomo-chan more feminine, But I was like, who cares?
Yeah. I mean, me saying that she's my favorite character, though, really doesn't say a lot, because I don't really think highly of these characters anyway.
No.
So me saying she's my favorite it probably doesn't say a whole lot still. But yeah, that's how I feel about it. It's just kind of average for me.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not watching this show, so if you guys don't have any final thoughts, we can move on.
Yeah, it's okay. It's a mid show. I dropped it. So let's move on. Oh,
dude,
no.
Tokyo Revengers Christmas Showdown.
I'm on board with you in this one. I'm on board with you in this one, man. Like, literally.
But MadLad, I thought you liked the first season.
I liked it, but
He jumped ship.
Second season just felt so off. I don't know how to describe it anymore, but just felt so bad for some reason. Like, it's not just the animation; it's just like it's just how they introduce new characters to the story. I was like, so you're telling me there's another gang, there's this, and Takemichi had to solve this mystery now. And I just saw the last episode. I was like, oh yay, another gang they had to deal with. Wow, 100 more gangs, 1,000 more gangs they had to fight in Tokyo. Wow, I went to Tokyo. I didn't see any fucking gang at all. So, oh my god.
I haven't watched this show. I watched the first few episodes, and honestly, like, I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't enjoying this as much as I did season 1, and that's mainly because I feel like Takemichi's character development, it's teetering. It's like going one step forward and 2 steps back.
No, Takemichi's character development is shit, to be honest.
Yeah,
people like to do anything that, oh look, he stood up against his enemies. I say, so what? I've seen a lot of characters that does something similar before, and he cries a lot, he whines a lot, and I hate characters like that. So,
yeah, I dropped it that season 2.
Yeah, I was really hoping, like, I don't know, like after this 10th episode of season 1, I was hoping like he would only get better from there, and that's not really the case. So yeah, I didn't finish that. I didn't finish Tokyo Revengers, but that's Tokyo Revengers Christmas Showdown. But that's probably for good reason.
But yeah, I mean, I just have to say though, like Tokyo Revengers, like I can definitely for now say is overhyped, because like first season was like, oh, interesting. I mean, seeing Takemichi join the gang, and then seeing him fight his enemies, and then you see how he resolved the situation, but then the cliffhanger ending was quite a twist ending. But the twist ending was again ruined by how he was saved. I was like, wow, he was saved like that? Bullshit. But Yeah, I gotta say, man, Tokyo Revengers. I'm starting to I lost my patience with this already. Like around the half of the season, like the fight scenes, the amount of Tiger beaten up, the amount of like cringe talk scenes, and the fact that I have to keep on reminding myself that they are middle schoolers. Oh my god, middle schoolers doing all this shit in a church. They were fighting in a church where God look upon people there. Like, oh my god, how far are they gonna like do this crazy like it's just something about I mean, this will do hit differently if they were college students or if they're proper adults. I can get behind that. But middle school middle school no. And the fact that sorry. The fact that we actually get to see some actually well-built body and they're just like 15 and 16. I was like,
you look like you're 30.
Dude, come on. I mean, of course, the creator of Tokyo Revengers was once a Yankee himself, so he literally said that, oh yeah, might as well write a Yankee story, but what makes things, let's add some spice to it. Oh, what can we do? And it's time traveling bullshit. But yeah, I mean, first season. The reason why I enjoyed first season because of how they, introduced Takemichi and the different gang, how he resolved the situation. But it's the season 2, something hits differently now. It's quite repetitive. It's quite like stupid how they ended the arc and then they carry on to the next arc with a very interesting twist to the future again. Like that is just shit writing, to be honest. That is just lame writing. Like the fact that how. Wow, since you guys haven't watched it yet, the fact that how Mikey turned into a villain is just like, what? Why? Why? Oh my god! Like seriously, like I think what did I give it again? I think I gave the season like a 4 out of 10. So
damn.
Like the first season I gave it like 7. Oh, I think I gave it a 7, like out of 10. But this one is just like fell off for me hard, man. And doing the reaction makes it even worse though because a lot of people people in the comments didn't really show up for my reaction, so I had to drop it.
I guess people thought the same way as you did.
Also, I think the main reason why people weren't for Tokyo Revengers anymore is because of the ending of the manga.
The ending of the manga. Yeah,
I heard a lot of shit about the ending of the manga.
Oh yeah, I heard
it's terrible,
pretty bad. Yeah.
So I think that's the reason why a lot of people weren't that interested. So yeah, I mean. The best I can say about Tokyo Revengers season 2, well, if they call it season 2 at all, but let's just say the change in animation, not just that though, the way they fight is just like so weird to be honest. Like it's not proper fighting, it's just like a proper like like how kids in the kindergarten fight.
Yeah, like
that's how it's
scrapping.
Yeah, they're just scrapping. There's no skill to how they fight. It's just like just kids dodging and just punching and just like no. So I'm just surprised it got a 3rd season. By the way,
it did.
Yeah, now it's the 3rd season.
I'm not surprised. That shit.
I'm
not surprised.
It's the weirdest things that get new season. Even to your eternity got to season 3.
I heard about that.
Yeah.
But yeah, all I can say about Tokyo Revengers season 2 it's a massive fall for me, to be honest. I don't think I think I still watch season 3, but I just don't have the high hopes for it anymore. But yeah, I mean, of course, apparently, according to what people say about online, season 3 should be should be covering the final arc of Tokyo Revengers. Already? Okay. So yeah, let's just move on to something more wholesome.
Nagatoro season 2. I'm not watching this.
Yeah, I'm enjoying it still. Kind of the same as season 1, I think. Yeah, but they got closer in their relationship.
There's a little more progression. Yeah,
I think so. And the main character, he's having some more guts, I think, than he did in season 1. So
really,
yeah. I mean, I don't have too much to say about it, but I enjoyed it. It's I had a fun ride.
Yeah, I enjoyed it more than the first season, and I wasn't all that crazy about season 1, to be honest. It was just kind of like all right for me. But I did enjoy season 2 a little bit more, and I think that's because of what you mentioned, like the MC. Is actually starting to open up more. The male MC is starting to open up more a little bit. And we are seeing like some progression because that's the thing. And I know we see it a lot with the like the rom-coms is like they beat around the bush, or it takes forever for something to happen, or nothing happens sometimes in a whole season. But this one, you can obviously see that there is like it's going somewhere, which is good. So yeah, I enjoyed season 2 a little bit more than season 1, but there's not really much to say because a lot of the aspects of it are still like the same. The formula is still the same. There's still like the teasing aspects. There's still all that stuff. So I think this, well, I'm hoping for, because I don't think this got another season announced or anything like that, right?
No, I don't think so either.
Like what I'm hoping for at least is this is like a Takagi-san situation where if this does get another season, like we finally see like or maybe a movie, but like hopefully we see like that next step where they actually like, you know, because that was like Takagi-san season 3 for me. Like I was like I felt all right about season 1. Season 2 got a little better, and then season 3 it took like a huge jump for me. Like, and I liked it a lot. So I'm hoping that's maybe, you know, in the future for this series. But that's kind of looking ahead. But it was above average second season for me, which I'll take that. I'll take it.
To be honest, though, Nagatoro didn't really age well for me at all. Like, it's just that the second season just felt like just the first season. Well, of course, you get to see new characters, especially the cousin, and you just seeing the fact how those two started to get a bit more closer now. I don't know. It's just it's cute and wholesome, but kind of ruins the whole vibe of the, you know, Nagatoro teasing. I mean, she still teases him. It's just that she starts flirty now.
I mean, the teasing has to go somewhere.
Weird feel to it now because you kind of move away from the whole teasing part. So, I mean,
that is the plan with the show, right? That the teasing is supposed to
teasing, but you know, if you start to use, here's the thing about romance 101. The more time you spend with someone, the more you get to know them, the more you start to see them as an opposite sex now. So, I just knew this was coming. It's just that, you know, just seeing these two just being so flirty and just being so embarrassed. It's just so fun to see. I mean, yes, you can say, going to her house really makes the biggest difference too. But it's just like, I just have nothing much more to say about Nagatoro. I just don't really like it as much. I'm just watching it just to see some interesting, wholesome, ecchi scenes, you know, in terms of how they teach her, how she tried to use her body, but, you know, embarrassed at the same time. I just found it very fun to watch on a Saturday after like some love like animes come out on a Saturday. So yeah, I mean,
what about the art club? What about the art club president on the bike with the biker suit on or whatever, the bodysuit? That was nice, man, wasn't it? Did you like that? That was nice, man.
Her boob is a bit too big for my liking.
Memory knows what's important.
Yeah,
he knows what really matters.
I mean, I appreciate the fan service. It's just a bit too big for my liking. So, but yeah, let's just say Nagatoro was a very fun series. I enjoyed it. I mean, of course, it's basically no different from the first season, except we get to see them start to progress a bit more with their relationship. Yeah. So yeah, that's all pretty much I can say about Nagatoro. I mean, of course, if Oliver was here, he could talk more about it. But yeah, let's just say I don't really have very much liking to this series, but I just watch it for fun.
Well, I know you're more fond of the next series on the list.
You know,
yeah. I mean, you say you like it, right?
Yeah, like I literally just won a figurine for it.
Yeah, 2B.
They actually have a cat on Nier Automata on my enemy list.
Yeah, here's the funny story around this though. Like I went to a Lawson convenience store, and in the middle of nowhere in Mount Fuji, I mean, well, not really middle of nowhere, but like a small town. I was like desperate for some dessert. I went to a Lawson store, and literally I walked past a section where they were like literally like having some sort of Nier Automata raffle called Ichiban. I was like, why didn't I see this on Twitter? And then I applied for 10 goals. Cost me like $50 US, by the way, for 10 goals. And then for some reason I won a figurine.
Nice.
That's nice.
And here's some fan service.
There we go.
Sorry. Here's some fan service.
The important part.
The part that matters.
Yeah.
And now let's hope I don't have to age restrict this podcast.
Yeah, but yeah, you can say I am very lucky I won my best girl Nier Automata because I absolutely love her. But in terms of the anime adaptation, obviously it's been delayed right now. All I can say is that they're just trying to adapt the best part, and they're just trying to fast forward the story. I can definitely see them ending the season with that ending. But I can't. But I'm not sure yet because they keep on delaying it. A lot of people start to forget about it now. But the fight scene, I'm not gonna lie though, the fight scene looks very mediocre, very mediocre compared to the game.
CGI issues with this.
Like it's just I don't know. It's just something about the. I mean, the opera fight scene was decent, but everything else was just like so. It's been cut down a lot. You can definitely tell that they're cutting down a lot of fight scenes just for the story. I mean, they did add some original content, like the how she took off her mask and stuff like that. But yeah, it's just something about the anime around like after episode 4 just kind of fell off for me. Well, of course, the delay of the season really did a lot of impact to it too. A lot of people just just forget about it, start to slowly forget about the anime because of the delay. But it's just that like how they introduced the next plot of the story, not without any like strong progression to it. It's just like they just want to jump to different scenes already.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I won't say that I hate it. It's just that I just say that I'm starting to see that the fact that why people are complaining now. So yeah.
Like me.
Yeah, I'm here for my girl. I'm here for my girl, man. Nier Automata, best girl, my top 10 best girl of all times. So yeah.
Now it's my turn, and I have some things I'd like to say about this adaptation.
Of course you did. Of course you do, man. Of course you do. Of course you do.
I still want to say beforehand that the latest few episodes I have actually enjoyed. I feel that it has improved. So because in the beginning of this season, I think a lot of people saw me as, oh, you hate Nier Automata. I don't, but I see the issues. One thing that I thought about is that because Nier Automata has quite a big fandom, right? Because it's a very popular game. I think the game is probably a masterpiece, or so. I have not played the game myself, but I have no reason to rant on the game. The game is probably awesome, but I'm watching this as an anime, and I feel that the anime adaptation has some issues that unfortunately, like I reacted to the first episode, and already there I lost interest because I saw the bad CGI. I thought the story was kind of confusing for being an anime. As I said, they say that they adapt the game as much as possible, and if they do that, that's fine. But for me, who is an anime only, it's very hard to get into the story like that. If they're just gonna go from all different stages of the game like that, so during my first reaction, I guess I kind of overreacted a bit, and I actually ended up doing a thumbnail where I sat like this, and we had the puppet show in the background, and already there I got a lot of views, but I also got a lot of dislikes, like people didn't appreciate that.
Oh, no shit.
So yeah, that was kind of a storm for me, but that's also why I decided to stop reacting to it, because I don't want it to ruin the algorithm, because I haven't been enjoying it as much as other people. Now, as I said before, the latest few episodes have been proven. I have started to enjoy it a lot more. But the beginning, the story has felt all over the place for me. It's been very confusing. The what is it called? I forgot. It's been very confusing. The bad CGI, and the delays are not helping either, to be honest. So I'm not as hyped on it as many other people do. Although I will say, it's been better lately, and there have been some pretty epic moments lately, but overall, I wouldn't call this a masterpiece or anything like that.
Oh, no. Never call this a masterpiece, man. I've seen better masterpiece adaptation with.
But I'm not complaining about it as much as I did in the beginning. Like if people saw me on Twitter, like I was like, oh, another boring episode of Nier Automata, but no, I've also stated when it's been good, which, kind of show that I'm not a hater or something like that, so I've done that too. But if I would rate this from the episodes I've given, I would actually still give it a 6 out of 10, which is actually quite a decent score. But no, it's I still see the flaws in the anime. I'm not complaining on the game. The game is probably amazing, but not the anime, unfortunately.
Yeah. I stopped watching after like episode 5 or 6 because of like the delays. I don't know, that just kind of threw me off a bit. The last episode I remember watching actually was it's the episode where it was really only focused on like the robots, but they were giving them like human, like it was like just the robots themselves. They had like there was like all of them like they were like putting flowers together and shit. I don't remember what episode that was. I feel like that might have been towards the beginning. But there was like an episode where I just felt bad for these robots. It wasn't like 2B or 9S or anything like that. It was just these regular just robots who were like putting flowers.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like, yeah, I was like, and then they come and just get pretty much annihilated. I'm like, holy shit. Like, it just made me feel bad for some robots, which I guess that's part of the like objective of the show, or is like they're trying to kind of do something with robots and like human emotion and things of that nature, like kind of mixing the two or whatever. Like the robots can have feelings like that too, or whatever.
I think what you're talking about is that, of course, like you watch the game analysis and stuff like that. Like people say that this really tackles of robot racism and how the world adapt to having robots, and there could be more to the story to Yoha, what they're really trying to do with this whole mission of sending the androids to Earth. So I can definitely see where you're going with this memory. It's just that like how they approach from how they deliver in the anime is not as impactful, but at least they get the message across that there are a lot more going on in the society of robots than just the main enemies. So yeah,
I actually think the robots were maybe the most interesting parts of this show.
No, I like that. That's like the one thing that I will say I like about this so far. But besides that, I feel like, I mean, like you guys mentioned, I feel like there's nothing too crazy about the fight scenes. I'm not as I don't think the CG is as bad as some, because I remember watching the first episode and people were like really shitting on it, and I was like, yeah, it's not really good, but people are acting like this is like some of the worst CGI they've like ever seen.
Compare this CGI to the.
It's like comparing, it's comparing crap to crap.
No, I meant the CGI to we were talking about before. Compare it to.
Oh yeah.
Nier Automata.
Yeah, I don't know. It just. There's like I'm kind of in the middle. I'm kind of in the middle on this one, and like the delays don't help, of course, as well. I just reached a point where I was like, oh, okay, it keeps getting delayed. I'm not even gonna keep watching. I don't even know if I'll have to probably start over, like once it comes back or whatever. I'll have to start over, because by that point I feel like I'm gonna forget. So I guess we'll see, but I think eventually at some point, I don't know when that's going to be, but I would probably just rather play the game. And this has just been a thing for anime for as long as at least I've been watching anime since like 2015. It's these game adaptations more often than not do not turn out too well. Like,
exactly.
they usually don't turn out too well. So I'm not really surprised.
Especially the fact that it's only like 13 episodes this season. It's already confirmed to be 13 episodes or 12. I don't know, but this is say the whole 12 episode thing really ruined my mood for it, because that's like 12 episodes. How are they gonna adapt all that context of the game in 12 episodes? Oh yeah, they skip scenes. Why not? Not surprised. Yeah. So I mean, the delay made it worse too. So I'm not sure when is it coming back. I'm pretty sure it'll be coming back in the summer. So. Coming back in the spring season makes no sense at all. So yeah,
we already have too much on spring season.
Nier Automata is just like just felt flat for me after like episode 5. But I'm pretty sure they'll pick up again with the whole battle with Adam and Eve. But it's just that I don't know. I just felt like the anime is just trying too hard to like please the fans with like some of the best scenes from the game. But I mean, they are adding some original stuff in there too. But it's just that it didn't really hit the same, to be honest. So I mean, of course, we can't say much now because it's delayed. It's only like the first 6 episodes. We will see how the final 6 episodes goes. But for now, though, all I can say is that I'm not entirely impressed with how they adapted.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised to hear that from you. It sounds like you really enjoyed it in the beginning, but
the first 3 episodes,
get
noted in only the first 3 episodes, and you were competing hard on the first 3 episodes. So
I know. It's funny how it changes. We get into the middle of the season and like the opinions.
That's why like I said, I don't judge an anime till the end of the season. I hate it when people jump the gun after the first episode, 3 episodes. So
yeah, I did that. So and I actually looking back on it afterwards, I'm like maybe I was a bit too hard. It's just the first episode, but I got like too much in the moment there. And with the puppet show at the end with an episode I didn't like. I was like, what is this? But looking back on it afterwards, I was like, maybe I should watch some few more episodes before I just start ranting like that. And I do think for me at least, the story and the anime has improved actually. So it does motivate me to keep watching even after the delays.
Fair enough. Anything else before we move on to the bear one?
I'm not watching it. I haven't played the game. I'm not watching it. All I know is that there's a lot of porn of 2B, and yeah, that's pretty
Too much.
Well, yeah. Anyways, next up, Bungou Stray Dogs season 4.
Since I haven't get to say anything, so Kawhi, go ahead.
All right. Well, I'll just go ahead and say it. Season 4 has been phenomenal for me. I would even go so far as to say that season 4 and season 2 might just be my favorite 2 seasons of Bungou Stray Dogs. I mean, the action, the character development, especially for characters like Yosano, my girl Yosano, and Tachihara, and as well as like the little like the mind games we have going on between like Dazai and Fyodor. I think everything about that is just it's so good. I'm really enjoying it. And it's definitely a great setup for season 5, which have potential to be even better than season 4. So yeah, honestly, I just really enjoyed season 4. I mean, there's just so much to like about it.
I didn't watch this one actually. I haven't watched any Bungou Stray Dogs.
I have to be a bit critical about it though. I when you compare it to season 2, I would say I won't go as far as saying that because season 2 is a masterpiece itself.
Mm-hmm.
Season 2 is literally one of the best. It's the reason why I love Bungou Stray Dogs to begin with. But let's just say season 4. I don't know. It's just that the Rebel and Fukuzawa backstory. Nothing against it, by the way. It just kind of ruins the whole mood for me for season 1. Because like the backstory for season 2 really gave me the emotions with the Dazai and his what's his friends again backstory. Oda backstory really gave me the emotion building up to season 2. But the Rampo one was like, okay, so at the 3rd episode you introduced the Decay of Angels. Fair enough. But it's just that something about Rampo and Fukuzawa backstory didn't really hit the same compared to like the previous backstories. But that's just me, of course. But let's just say the whole fact that the agency became the Jedi's during Order 66 just on the run right now. It's just like wow. The agency got framed for that. Like damn, whoever's doing the story writing for them to become criminals is just absolute bullshit, man. But yeah, I mean they had to make things spicy now. They had to introduce the hunting dogs, and seeing the hunting dogs are like so OP, to be honest. I kind of have an idea that one of the hunting dogs can be a traitor, could be the one of the people manipulating this whole thing. But let's just say I am quite I was quite taken aback by how they just made our favorite agency, our protagonist, our hero squad become enemies of society now. I was like, oh my god, you do this to our favorite characters, man. And I mean, of course, they're not just gonna kill them off like that. I mean, you guys saw the last episode, like some of them survived. So yeah, I mean, still though, I'm just like, where I was taken aback by how intense this season can be in terms of how they really give us a very tense, dramatic thriller situation for the agency. But the one criticism I have to come in is that they just throw in some of the backstories, some of the random episodes, like which one was it again? I think it was like one of the episode involving one of the people that's helping them with the situation. Like they just throw it in the random middle of the season. It's just like, kind of threw off the pacing of the story. So in terms of like how I say about season 4 is that I didn't really say that I enjoy it as much as I enjoy season 2. It's just that the pacing of it just feels a bit weird with the backstory, with then build up to the situation. I mean, I get it. They're trying to, in the last episode, they just gonna call back to it and say, oh, how he led to this situation. But it's just that I'm not a big fan of it, to be honest. But I still enjoy it. Don't get me wrong. I still enjoy Bungou Stray Dog. The fights didn't really live up to like how I anticipated compared to season 2. But I'm pretty sure season 5 is where they try to save up all the budget for the fight scenes, because I was planning. I've been dying to see my boy Asagawa. I even bought a shirt for Asagawa, and he never showed up this season. But he showed up in the trailer 5. I was like, oh my god, you're gonna save him for season 5? Then I know season 5 is where the fun stuff begins. So I mean, season 4, I gave it like 8 out of 10. I wasn't that impressed compared to season 2, but I still enjoyed it because I'm a massive fan of Bungou Stray Dog after all. So yeah, I mean, looking forward to season 5 in the summer season. I think that's where the fun one begins. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Yeah, it definitely seems like things for season 5 are like really heating up. I enjoyed this season a lot. I wouldn't say as much as season 2 either, but I would say I'm more so, because for me, I would probably say season 2 is my favorite, and then it's probably like really close between season 3 and season 4. It's probably about a tie for me. But I might give the slight edge to season 4. I'm not really sure, but they're about the same. And then the first season, which is still good, but I just feel like the other seasons are stronger. I like the backstory with Rampo and Fukuzawa, because I mean it shows like how the agency first like came to be, which I feel like is important for this. I feel like it helps for this season because
I can definitely see that, how they created agency, and then fast forward to like, oh, the agency's in big trouble now.
Yeah, like I feel like it kind of adds to it, because it's like, oh, like this is where it all started, but now it could all come to an end essentially, which we know it's probably not going to come to an end, but it's like, oh, it really looks like that.
Yeah.
So I really like that backstory. Also from what I read in the manga, Rampo has like a big part to play in this section of the story, but also he's involved in was it Yosano? I think it was her backstory. Like he was it him that kind of opens his arms up to her, like joining the agency or whatever.
Yeah, it was like Rampo was basically like the driving force behind her joining.
Yeah, so I think we still have more to see when it comes to all of them. For all of them, I think they're all going to have their moments to shine, but more so because Rampo is one of like literally the founders, one of the originals, like in how much it means to him. I feel like for like going forward, he's gonna like that content is gonna feel even more impactful, later on. But there's like the Decay of Angels. Obviously, we have them still. We have the Hunting Dogs now. So there's like so many factions that are gonna be. Fitzgerald is still around.
Oh yeah.
So you got him. You got all these factions. I feel like they're all gonna kind of come together in the next season. Which, yeah, the way things are going, it's gonna be probably totally insane for the 5th season. We've already had it announced, of course, and which makes me think like, it's kind of like back when season 1 aired, because originally Bungo Stray Dogs was like, oh, it's going to be 2 cores, and then it was just 2 seasons or whatever. So it seems like that's a similar case here, because we had another season announced right away. So in my mind, I'm like, okay, they literally just had planned to do 2 cores or 2 seasons or whatever you want to say. But yeah, I liked a lot of the content that we had here with this season. Yeah, I think that's all I really have to say about it. It's just another good season of Stray Dogs. I think it gave some more focus to characters that kind of needed it, in my opinion, like Yosano, like Rampo, some characters from the other factions as well. I think that was much needed, because I feel like for the characters we've already had a lot of focus for, now that everyone's kind of had their time to shine a bit, if in the next season, if they're all going to go at it, I feel like it's going to make things even more impactful. So, yeah.
Yeah, and I want to elaborate. Like when I said like it's on par like with like when I said season 2, season 4 are my favorite seasons. I'm not necessarily saying that season 4 is as good as season 2, but what I meant was like if I were to make like a top 2 like best Bungo Stray Dogs seasons, I think season 4 would be like second place. What was that?
I think he said he'd be right back or something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I could see what you mean by that. Like I said, for me, it's really close. I would probably give the edge to season 4 over season 3. So I mean, I would be right there with you. Like if I had to rank them, it would probably be 2 then 4 for me, just like slightly over season 3.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with saying that. I feel like at all, but I do prefer the backstory. I think most people will say that the backstory for season 2 is better than the backstory we had for season 4. Yeah. Even though I still like the backstory for season 4 a lot. I think season 2 is just. I think that backstory is just one of my favorite backstories, probably in anime. Just period.
Oh yeah, I could definitely see where you're coming from. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, like I said this on Twitter, I'll say it again. One of the most surprising things about this season for me is the introduction of Sigma, the dude who runs the casino, because like he is this guy with absolutely no powers, and he doesn't really he's not really sure what his purpose is in life. Like he was literally just born technically he was just born 3 years ago. So. And then, he's in this world where, that's full of, these supernatural gifted human beings. But he's able to, go toe-to-toe with them. As we've seen him, go to-toe with that one girl in the Bloodhound. He doesn't have any powers. He just has a determination to, keep his casino. But, yeah, he was able to go toe-to-toe and, give, that girl a run for her money, even though she's, a gifted person. That, I just think just Sigma is just overall a really likable character. I think he's easily one of my favorite likable one of my favorite new characters introduced in season 4. I mean, it also helps.
I wonder. I was gonna say, I wonder if they think he's. I wonder if some of them think he's dead because when he fell like that, but we saw Nikolai. We saw Nikolai catch him.
Yeah, he's definitely gonna try and rescue him to some degree.
They're gonna be like, "What the hell? You're still alive?" or something like that.
And another reason why I like him is because I just don't like the Bloodhound in general. I don't care. I understand their purpose in the story, but it's you fight for justice for whatever. Fuck off. I don't care. I still don't like you guys.
Oh, it was cool to see Chuya show up in that one episode.
Oh yeah, oh my god, the scene
at
the end where he shows up in the helicopter. Oh my god, that was fucking.
Yeah, it was brief. It was very brief, but that was that was so hype.
Yeah, exactly.
Dude, I love when Stray Dogs does that at the end of episodes. They play the ED over the scene. I'm just every time that shit just hits. So there was that. Hype. Yeah, that was awesome. Even Fitzgerald making an appearance, which. I mean, even from the end of the previous season, we figured he was going to be involved more. But I'm curious to get more with the hunting dogs and even the Decay of Angels too, both of those groups. It's really setting up for season 5.
I'm also curious as to what they do with Kunakita and Rampo, because we're not exactly sure what happened to them. Because we know Kunaki was all involved in the explosion, but we didn't see a body, so it's fair to say that he's still alive.
One of them said he was alive, though.
Yeah,
one of them.
They said he was alive.
Yeah.
And Rampo's whereabouts are just pretty much unknown, so... Yeah, I'm definitely wondering how they're going to bring him back.
You guys saw the trailer, right? Kunaki is alive.
Yeah. Kunaki is alive. Yeah, so I'm just...
Oh, yeah, they confirmed he's alive pretty much.
Yeah, they pretty much confirmed it. I'm just wondering how the series plans on utilizing him again. But I guess we'll see that in season 5. Also, I also said this on Twitter. Kenji's just been taking L's this season. The man's been blown up. He's been stabbed. He's been beat the hell up in multiple different ways.
If anyone could take it, it's
my reaction. I was just bro, you do my boy dirty like that.
I know.
He did nothing but just stabbing, punching, and just being exploded in front of it. I was dude, I know his body's immortal, but come on.
If anyone could take it, it's him. I mean...
But come on, man. Seriously.
Exactly.
I mean, he can play a big part. He can really get to play a big part in fun maybe, but so far he's just getting L's after L's after L's. I was come on, you do this, my boy.
I know.
Whatever, man. Whatever. Let's just let's just say that Bungou Stray Dog season 5, I hopefully it really delivers in terms of like, how season 4. Because the way I see it though, season 4 is where they try to build up the plot for season 5.
Yeah, it's like the introductions of these other factions groups, and then build up some development for some characters. And then like season 5, hopefully it would just be all out, like probably insanity.
Okay. Oh yes.
Yeah. Next. I know you're looking forward to the next on the list.
Oh yes. Oh yeah. You want to hear a fun story? I went to the live stage show for Otarani Tenshi-sama, and I got recognized.
Oh shit!
Really? What did they say?
The person came up to me and said, "Are you Mad Lad?" I was like, "Of culture, yeah." I'm Mad Lad. So they say, "Oh shit! I didn't know you were in Japan." I said, "Have you been following on Twitter or Instagram?" "Yes, I'm in Japan." "Oh, have you watched my latest video?" "Yes, I'm in Japan." But I didn't say that. Just inside my head, I was like, but yeah, I said, "Yeah, I'm MadLadofCulture." I said, "Oh my god, it's so nice to meet you in real life." I was like, yeah, I can go outside too, okay? But
did you also get recognized when you were having lunch with Oliver that one time?
Yeah, I did. For Demon Slayer reaction. So
yeah, you're getting more popular, my boy.
Well, yeah, and most of them are just Japanese, but yeah, you can say I'm happy.
He's moving up in the world. Let's go.
I'm happy that because I was so lucky. I went to the stage show. I went to it and just like watched the seiyus talk about the finale and I gotta say, Iwami Manaka, the voice actor for Mahiru, she is so down to earth, man. Like, oh my god, I didn't know she was so down to earth with how her personality like. So yeah, I gotta say, man, I really enjoyed my time in Anime Japan, mainly because I got recognized there, but also because like I don't know, something about like just getting to see all the fans and just experience meeting other fans for the anime when you surround the stage and stuff like that, and sometimes you get recognized for it. I was really happy with that.
Are you fluent in Japanese?
And are you aware of the JLPT test?
No.
Let's just say my Japanese is good enough to survive in Japan.
Gotcha.
Good. So if you guys come to Japan, I can be your semi-translator in terms of how you get around stuff. So yeah, let's just say my Japanese is decent. I mean, you want to hear another funny story regarding to my Japanese? Well, checking into the hotel was sometimes when the receptionist saw my passport is Taiwanese, they asked me, "Can you speak Japanese?" I said, "Yes, I can, but speak slowly, then I can understand you." So yeah, I actually speak quite good Japanese. I understand everything they say. It's just that when I speak Japanese to outside hotels and that, people will just immediately switch to English because they can recognize my accent. That is not. That's annoying, to be honest. That is actually really like I speak something. I try my best.
You're like, I'm trying here. I'm trying. Okay,
give me a break.
The language is just that they say, "Oh, that foreigner," and they try to speak like broken English. I say, I think it's best if I just speak Japanese with you guys. Your broken English is so. Here's another funny story with Anime Japan. Like, the whole ticketing system online. I try the whole re-entry into the convention and stuff like that. Mary, you should know this, like re-entry into the convention.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, let's just say that I went out to the convention for some food, and of course the line is long, of course. But I guess I need to get back into this convention for a live Seiyu talk show to see. I think it was like Matsuka, my man. Apparently, I was denied entry. I was like, I got my tickets right here. I was like, what's going on here? Why? I got my tickets right here. I said, "Oh, I'm sorry, your tickets apparently it's not valid." I was like, "What do you mean it's not valid? I just showed the ticket in the front door." I was like, "Can you go to the front door, please?" I got. They try to say it in broken English. They know I'm a foreigner, so I was like, "Bro, are you kidding me? I had to go outside in the rain. It was raining, by the way, for the whole day."
Yeah, I see.
You guys saw my video.
I saw a bit of your vlog. Yeah.
It was raining for the whole. I stood in the line to get into convention for 2 hours in the rain, and they forced me to go out in the rain again just to go to the front door. And I asked him because I was in a panic. I need to get back in quickly, so I was like, "Sumimasen, eigo, dareka eigo hanashimasu ka?" I say anyone can speak English. I was like, and then one person came up to me with a very lacking with broken English. He just helped me, just try his best to help me. I say, might as well just buy a new ticket. So it was one of the worst experience. That was one of the worst. That was one part of the convention where I didn't like. It's just how they handle the re-entry and stuff like that. So but yeah, I guess that's a bit of a rant for me for Anime Japan. But other than that, let's just talk about Otori Tenshi-sama. So yeah, Otori Tenshi-sama. Of course, you guys have been seeing me on Twitter. I talk about this a lot, and especially how I really enjoy the romance. I even bought the fifth. Oh yeah, I just show you guys. I bought the 5th volume. This is basically season 2. I say fuck it. I'm not gonna wait for season 2. I'm just gonna read ahead now. So that if you see me buy a light novel, you know I love the series. So
I saw on your YouTube some reaction today before. You got some posters too on your bathroom door or whatever.
Oh yeah, I do.
Yeah. There we go.
Oh,
nice. Yeah.
Nice.
I got a couple of posters already. Like I got one up there already. I went to the cafe. I went to the Angel Next Door cafe. I went to the Holy Church of Mahiru. You saw the picture, right? The thumbnail. Yeah. I went. I like literally. I can tell you guys this. Mahiru is already my top 10 favorite waifu of all time.
Whoa.
I replaced her. I just replaced her with I don't think you would like this, Kawhi. I replaced her with Erish.
Oh, wait, Erish from Faker and Order?
Yeah, I replaced her with Erish because literally my hero is literally one of the characters that I just, oh my god, dude, she fits every category that I like. Very sharp tongue, long, very hard to say, beautiful in terms of pale skin. Well, of course, she's kind of short for my standard, but let's just say her personality fits all my liking. Of course, her helping with the house chores and doing this and being very aggressive when she's in love. Oh my god, I love girls when they're in love like that, man. Like that is how you do like that's how you write when a girl is in love. They try their absolute best to get as much attention to a thick-headed Amane, thinking that he's not popular. I was like, bro, Amane, Mahiru is doing all this stuff to you, and you still think that she don't like you? Come on, grow up, man. So, yeah, I mean, to be honest though, I can see the reason I love this series is not because of Mahiru alone, but because of how they really developed their romantic relationship from episode 1 to episode 5, and then when Mahiru backstory was revealed, and then how Amane comforted her, she really opens up even more. I like it when girls really opens up the feelings a bit more and being more honest with how they're feeling and trying to be more aggressive when they're trying to get the boys' attention even more. I'm not gonna lie though, Amane's backstory sucks.
Yeah,
I didn't really like it as much. I thought it would be impactful, but I
thought it was going to be a big bullying or something. He had to change school.
People just talk shit about you and you just want to run away.
Right. Yeah, right. I also thought it was overly dramatic in that moment.
But the fact that Amane just being so a lack of confidence because of that, I was like, nah, not buying it for me. But yeah, let's just say I'm just very happy to see that these two are like have developed a very strong chemistry for like how they spend time together, how they give each other's gift. Of course, it's very like flirty at first with the first 6 episodes, but see how Mahiru enters her succubus stage. Oh my god, I am loving it. Although here's the thing I've been hearing a lot of complaint about from the light novel readers is that the amount of stuff they cut out from the light novel is abysmal. Like they told me that some of the dialogues being cut out, some of the scenes that really add more fuel to their relationship being cut out from the light novel. I mean, I totally understand it because like I said, light novel adaptation aren't always the best. I know this from Dear Life, and
yeah.
Let's just say, like, I mean, I can understand the cut content. I read like the first like chapter of it. I was like, wow, they really went in. They really went in with the whole dialogue in the thought process. How they think about the situation, how they interpret their characters, what they're thinking right now. Like all that being cut off from the anime. I can totally support that. I just like in criticism for the anime, but I cannot support the criticism where you guys just gonna blame out and say that it's one of the most shittiest anime this season. I say, dude. Have you watched like any other shit animes which I don't name? Like this anime, I mean, people can call it wholesome, very generic, but I say, yeah, but it's done right. I watch a lot a lot of romance anime in my life, and I can take it as this is easily one of my top 5 favorite romance anime of all times. Like, I enjoyed it as much as I enjoy like Nisekoi. I can say this now. I really I gotta say, man, like the fact that seeing how my hero took care of Amane at first really goes to show that meeting the right person at the right time will change your life forever. And it sucks because I'm still single, but I mean, here's a funny joke though. Here's a very funny joke I saw on Japanese. Like I went like on TikTok. The Seiyu did like a radio show, which you guys should they do like a fun radio show. Like one of the fans wrote to the Seiyus and said that, like I remember they saying something like, "Oh, I'm single. I'm 35. I have no girlfriend. How do I find a girl like Mahiru-chan?" And you know what? One of the voice actors said, not Mahiru voice actor, but the female, the one of the voices, Chitose. She said that, "Oh, you can never find a girl like Mahiru nowadays." I said, "Oh,
ow,
realistic at least."
Oh.
I mean, which is kind of somewhat true though, to be honest. Like nowadays, girls are just not like Mahiru, like very like to do house chores. And I mean, those are like the girls back in like my mom's age and stuff like that. My mom's generation.
That's like old fashioned, yeah.
Yeah. My mom's generations or like late into my mom's generation are mostly like Mahiru, so the character. But nowadays though, yeah, trust me, you'll be very lucky to find someone like Mahiru nowadays. But let's just say that's the reason why I enjoy this series. Just that this is the Seiyus like to like vibe with the fans. The fans are like the reason why this light novel is really high regarded in Japan. By the way, I went to like an anime store. They literally have a whole section of Otanari Tenshi-sama because like this light novel actually won awards. It won like 2 years of award. My hero won Best Girl of the Year in light novel for 2 years straight, beating the likes of other light novel characters like one of my subscribers told me she beat this iconic character, which I forgot. But yeah, let's just say like she is really well regarded in Japan. Everyone loves the series. It's just that people don't really rate the anime as much because, well, I can totally understand why they do it. Not only the light novel adaptation, but also the animation. Have you guys noticed when they like extend the camera like the animation looks weird?
I never really noticed that.
No, it didn't go that deep into it.
But it's project number 9, so I'm not really surprised.
I actually noticed it. Like the way when they pan out from the characters, the animation start to shift a bit. Like the face looks weird, but when you go do close-up shots, that's where the best animation comes in. So,
I mean, for a romance show, that this one, it's not really a deal breaker or anything. It would be worse if
people just have to complain. So I just
when people. Especially if they don't like the show, they'll especially like point, or if they don't care for it too much, they'll nitpick.
But I gotta say, man, regardless of all the criticism, I enjoy this anime mainly because you see the development between Mahiro and Amane throughout the season. Mahiro made the first move and see Amane in the end do the most satisfying hug. By the way, you don't hug like this. You don't hug like this. You hug body. You don't hug like this.
He was afraid of the press, because
oh my god. But still though, like I mean, everyone expecting a kiss, but yeah, I've been told by my subscriber that the kiss will come season 2, which is basically in this light novel. So they
need something to get us excited for season 2.
I am gonna jump into this light novel very soon because they told me that in volume 5 they're gonna do the kiss. So yeah, let's just say I'm very happy with the anime. Of course, you can say Amane, he is the GOAT in terms of how he handles the situation. By the way, the way Amane talks, man, like the way he talks to the boys in the class, how he handled the situation, and how he talks to other characters too, is so calm, very collective, very mature, not like very overreactive. My boy Amane, he really handled the situation really well, and I love it for it. And of course, how he flirt with Mahiru, how he get the better of Mahiru, it's just like, oh my god, my goat. He is my goat for sure, man. But yeah, I mean, like, a lot of people call him generic and stuff like that. I can get that, but still, man, I like characters that is like that too. So. Yeah, I gotta say, Otonari Tenshi-sama easily my number 1 favorite for the last season. easily my favorite for last season. I gave it like 9 out of 10, and I don't give 9 a lot nowadays too. So yeah, I gotta say I can't wait for can't wait to see if we're gonna get season 2. But for now, read the light novel. So yeah. Anything you guys want to add to it?
Yeah, so I think it's my turn now. I enjoyed it too. Maybe not as much as MadLadofCulture, but I still enjoyed it. I enjoy romance overall. I watch a lot of romance shows, which I think is because, as mentioned before, I'm also single. I don't have a girlfriend, so I might as well dream away in the romance world.
There we go. We're the single club. Let's go.
Yeah, I actually joked about that in, I think it was level 999 reaction I did before. Like, oh, the reason I have time to do reactions is because I don't have a girlfriend. So, yeah, I still enjoyed it. I was hoping beforehand that, let's hope they just don't show their romance when they're home, right? I want to see them, go out with it, be in public about their relationship in school, etc.
Out there, but also the thing I like about My Hero is that how she was being very aggressive in the sports festival, how she proclaimed her love for money from everyone.
That was the right thing to do, because he doesn't have the guts. She didn't mind, I don't remember the name of the other girl, her friend. Yeah, the one who had the microphone and said out loud, "Oh, they like each other," and everyone was shocked. But I was like, that was the perfect thing to say, because I really wanted the whole school to find out. And of course, the guys got very jealous. Oh, how can you be with him because he looks adult? And then she
put him in their place. She put him in
the guys. Like, you just look at what he looks like. You don't know anything about him. And I like, facts.
She was spitting.
Yeah.
She was cooking them hard.
Great. That was a great finale. I gotta say, that was a very good finale. And overall, I think like beforehand, I wasn't expecting that kind of development in the relationship as I saw it. Like I thought, it's gonna come slowly but steadily. But after a few episodes, like when he carried her like a princess, and she started getting more aggressive, I was like, wow, they're really, trying hard here for the relationship, and I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, so, I like that too. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm done.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I probably just recently thinking this is probably one of my, just from like the recent seasons of anime we've had. This is probably one of the like better rom-coms I've watched recently as well. And I think why I like this one so much is because of some of the things you guys mentioned. Just like I think I mentioned it before with like with one of the other series we were talking about, like just like rom-coms where we see it all the time, where they like beat around the bush, or they're just not honest. They're not like straight up with each other. They just like, I hate that. And I understand like the kind of series that they are, or whatever, like how old they are and where it's set and shit. But like when we have characters like this who are just, they talk, they use their words, that just prevents a lot of problems from happening. So when they're just being straight up and honest with each other, like we've saw, especially as the series went on and towards like the end, especially Mahiru, but also Amane started opening up more too, and just being blunt or being honest with her.
His holy dream is gold.
Yeah, so like that's what I really liked about this one, was that we did see some progression as it went on. It felt natural to me, them, their just general relationship, just kind of how it went. It felt pretty natural to me, and they were just honest and straightforward with each other, and they would just tell each other what it was or how it was. I like shit like that, and I wish more rom-coms would be like that. Because I don't know, I just feel like it makes for two better characters. It makes for just a better series overall. And I feel like it just, like, obviously you're gonna have drama in these kinds of series, but I feel like it makes it to where there's less of this like melodramatic type of shit going on, which we see like so much. So So yeah, I was a pretty big fan of this one, especially how it left off. I definitely, just recently speaking, when I think about it, this is one of the better rom-coms we've had for sure. So which I had heard good things about the light novel before going into this. So in even hearing that, a lot of light novel readers weren't necessarily happy like fully with how it was handled.
Light novel readers are light novel readers.
Yeah, that's true. They're always going to be like that. They're always
like trust me. If I'm a light novel reader, I will be somewhat picky about it too.
Yeah, it makes sense. But it's just crazy to think
you just see wholesome stuff,
Yeah, it's just crazy to think that like, okay, I still enjoyed this anime that much without it being adapted fully, like properly.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's that's the same thing for like ReZero, for example, because people nitpicked the most recent arc 4 of ReZero. People said, "Oh, they did a terrible job with this arc," and I'm just like, "Wow, this is like probably my favorite season of ReZero as a whole." And I'm just like, I'm saying that, but apparently the adaptation was not good, or parts of it weren't good. And I'm just like, shit, it could have been even better. What the hell? What do you mean? I thought this was just already master class.
I get a lot in the comments from the Tenchi-sama reaction. People say that, oh, they cut out this scene, which adds few more for this scene right here in this episode. I was like, I mean, yes, I can understand your complaint, but remember this, guys. Anime has only 23 minutes to animate.
There's restrictions. There's so much.
Exactly.
Yeah.
How much?
And honestly, I think even though they skipped parts, I still think they did it in a good way. Now, I want to say,
you can do, to be honest, is to add in the BD for extra scenes.
Yeah. Now, I will also talk about what Madla mentioned before about My Hero's backstory, because I was also disappointed in that, because in the beginning, we saw some hints that looked like, oh, he was heavily bullied, and that can create a lot of drama. Heavily, what is it called? Sorry, he was very bullied, I thought, in the beginning.
You mean Amane, right?
Oh yeah, what did I say? My Hero, right? Yeah, sorry, Amane. Sorry, I'm tired.
My Hero has parents problem. Okay, so by the way, speaking of parents problem, My Hero has some shit parenting. That is easily one of the worst parenting. Ever.
Yeah, I mixed them up. I'm tired. I had 4 hours of sleep before this.
Understandable.
You just ignore her, and you just dump her to an apartment room, and you only fund her. You only give her money for survival. Yeah. Wow. I am surprised My Hero is so well tamed in terms of how she does house chores. But I mean, the main racer, but still,
I mean, she's so good at it though, because she wanted to get the attention from her parents. That's why she tried to improve herself. Unfortunately, it didn't help.
How much you can do to get your parents' attention, and it's just sad to see that.
It's sad. I mean, because she was a child, right? So she just wanted to feel loved. That's why she did all of those things. I get that.
She didn't know any better.
But what was the guy's name? Amane, right? Yeah, right. There we go. Like his bullying backstory. It wasn't really bullying. I thought it was going to be bullying at the beginning, because they were kind of hinting on it. And I thought, oh, this might be very dramatic, right? And then when he says his backstory, I'm like, come on. And when he's done with it, I'm like, that's it. You just changed school and moved just because you were too nice.
I mean, in his defense, though, I would say maybe his psychology is not like the best. I mean, he did say that he was being well treated by his parents. I mean, no shit, of course. You see how the parents took care of him and give him all the love of that. And he go to school and seeing that how he was being being mistreated by his friends, and not mistreated, but like being used. He's not used to it, and sometimes people don't have that sort of
it's a shock. Handle it.
So, I mean, of course, you can say that parenting can also lead to your kids' downfall sometimes, because if your parents don't teach you how to be more proactive and be more aggressive.
Dependent too, maybe parents are too overprotective sometimes.
Your kids will be very, softened up at school, and if they see something that doesn't like fits their liking, they're just gonna say, oh my god, I can't do this anymore, and run away. But I'm pretty, like you said, it could have been done better with Amane explaining it, but it's just that it just felt so dry, to be honest.
Yeah, it just wasn't as dramatic as I hoped it would, but I get his point of view too, of course. I don't think I have anything else to say about this show. Overall, good, solid rom.
I mean, I'm not saying you want me, Manaka, man. She really delivered My Hero line, man. I mean, she also did the ending too, like 3 endings, by the way, sang by herself for My Hero. The Valentine's one, the end of the final season, and of course there's another one. I think it was the Christmas one too. So yeah, I can say you want me Manaka. Like when I saw her on stage doing the talk show, she was, I should say, very passionate about My Hero, man. Like I've seen a lot of Seiyu talk shows. I never seen how much she talked about her role and how she enjoyed it and having so much fun with it too. So I'm very happy for Iwani Manaka. I think it's because of this role. She got a lot more roles lately too. So yeah, I gotta say, man, I'm really looking forward to see whether we get season 2 for this or not, or maybe even an OVA. But for now, though, read the light novel, which I just bought earlier. So, but yeah,
not much for reading books. I'm probably not gonna do that. But
let's just say for now, I give this 9 out of 10. One of my number one favorite from last season. It's not anime of the season, but I say it's one of my favorite of last season.
I gave it 7.5 out of 10.
Yeah,
that's still a decent score.
That's a good score.
I'm somewhere in that range. I'm like 7.5 to 8, somewhere in there.
Yeah, 9 for me. But anyway, so next one is Bofuri.
Wait, hold on.
You have something to say?
Yeah, I've been waiting to talk this whole time.
All
right.
Oh wait, what? You watched this? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I watched. I watched. I watched the first episode. I mean, you saw my tweet about that, right?
I forgot, but
yeah. All right. Well, are you guys ready for Kawaii Crew's seasonal hot take?
All right. Let's go.
You have the season, I guess. Go ahead.
I definitely do not like this as much as everyone else. And that's, I watched like the first like 5 or 6 episodes, and then I stopped for a while. I didn't finish it. And that's because honestly, I just don't like how the romance develops, because from what I saw, it was like, okay, they're doing a lot of this stuff that, you know, like couples do. Like they were like holding hands and shit during that festival. And then you got, you know, My Hero cooking for Amani and all that. And you got Amani, you know, letting her sleep in his bed and all that. I'm like, bruh, like just admit it. Like just admit that you guys have like feelings for each other or something. Cause like oh my God, they did, cause they're like in denial from what I saw. They were like in denial, like, oh no, there's just nothing going on between us. I'm like, bullshit. There's definitely something going on between you. Just admit it. Stop denying it. I just didn't like how the whole romance develops. Also, I remember one scene that really just made me cringe was like during that, it was that one scene where Amane's friend's girlfriend, they were like in his apartment, and then they were talking to Sheena, and then she was like, oh my God, you're so beautiful. You know, your pale skin, your gorgeous hair. And I'm like, girl, like she was just really going into detail how much she loves Sheena. And I was like, girl, if you were a male, you would have gotten a restraining order or something. Because holy shit, that's pretty fucking creepy. I mean, because like, I just didn't like that scene at all. Also, I just don't like the whole fucking trope of like, oh, you know, no, this main male character who's basically a nobody, and the main heroine who's like the most popular girl in the school. Oh, they might have something together. They develop something together. That trope has been done so many times in anime. I'm getting tired of it, honestly. I think there's just so many other ways you can like develop romance between the two main leads than just, you know, that. And then you guys all mentioned the part where like, oh, the guys get jealous that they end up getting together. I don't like that shit either. I hate that shit too. So yeah, I guess that's another reason why I wouldn't be too fond of this show. I mean, there are some cute moments. I understand why people like it, but for me, it's just not for me.
I think that's kind of normal in rom-com or something like that. You know, when the guy has a lot of popularity from the popular girl, right? All the other guys stare at him with evil eyes.
He's actually quite hands on himself, so he's just like he doesn't have any self-confidence to review that to him about himself. Trust me, I'm pretty sure there's a lot more to Amani's character.
It makes sense why like even like with, you know, with like reverse harems or like shoujo like series, it's like the guy or like the girl will be like, you know, she's not really that popular, and the guy is the one the girls are all over. It's like it goes both ways, but it makes sense because like I guess like who they're trying to aim the series for. Like in this case, like they're trying to aim this towards well, I guess it could be for anyone, but it's probably more so aimed for guys, I would say, right?
Yeah.
Like, so it's like,
maybe,
so like guys are looking.
Here's the thing, though.
Yeah.
I went to the Tenchi-sama cafe. There was a lot of girls there too.
Oh yeah, I bet there's a lot of girls that watch it too. But I'm just saying, like, they're like, it's aimed more so for guys. Like, technically, if we're talking like on a technical level, it's aimed more so for guys, I would say. But it's like, it's aimed towards these, guys who are single. Maybe they're like, they don't have a lot of friends. They're not that popular, and they just want the girl of their dreams, which a lot of people do. So, yeah, it makes sense. But we see a lot of series like that, though. I do agree with Kawhi. I wouldn't. I just feel like, I don't know. I feel like it's how it goes about. I don't know how it's handled, which I feel like this one did a good job handling it. To me, it just comes down to, like I said, like how really just how the characters are with one another. Like if they're honest, if they're straightforward, if they're voicing their concerns or their opinions, or like they're just being honest with their emotions. I like shit like that. That's where like
they did that in this show.
Yeah, So for me, that's a big thing when it comes to rom-com. So even if there's like, if a guy's popular or not, or they're both popular or they're both not popular or whatever, like that doesn't. Most of the time, that doesn't really matter to me. To be honest, I think it comes down more so to what I just mentioned. For me, at least, that's just how I feel.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest though, like I watch a lot of romance anime, and this is literally one of the more well done in terms of how they handle the emotions compared to the previous all the other romance anime I watched. I mean, I can see where your criticism comes in, Kawhi. Very, you don't like this and that, like the fact that the way that she does compliment my hero like that, I was like, yeah, I mean, it's creepy, but she's if you think about it, that's her personality. That's just her personality. Man. She just overreact because of her personality. She's very high energy. I knew she would do something like that because of her high energy whenever she was first introduced. So yeah, I mean, to be honest though, like I said, this anime is either be loved by many or be hated by many. So for now, I can just say that this is one of my favorite of all time, one of my favorite romance of all times, and and I'm pretty sure the light novel can do a better job in terms of explaining their emotions, what they're thinking, but. Anime is just anime, everyone. So just enjoy what you watch right now.
Yeah.
All right, should we move on?
Yeah, let's move on to Bofuri. And by the way, Bofuri, I'll be turning off the camera because I'll be eating.
Okay, no problem.
I didn't watch this one. I watched like first episode of season 1, but it wasn't really for me.
I didn't watch it either.
So this is another one that got like delayed. Well, it's had delays. It's been dealing with delays. So there's actually a 2-week delay, I think, for the last episode or 2, I believe.
Yes.
So, I don't know. For this one, I feel because like season 1 of Bofuri for me was like fun, but it was nothing crazy, and that's kind of how I feel about this. It's just kind of like Maple and everyone just obviously they have these. They're like adventuring. Obviously, they have these certain missions, certain like quests or whatever you want to say together. So that's really been the second season as well. It's kind of a lot of the same shenanigans. So I feel like there's really not much to say about it. The amount of people that have come together though is a lot more now. I feel like literally the whole cast is working together now, which I could understand why maybe some people would have problems with that because like I feel like as far as I remember from the first season, like they made certain characters out to be like, oh, they're gonna be like an enemy or like an antagonist or whatever, and now they're all like together like buddy and friends and whatnot, which it could just be like a friendly rivalry type of thing, like they're not really like enemies or whatever. But yeah, the delays for this one has kind of hurt it a little bit for me. I like it's just kind of unfortunate, but it's still been fun, I would say. I never have really been super crazy about this show. It's just kind of it's like one of the I think we all say it a lot. Like it's like a popcorn flick kind of thing, where you just there's not really much to like in terms of like the story and the content. There's not like a whole lot going on. Like there's not some like deeper themes or messages or anything like that. It's just pretty simple. It's fun and. It's just, I guess it's cool seeing the characters like fight like some of their abilities, and then Maple will pull out some crazy shit sometimes. And we'll see some crazy things from some of the other characters. But yeah, I don't really have much to say about this one. It's one of the better. It's one of the better like fantasy series, I would say. So yeah, like the game anime. So I will say that, but yeah, that's honestly about all I have to say about this one. Right. I feel like there's not much.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not watching this series either. So yeah, I think we can move on. Actually, wait, Mala, you watching it?
Yeah, reacted to it.
Oh, Bofuri?
Yeah, and all I can say is that season 2 sucks.
Oh, damn! Damn!
Because, here's the thing, though. The reason why I really love season 1 is because they introduced this whole SAO-like world where you go in and play games and meet and form a guild and stuff like that. And seeing how Maple went from OP to learning new skills, making friends, and meeting enemies. And I really like that. How did she come across a rival face against her, and they have a fight, and that's what I like. And season 1 really give us a lot of fun, joy from start to finish, and of course seeing how the girls go about to like finish off the quest and stuff like that. I was like, yeah, I can definitely see Maple becoming even more stronger, and she can do this and that now. But I'm just wondering when will she start to show her limitations in terms of how she fights and how she gonna show her weakness. But season 2, here's the best way I can sum it up. We're all in this together. Oh my god, jeez. The enemies, everyone we know from season 1 are just best buddies now. I was like, oh, what's the point of introducing
maybe
them?
Too happy.
The power of friendship.
I've never been a fan of this genre, actually traveling into the game, etc. Like I have never even been a fan of SEO, to be honest. So that's probably a reason why I didn't enjoy it.
SEO, but let's just say that like the fact that everyone in season 2 was just very very googly with each other. They go on quests, having fun. It's just everything they do is just for laughter now. There's nothing intense about it. Nothing felt intense about it. This season it just felt very laid back, and that's why I didn't really enjoy it, because the one thing I like about season 1 is the intensity, how they face against other teams, and how they do quests, how they compete against each other. This is just a friendly competition now, and I don't like it. I like Maple just being Maple. There's nothing really going on for a character. Like, I just felt nothing different, nothing added to make her situation be more how to say support or desirable to see her develop. But she's just the same, to be honest. Like for season 2, I feel like season 2 was just made for fans that just wants more content from Bofuri, but didn't really add much more MSG to it. So yeah, I gotta say, man, like I wasn't too impressed. After the first 2 episodes or 3 episodes was like, oh, not bad. I mean, we are getting somewhere with this. And then episode 4 onwards, I was like, oh, okay, I can definitely see that this show is starting to be a bit more slacky with the plot now. So yeah, but yeah, that's just me, man. Because I really love Bofuri. I want to love the series, but season 2 is starting to make me fall off for this, man. Like I just can't wait to give you guys the score by the end of the season, which is like in 2 weeks' time. So. But yeah, Bofuri really fell off hard for me, to be honest. Really, really fell off hard. Mainly the fact that how they just made everyone all in this together. So yeah, that's all. And the animation is pretty much well, of course, the CGI with Sally was just shit, to be honest. But everything just seems very the same, to be honest. Nothing really much different compared to season 1. I was expecting something more intense in season 2, but season 2 is just so family friendly. That's what I can say, sum up to it. So yeah, I gotta say, man, I didn't really enjoy Bofuri as much as everyone thinks I did. But let's just say that Bofuri season 2 is easily one of the most disappointment for me for the season.
Dang.
And
I'm going back to eating.
Okay.
All right.
Next up on the list is Buddy Daddies. I've heard mixed things about this show.
Oh. Yeah, I dropped it. Let me start on this one.
Okay.
Yeah, so I watched maybe 2 or 3 episodes, and I actually had to drop it for my mental state because I got so furious with this characters. Like I understand that they are not used to taking care of children, but they need to have some more brain cells than to like the episode, where they took her in, right? And they decided, let's go out to the bar, and they just left her home, put on the TV with some dance shows, so she would be having a fun time. What they went out drinking, so they left her all alone. Already there, I felt, oh God, don't do this. And when they got home, she turned the place to hide and seek or something like that. She was able to move furniture. Like any realistic child would probably cry or feel lonely or something like that. But she's like, no, I'll wait for them to come home, hide under the tables so we can play hide and seek when they get back. And the fact also that I think they had a gun, which was easily accessible for her, which I think, oh my, why? So yeah, I actually was very, very frustrated with pretty much everyone. Like I don't know if they tried to copy Spy Family. Yeah, but I don't think they doing it in the right way. For example, we all love Anya, right? Anya is cute, Anya is funny, Anya is awesome. Yeah. This girl is just annoying to me. At least in the beginning, like she's just too happy for the situation. Like there's all stuff going around, with this gun violence, etc. But she's just having a fun time playing around. And
I need to remind you that she's 4 years old. Anya's like 6 or 7.
Yeah, but still, it's.
And Anya does have a special ability.
4 year. Yeah, but even that, I think even a 4-year-old would probably be scared because if there is a loud sound from the guns or something like that, and there's all craziness around, right?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, there would definitely be a different reaction than how she acts. I mean, that's for sure. I feel like it is a bit extreme. Like the anime makes it a bit extreme. Like I understand, like they're not used to raising children, like you mentioned. Obviously, like they're literally doing like assassin work and shit. So so they come from that background. So obviously they don't know shit about parenting at all.
Could clearly see that.
yeah. So like there's that, but they do kind of take it to an extreme where it's like, okay, like even if I don't have any kids, like if I was watching a kid and I just like left them here with a gun laying out on my couch or something, like I'm gonna know in my mind that is wrong. Like these guys don't they don't have any sense. They don't have any common sense. Like it seems like at some points.
Yeah.
So I do get where you're coming from with that. I feel like when it comes to that, it is a bit extreme. I feel like that does get more tame kind of as it goes along. I feel like it's not as like
maybe
extreme.
They got more used to it eventually.
Yeah,
we have a child now to take care of.
So I feel like as they kind of started to spend more time with her, they kind of got the idea of like, oh, like what we should actually be doing for this kid, like what's right and what's wrong and shit.
It's like starting from zero for real. You have absolutely no knowledge about children, absolutely no knowledge, and that's like, oh, we're not supposed to leave the child alone and go drink.
Yeah, definitely a learning process for them. But I don't know. I like this is nowhere near Spy Family. First off, I want to say like it's nowhere near Spy Family, but I don't know. I enjoyed this more than I thought. Am I like saying this is like best of the season or anything like that? No, but I enjoyed this a lot more than I thought I was going to. Personally, I think I don't know. It just I liked the. I personally at first I'll admit she was kind of annoying, but the Miri girl, I feel like she was pretty adorable. Just I don't know, some of it's a little silly, but just some of like the little antics she would do and whatnot, like messing with them and messing with the dads and whatnot, and then they would kind of throw jabs at each other. And even the one, what was his name? The Ray was his name, the black-haired dude. Like there was like some decent development for him in here, which I did like, because he literally didn't give one shit. He didn't give one shit about really the other dude didn't either, but I feel like he cared more than he did, because I don't think there was 1 ounce of his being that cared about the girl whatsoever. But from his past, which they went into like with his father and all that and how he was treated, he was like, oh, like I was treated like this by my father. I don't want to see this child who has nobody essentially be treated like that as well. So I'm going to make sure that she is not treated that way. So I did like that part of it. There was some surprisingly like good development with them, and seeing them become parents, or learning the ropes of what it's like to become a parent and all that, I think was pretty cool. I don't know. This is in my opinion, because I've always said this, PA Works originals are like very meh for me. They miss more often than not. Like just recently, like Akiba Maid War, the Aquatope one, the day I became a god.
I actually liked the Aquatope one. It wasn't as dramatic as the second core, but
yeah,
it wasn't.
Yeah, like Aquatope for me, I'm not saying it's bad, but for me, the PA Works thing is like they're either meh or they're just like they're like average for me, or they're just like Akiba Maid War. I did not like at all. Yeah. The day I became a god, that show was garbage. Apari Ranman was just meh to me. Mm-hmm. Fairy Gone was trash. It's just Iroduku, the World in Colors was all right. That one was all right. Sirius the Jaeger, that was pretty bad in my opinion. It's like I don't know. The PA Works originals have just not been hitting for me lately.
They have an adaptation this spring season.
Yeah, so like the one that was Parupi Kome. Yeah, that was a manga adaptation. So I'm just like they now they have Skip to Loafer coming this season. I'm like they just got to stick to adaptations. But this one was actually one where I was like, okay, this is actually a PA Works original that I enjoyed somewhat. No, I'm not saying it's the best thing ever, but it exceeded my expectations. I had literally no expectations, like very little expectations for this, and it surpassed it. So I guess I'll take it. It's not Spy Family level whatsoever. It does have some cute aspects to it, some pretty wholesome aspects to it. And I know we've saw stories like this before where it's like, oh, these guys are like in the Yakuza, or they're like the Yakuza's babysitter, for example. Like that's something recently that was actually pretty good. It's kind of like that in a way, because these dudes come from a background where it's the total opposite of raising a kid, right? Like they shouldn't be raising a kid, but they are, and they learn very quickly what it's what comes with it and kind of how they should be. So I think it was kind of stupid though how they tried to bring the mom back. That was like,
yeah, I heard some criticism about
because because they had an episode with the mom. They had an episode with the mom because they were like, that was the goal, right? They're gonna find the mother and bring her back. The mother was like an asshole and wanted nothing to do with the kid. She literally said that, like, I don't want that kid anymore. And then like episodes later, the mom comes back into the picture and she's like, oh, like she's turned a new leaf and she wants the child and all of that. And it's that was kind of I don't know about that, but I don't know. This one was above average for me. I'm like in the I'm probably around like the 7.5 range, like for this one, 7.5 maybe to 8. I'd probably say 7.5 around there. So
I don't know if we got any explanation either. Like that was also something that I was kind of ticked me off a bit about the beginning. I don't know if it was an explanation about that beforehand, like how she found these two guys, right? The little girl, I forgot her name. Like it feels like she was just running lonely on the street, and then for some reason, miraculously, she found these people. But normally you wouldn't let the child. You would be concerned if a child just ran around the city like that and just randomly found her way to. But I don't know if they explained her journey to find them. Maybe if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I don't remember, honestly. I don't remember either.
No. Okay.
I just remember like the Christmas, the shenanigans with that. I don't remember really the.
Yeah, I'm thinking back on episode 1 where when she met the people for real, because in the beginning she was all by herself, right, on the street.
Yeah.
But she was still happy. She was still running, and I was like, that's not natural.
Yeah, I don't know.
Right.
I don't know if did they go into that? I don't even really remember.
Yeah.
All I remember is that she ended up with them, and there's freaking bunch of gunfire and nonsense. She's just laughing the whole time.
Right. That's what
I remember. MadLad said he found it. She was annoying as hell. The Miri girl.
So
I don't know if you changed up. I don't know if you changed up.
It's your turn.
You want the rant or the critical review?
Woo!
Well, isn't it the same thing?
Well,
both.
Yeah, maybe both. This is podcast for entertainment and hot takes, controversy.
So, hot take of the season. I think this anime is so stupidly overrated. So
I am surprised by that though. Because I said I feel kind of just average, like above average about it, but like a lot of people seem to really love this series.
I was like, guys, have you forgotten about Spy Family? Have you forgotten that Spy Family?
I think it's the women. I think the women really love this one.
Yeah.
I mean, it can make sense though, because
It's definitely aimed for them. It's definitely aimed.
I actually went to the live stage show for this. To be honest, I didn't apply for it. I just it was an Aniplex stage show. It was a raffle system. I just randomly applied for the live stage show because I want to experience live stage show up front. So I applied for it. I was like, come on, give me something good. Because it was either Misfit or this, and I didn't win the Misfit, but I won the Buddy Daddies. Like, why you give me Buddy Daddies that Misfit? But yeah, let's just say I went to the Buddy Daddies. I get to see the seiyus himself. I mean, I gotta say, man, who's the one that voices the emo guy? I forgot. He's
Koki Uchiyama.
Koki Uchiyama. Oh my god, I gotta say, man, his hair is just so weird. But anyways, yeah, I can say I get to see the live Seiyu talk show, and guess what? 80% of it is girls.
Yeah.
No surprise there.
It's definitely aimed for the women. It's definitely aimed.
80% of the people around you is girls. So, but yeah, I can. Definitely, I give you some insight to that. But now let's get back to the ranking part. Well, Miri, people say, "Oh my god, she's so kawaii and she's so adorable." I say, bro, she is so annoying.
Yeah.
Not all the time.
No. Throughout the season, she's just been smiling. She's been having so much energy. She's not really acting much like a kid. I was like, dude, Anya did a better job than you. And Anya can have a better balance between cute, maturity, and, well, when's the right time to be happy. Of course, she has a mind-reading ability to give her that sort of, level. But still, man, Miri, the way that she smiled throughout the gunshot, just the way that she just met, the father, I was like, oh, God. Seriously, Miri, you find that adorable? I find that just weird how she just enters the elevator, eat ice cream, get involved with gunshot, how she was kidnapped and she's still smiling. I was like, I can definitely
it's extreme. It's definitely extreme.
I can definitely see
it's anime things, they gotta make it a little extreme. It kind of.
But also, the thing I had to. Here's the thing. I know this may not be very surprising to you guys, but I just don't find the daddies very interesting at all. Something about the daddies, just oh, so you lost your wife from your mistake. Okay, cool. I mean, it would be even more impactful if he actually lost his child too, alongside with. I mean, he did, but without him coming out of the mom body. But it's just the daddies just really didn't really hit the same for me. Well, maybe sometimes the backstory gave me some of the emotions and some of that, but. It's just that, I don't know, people say, oh my god, this is a very relatable show in terms of how the daddies had to raise a random kid in a movie. I say, really? Okay, I mean, I don't think you guys watched a lot of animes before, but yeah, let's just say I'm not impressed entirely for it. I think I gave it a 5 out of 10 for this, but it's just that I can somewhat appreciate the fights, the gunfights, especially the last episode, and most importantly, how. What's his name again? Fuck.
Ray. Are you talking about the emo dude?
No, not just Ray. What's his name again?
Kazuki.
Ray. Yeah, Kazuki. How he handled the situation with the mom is just no, man. I mean, I appreciate why he's trying to do this. You came back to her after all this time. after you said all that shit back in episode 2 or 3, and you decide to do this, bullshit. I like that from him. I really like that from him. But the mom, the what really got me irritated with the show is that how do they reintroduce the mom again after she said all that shit?
Yeah, that's what I mentioned. I was like, kind of, I don't know about that. That was pretty questionable.
I was like, what? That's some stupid level writing. There's no development to that. Oh yeah, she said, oh, I have cancer. I want to have a redemption, but like, yeah, too fucking bad, too late to say that. So, I mean, at least I don't want to be happy about it, but yeah, she died. Which to be honest, I felt nothing to it, to be honest. So
yeah, I didn't either.
So yeah, let's just say like, it's just that how Kazuki handled the mom situation. I give him full credit for that. Ray, I like the fact how he was at first against it, but then starting to like the idea. That works well if the kid is a bit more, properly well written, certain way, not just being very very energetic kid, which I'm not a big fan of. But let's just say if you want, and I don't. To be honest though, I don't really like any kid's character at all, man. The only kid's character I can really get behind is Anya because she knows how to do situation properly as a kid. So yeah, that's why I wasn't too much of a fan of this anime. Because as you guys may know, I'm the president of the anime club, and a lot of people be coming to me and say, "Man, can you show Buddy Daddies? Can you show Buddy Daddies for anime screening every Friday?" I was like, "No,
pay me,
spare me, please, spare me the emotions." But I also went to other university to meet up with the other presidents and stuff like that. They also showed Buddy Daddies. I was like, "Wow."
That's weird.
You guys are really liking this anime. Maybe I should end my relationship with you guys. Just kidding. I didn't say that. Say that once. But I mean, hey, at least I forced everyone to watch Day Live in every Friday. But let's just say, Buddy Daddies, I can see the appeal to it. It's just that is definitely not my favorite anime for the season. Well, I will go as far as saying it's a bit too overrated, but. I mean, PA Works, though, like what Memory said earlier while I was eating, is that PA Works doesn't really do well with original animes. It's either a miss or a hit. It's mostly a miss, to be honest. But this one, though, I can see that they're trying their best to do something very different. Well, not different entirely, but something very out of the box with the two fathers raising. It's usually It's usually like you see mothers, the one raising the kids. Well, yeah, usually that's the case. But now you see the two fathers raising the kids. So, yeah, I mean. I'm very happy that this anime shows us how parenting do the work, how they change over time, just how they first hate the kid and start to like them. It's just that I just don't really enjoy the ride of it, to be honest, especially for the kid, to be honest. I mean, this is just nitpicky of me, to be honest, but like I give it a 5 for a reason, but the why I didn't give it like a 3 or 2 is because I actually appreciate this. How they develop Ray and Kazuki throughout the time, and how they in the end just gave up the job and become a proper father to Miri, and now you see that she's 14, which I gotta say, man, they did a job as father, which makes me very happy about it in the end. So the final episode did a good job with it, if I have to be honest with you guys. So yeah, Buddy Daddies, as much as I hate this anime, I at least I have to appreciate what they're trying to do here with PA Works. So hopefully PA Works can do something different next time rather than some family work. But yeah, other than that, I have nothing much for to say.
All right. Well, I'm not watching this, so yeah. If you guys are ready to move on.
Yeah, to the much more mature adult show.
All right. Next up is Ice Guy and his cool female colleague. I actually really enjoyed this anime.
By the way, before I go back to drinking my soup, Fuyuki, best girl. Oh my god.
Oh,
Easily.
Yeah, I can see that. But I also think the side characters give her a run for her money. So yeah, but I can definitely see that though.
I did not like this one.
Okay.
No, me neither.
Yeah.
I think
I know Anapo.
I
Yeah,
think
you dropped it.
Blizzard thing, they used all the time in episode 1 was too repeating for me. That's also the reason why I dropped that vampire anime where he turns into sand all the time, because that was too repetitive too. I forgot what it was called.
Oh, the vampire dies in no time.
Yeah, right. That when he turns into ash all the time. And
yeah,
this
I
is
dropped
kind of
that
similar.
too, actually.
This is kind of similar. It's just he getting Blizzard whenever she's around, and I'm like, oh, I can't go through 12 episodes of this.
For me, like that was a part of it. For me, I was like, I can't go through a whole season of this. But I think where I dropped it was when he turned into a little kid, and she was being all like, that scene weirded me out. I don't know.
I mean, it's not like she was like lusting for him like during that when he was in that
no, the way it came across, I was like, this is kind of weird. She obviously like, I don't know.
I also found that adorable.
She was like, oh, he's so cute. He's blah 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 blah. I was like, he's a little kid right now. Like you weren't like this about him before. Like what? I don't know. I was kind of, that was just like the tipping point for me. That wasn't the reason why I dropped it. It was just like I already wasn't really liking the whole like what Anipode mentioned. So like when it reached that scene, I was like, okay, I just don't think I'm gonna like this.
Like, we get it already, like that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
For me, yeah. Oh yeah, what were you about to say?
No, just the same as I said before, like a bit repetitive humor.
Oh, okay. Yeah, for me, I actually really enjoyed this show. I just really find the chemistry between Fuyusuki and Himuro to be just like it was so adorable. And the thing I've kind of discovered with both this anime and Kubo-san, and also discovered this as like maybe another reason why I'm not fond of Angel Next Door. Going back to that for a bit, is that I think I prefer, like when it comes to rom-com, I think I prefer rom-com where either the main heroine or the main protagonist like just has a crush or like feelings right off the bat, and then like we can develop into the other party having feelings, and then if the setup were more like that, I think it'll be more satisfying to me in that way. I just find that kind of setup like just more enjoyable and more wholesome and adorable than say both parties having no feelings and then like right off the bat and just slowly develop into something. So yeah, that's kind of what I discovered. I just really like the chemistry between Himuro and Fuyusuki. Also, this is one of those shows where the side character is also great as well. It's one of those rom-com where I also ship the side characters, the side character couples. I find myself rooting for them just as much as I did for the main couple. So yeah, I really like the side characters as well. But yeah, what I don't like about this show, however, was I think this show has wasted potential, because I actually did watch all the episodes. And the reason why I say it has wasted potential is because like we see all these adorable moments, and I was really hoping like it would build up to something like a kiss, or like just finally getting, or them finally getting together, or something satisfying. But where the final episode played out was they ended up on the same place, near the river, the same place where they first met. And I thought, okay, this is going to be the moment where something happens. They're going to do something. And they don't really do anything with it. And which sucks, because it's a really good setup for something really beautiful. For them to, just finally tie the knot, but they don't go through with it for some reason. And honestly, I just found that really fucking disappointing. Because I was just really rooting for these characters throughout the entire show. So yeah, I think that's really the main downside I have with this show. And that's just the thing that I think is just really preventing me from like putting this in like my top 3 for this season. But yeah, other than that, honestly, I just really enjoy this show for a number of reasons. There's a lot of cute and wholesome moments. I like the comedy. I like the chemistry between all these characters. I can definitely see where it can get repetitive. I can kind of see where you guys are coming from, even though I never really found like his whole Blizzard thing a problem. And also going back to the whole thing where he turned to Kin episode 2. I can kind of see why you would find that weird as well. But honestly, the way I see it was like, it's, people find kids cute. It's just not necessarily anything wrong with that unless you take that a step further. But that's not what we saw in episode 2. So I can see where you're coming from.
It was more like adorable, or like, oh, he's adorable kind of thing. I don't know. It's just like, I think it was, for me, it was like an anime thing where it's like, like part of that scene, the way they made it out was like, and that wasn't that wasn't the reason. Like, I didn't just see that and was like, oh, Like I wasn't really even into the series before that. It was just kind of building up, and then when I saw that, I was just like, I think this is for me.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from.
Yeah.
One thing I want to mention though is that it feels like, not just for this show, even though I didn't finish it, so I don't know, but overall I feel that it is the side characters that are usually the more interesting couple than the main characters. Like I don't know how many of you watched My Senpai is Annoying, for example, if you
that
I was more interested with side couple.
Same thing for Shikamori, I think.
Oh yeah, definitely Shikamori.
I was into the side characters' relationship. Like I was more so like rooting for them or wanted something to happen with them more than the main.
Yeah, I still think Hachimitsu is my best girl, and Shikamori.
Do you want to hear my critical or honest opinion?
Well, they're the same, right? So...
No.
I feel like this is deja vu. I think
this is here we go again.
So the honest opinion is that I think this show is easily one of the best one on the Tuesday. I enjoyed it. I actually something like on the Tuesday I just watched this just to like sit back, just enjoy a bit of a cringe romance those two have for each other. Especially how he just like always overreact with his Blizzard. I mean, yes, it's a bit too much, but remember this, guys. He's a Blizzard man. He's a snowman, so their emotions can be a bit too not really well tamed. So that's why he reacted that way. So I have to give him for that. But okay, so the romance between him and Fuyuki. Well, I can say the fact that she is one of those like kundere girls, and she take them forever. And the thing you know about kundere is that they will take forever to admit their feelings. They will be very shy to do anything. And the finale for me, gotta say, was one of the most disappointing finale, man.
Yeah.
I was
saying.
It's
like a slap in the face, especially if you have like build up and like it just like it feels like maybe it's going that direction, and then it's like you just get slapped in the face in the end. It's just like, well, thanks.
That was the one thing I didn't like about the show is the finale, how they build up their moments together, like all the time spent together, all the flirting, all the blushing, and then you led up to this. This is how you end the season. Bullshit. Exactly. So yeah, let's just say I think I gave it like a 6 or 7. I forgot, but the reason why I'm going to be a bit critical here is that it's just that very repetitive. Like what you guys been saying while I was drinking my soup, like very repetitive. Every scene you just see him like, oh, kawaii, and then you blow Blizzard around him, and something about that is just like very annoying sometimes. Like, oh my god, he just like need to be I mean, of course, both of them are just kunderas. They just don't want them to take action quickly enough. So, I mean, at least you can see the fact that he's trying to get closer to Fuyuki by trying to learn to tame a cat. That was something fun to see. And of course, in the snow too, meeting with his sister make things even more interesting. And go to the Hatsumode was also interesting, but it's just that every episode just felt like like how the turtle race against each other. The pace, that's how slow the development is. So yeah, I gotta say, man, I'm not too much of a fan of how the pacing of the relationship goes. But the thing I like about this anime is Fuyuki's reaction. That's it. Fuyuki is just so. I mean, Yui Ishikawa going very soft tone, it just hits so different, man. I mean, if you can see Mikasa, man, like that is so intense. But then you might watch Fuyuki, it was like, oh my god, so adorable. Like, she even makes some jokes around it, like on her Twitter page too, like that I saw. So, but yeah, it's a show. I mean, also the thing I actually find very appeasing for this is that it takes place not in high school, not in middle school, but to be honest,
but in a working class environment.
In a workplace. It's a workplace environment. Some proper.
That's why I was looking, because I was kind of looking forward to this beforehand, because I was like, okay, it's more mature cast, and that's what I like look for, especially with rom-coms. I'm just like, anytime I can see one of those, I'm just like, I hope it's good. Like, please, like, like Wotakoi and like the Yamada one, like that one was pretty good from the new season. But we're not gonna get into that much now, but like
not Wotakoi level.
I was just a little disappointed. I feel like the Blizzard thing could have worked for me. I feel like they just used it too much. For me personally, at least at the beginning. I'm assuming they still use it throughout, but like It was so repetitive. I feel like it was like 10 to 15 times in the first 2 episodes.
Yeah, I get it. He's a snowman.
But I just feel like it could have worked better, right? Like, say if you had if you spaced them out and there was like a very impactful like moment, like say they kissed or something, and then after that scene, the blizzard shit happens, like something like that, I would have been fine with. But I feel like it was just happening too frequently for me, and not in scenes that were really like. There wasn't really any impact there.
Yeah, that's why I really appreciate the scene like episode 11 where he basically froze the entire park and they set up the scene
like
where
if there's purpose behind it. Yeah. I like if they would have handled it like that all the time, because I feel like that wasn't really the case towards the beginning. Like I feel like I would have probably still been watching it, honestly.
Yeah. You know what's the hot take for this? I want to see more of the sister than him, to be honest. The
sister was definitely a pretty likable character.
I want to see more of the sister. It's just that the sister already like got so little screen time. I mean, she's also a YouTuber too, so that have this whole connection. We have this whole connection with her, so. I mean, yes, you can say the fact that this whole show itself is just to see two kunderes trying to make some progression with the love story, but the love story is so slow to the point that I just gave up on them. So yeah. I'm not too much of a fan of this overall, but I just watched this just to like have a more of this relaxing vibe after a very hard day of work at school. So yeah, I gotta say, man, looking forward to see whether or not this can make me read the manga. Which, to be honest, though, not really. But I mean, still though, like I appreciate that they're trying to do something different, not from high school level, but it's just that. It just didn't hit the same, to be honest. Really hit the same, like in terms of how I view Waterkoi. Waterkoi is on another level with the workplace relationship. I even watched the live action of Waterkoi, by the way, and it's as good as the anime. I can tell you guys this.
Damn, you don't hear that. You don't hear that.
You don't hear that all the time.
And I'm known for one of the biggest critics of live action adaptation, and I actually really enjoy Waterkoi live action because it's actually cringe, just like the anime. So that's why I recommend you check out the live action if you can download it online.
I haven't even seen the anime of Waterkoi yet. I will do it someday.
Yeah,
I
you
heard
definitely
good things about it.
You should definitely watch it. It's very good. But yeah, let's just say I have mixed feelings for this anime, but I still watch it for like a very relaxing vibe to it.
Yeah.
Anything else?
No. I mean, would Himuro be considered a kudere? Because like I feel like he was like he doesn't. I think the only kudere is Fuyutsuki, wouldn't it? Because Himuro is like obviously in love with Fuyutsuki, so like it's already known right off the bat. So I'm not sure if he would would he still be classified as a kudere?
Well, I won't go that far, but I just say she's showing signs of that level. But yeah, I mean, to be honest, Fuyuki was just a kundere, which is something different from all the girls we watched this season. So yeah, nothing much more to say about this. Because the only reason why I watched this anime is one, my subscriber been pestering me to check this out, and two, I read the synopsis and said, "Oh, workplace. Okay, that's something interesting." So yeah.
Okay.
All right. Next up on the list is something. What was that?
Madla's favorite.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about Danmachi season 4?
Season 4, yeah.
I did watch season 1. I actually really enjoyed season 1. It was the season 2 I stopped watching because I think it was when they had this God contest or whatever. I wasn't a big fan of that. But so I'm too far behind to know if it has improved after that. But yeah.
Shut your ears. Because you're about to enter spoiler territory right now.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
So, where do I begin with this? Well, first things first, I'm just going to give a bit of a call out to Ryu.
Oh, boy. Oh, no.
Yeah, I don't think he didn't want to join, right, because of this.
Ryu, I know you hate this anime, but please, just keep it to your channel. I want to share my passion for this, and you just decide to ruin the vibe every time. So, if you're watching this, I can't wait to fuck you up when I see you next time.
Wait.
He means in a debate.
Yeah.
You have no idea how tempting I am trying to fly all the way to LA just to meet him. So.
Oh shit. Okay. Hello, TSA.
So, yeah,
we need to revoke his plane ticket.
I'm glad you deleted the Danmachi because it got a bit toxic there. So, anyways, let's just go back to the good part of Danmachi season 4. So, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. When season 4 began, like literally last summer, I was not actually looking forward to it. I gotta straight up say it. I wasn't really looking forward to Danmachi because season 3 was absolute dog shit. I hated everything. Season 3, the plot of introducing these Xenos thing, I was like, are you fucking kidding me? You went from politics in season 2 to Xenos politics, like monster politics, bro. And we, not really a big fan of her, but I appreciate what she's trying to do with the story, but come on, man. Season 3 was so I mean, it's different from Dungeon Adventure, seeing how Belle treat monsters. Yeah, blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. I don't give a fuck. But let's just say I wasn't a big fan of season 3 at all. And when season 4 was announced, I was like, oh, God. Will it be the same as season 3 or will season 4 just go back to some good shit? And they went back to good shit because they go back to the event, they go back to the dungeon. They actually went deeper into the dungeon. And guess what? The best girl that I've been dying to see taking the spotlight, real. The elf girl, not real Shinria Ghost, real. So let's just say real, she really took up the spotlight because all she's been doing for the past 3 seasons was being a supporting character. I mean, I liked her already because she's an elf girl, because I'm a big simp for elf girls, but let's just say I already liking what I see from Real, that she has an interesting backstory and she is quite a badass herself, but she's somewhat holding back. But then when we introduce her in episode 6 of season 4, or part 1, of course, well, let's just say, I say, oh shit, Real is going to take the spotlight. She's going to show more of her intent, what she's trying to do with the story. And yet, it delivered, man. She came to the scene, reviewed everything what's going on with her life, and the monster that to come face to face. And the one thing that really took many people by surprise is Juggernaut, the monster. In terms of not just the design of it, but the way the Juggernaut went about to kill the adventurers.
Oh yeah, it was brutal.
That was brutal. That's
actually probably the most brutal the series has been to this point.
Yeah, that was some straight up horror shit right there, man. Something you see in horror movies, and damn, Danmachi is not messing around anymore. I was like, okay, that is eye opening. That is something I don't see every day from Danmachi. So yeah, I think because of Juggernaut, that really escalates the story and not just the real backstory. And part 2, that is where I really, really, really love Danmachi again, because not only the fact we give Ryu and Belle their screen time when they went really deep into the dungeon, how they survive together and and trying to work with each other to survive and face against other strong monsters while they're in a more injured state, which is something you don't see every day from Danmachi, which I really enjoy. But also, they give a lot of screen time to the supporting characters fighting the so-called CGI dragon, which, to be honest, in my eyes, is not that bad, to be honest. So
no, it wasn't that bad.
It wasn't that bad. People would say, "Oh my god, it looks so bad." Like, have you guys seen Berserk? That is even worse. So, yeah, let's just say like the thing about season 4 is that they give a lot of screen time to supporting characters, see how they go about to do things without Belle. Because all the previous seasons we've been seeing them relying on Belle, and this season we've seen them relying on themselves and their quick thinking. And Lily actually take the liberty to take the lead this time. So oh my god, like, oh dude, that is just the best from them, man. Just seeing how they really go about to like fight the CGI dragon without relying on the goat Belle. I mean, Belle did help them with the first one in the part 1, but part 2, it's just purely them thinking for themselves and just stop relying on Belle. So that is just the best from them, man. So I was on board with how they go about to tell the story for the supporting characters, and of course how they just so persistent to find Belle. Just goes to show how much Belle means a lot to them. So it just touched my heart, to be honest. It really touched my heart. But the main part where I love the most from part 2 is how Belle and Ryu go about to solve the situation for themselves. Like, just remember this: they were semi-naked they were injured very badly. They're low in resources, and of course they're struggling to fight off the level like 50 monsters in the dungeon. I'm surprised he survived that. And of course Juggernaut is on their tail too. It's just like, wow, this is a situation where you just give up life. But seeing Real and Bell just give each other the support, give each other the motivational boost to carry on from the journey from now on. Oh my god, I was just on board with everything they're doing, man. And of course, Real trying her best to sacrifice herself for Bell, and see Bell coming back for her. Oh my god, that scene itself just hit so well for me, man. Of course, in any generic situation, a girl will easily fall in love with a guy. And yep, Real has joined the Bell's Thanos waifu harem collection.
Yeah.
So
the ever-growing hero.
But Real, actually, to be honest though, she at first see Bell as like just a support, like a fun person that she would help out. But then this season, where she realized that she actually likes, I mean, it was hinted that she was interested in Belle in previous seasons, but this season though, her feeling really flourished. And that feeling flourished when they share body with each other. Oh my god, that scene with them.
Oh yeah, the body heat.
Sharing some body more for each other. It's just like, oh my god, Belle. How on earth do you keep calm in the situation? Like, he was so calm, not gonna lie. I mean, he was blushing and stuff like that. But in any situation, a boy would just let out their assets. So, but yeah, I give credit for Bell for that, man. Like how he handled the situation so well, and Real just blushing over and over and over again is just like, oh my god, that is so adorable. You don't see this from Real, man. Like, dude, she's just so cute from the last three episodes. But I gotta say, man, the one that really made me love Real even more is how she was about to go to the afterlife with her familia. And by the way, her backstory with her familia was tragic as hell, man. That was just sad, straight up sad, man. How the way that the familia died from Juggernaut was just like, dude, that was brutal as fuck, man. Like, one girl got burned to death, one girl got hit by electricity, one got chewed down on the head, cut in half. I was like, wow.
Yeah, that was
wow.
It was brutal.
And the leader got obliterated by Ryu herself, and Juggernaut survived. That must hit her even harder, man. And she really wanted to join them in the afterlife. But the one thing that really touched me at the finale is how the familia said, Ryu, we appreciate what you're trying to do, but don't you have anyone more important to go back to? And of course, she thinks of Belle, and oh my god, that scene when she go and support Belle and how those two work together. By the way, JC Staff flexed their animation, man. Like JC Staff animation can be hit and miss, especially with what they did with Day Alive. But what they did at the finale of Danmachi was absolute peak fiction, man. Like, oh my god, I loved it how they team up together against Juggernaut and Real. The one to finish up Juggernaut was just the best finale, man. The best finale finish to their venture together. And of course, the last scene at the finale when Real finally realized that she is in love with Belle. Oh my god, that hits even on another level, man. So yeah, you can say Danmachi this season, man, really picked up where season 1 left off, because season 2, remember, if you guys remember, is focusing on politics, on familiar politics, and season 3 was focusing on some shitty monster trying to solve racism issues. But season 4 is where we go back to some proper dungeon adventures, and that is the reason why Danmachi was one of my favorite anime back in 2015, because of the sort of like fantasy adventure that I really enjoyed, and they finally went back to that route, and that's why I enjoyed Danmachi again. And yeah, I guess you can say Danmachi season 4, I give it a 9 out of 10. I didn't give it 10 because I wasn't too much of a fan of how they somehow extended the supporting character moments. But here's the thing about season 4 that you guys don't notice: the part 1 adapted mainly volume 13, and part 2 they adapted mainly volume 14. They did not cut content at all. They went straight with everything in the light novel, and that is what I call peak adaptation for light novel. You don't see that level of adaptation for light novel unless it's Mushoku Tensei 86, and World Finest Assassin. Day Alive should learn from this, man. Day Alive should really learn from how JC Staff handle, or should I say JC Staff should redo season 3 again, with the proper adaptation.
Mm.
But yeah, I gotta say Danmachi, I can totally see that JC Staff invested a lot of budget into Danmachi, because Danmachi, not only the fact they give them money, but also I can see the love and passion they deliver the anime, the adaptation, and of course the animation, like day in day out. So I gotta say, man, I'm very pleased for what I saw from season 4. Hopefully, season 5, if we're gonna get one, will be even better. Because I've been told by my subscriber that if you enjoy season 4, season 5 will get even more fucked up. I was like, really, even more fucked up? Okay, I'm in for that. So yeah, that's pretty much what I can say about Danmachi. It's easily one of my favorite for this from last season, and I can't believe it. Like, it's only like 11 episodes, but hey, at least I enjoyed it to the end.
So yeah, for me, I would say season 4 just as a whole is probably my favorite season so far. I really liked season 1 a lot. I did like parts of season 3, but it was mostly because of the fights, I feel like, because there were some like really good fights in season 3, at least. Like, especially towards the end of season 3.
The final episode.
Yeah, like that episode was actually really good in my opinion. So there was some decent stuff in season 3. But yeah, like as a whole collective, I feel like season 4 is probably the best season so far. The Ryu backstory content was great. Just seeing her character come to the forefront, open up more was nice. My biggest, like, I enjoyed, I kind of feel the same way about most seasons of Danmachi. I would just give a little bit of an edge to this one though. Like, every season of Danmachi has been like pretty enjoyable to me, but it's never been something where I've been like, oh, it's like it's a 10 out of 10 or anything like that. Like, it's never really came close to that. It just kind of just has always been enjoyable to me, but it's nothing like too crazy. But season 4 was like the first season where I was like, okay, like, especially with the Ryu backstory content, like I mentioned, and the stuff with Juggernaut, and like I feel more so strongly about the beginning of this core and then the end of it. I actually was not that big of a fan of some of the middle episodes. I feel like it dragged on. I feel like it dragged on too long because like it felt like Ryu and Bell were in like this hole in the wall for like 4 episodes, and I'm just like I get the situation they're in, but I just feel like they could have condensed that potentially. But they were being faithful to the adaptation, so I respect that. But yeah, it just felt a little dragged out in the middle part of the core. But it's not like, it's kind of a nitpick. It's nothing like too crazy. But yeah, I do like how they did, like you said, because that's what it's been a lot in Danmachi, is like Bell comes in and, you know, saves the day, or it's up to Bell. But we actually saw the side characters here, you know, come to the forefront and actually do something. Like they weren't just relying on Bell. So I do agree with you on that. I did like that part of it. And yeah, this was probably, like I said, that's probably what I'll leave off with. This is probably, as a whole, my favorite season of Danmachi as a whole. So yeah, it was pretty good stuff, pretty good content, I gotta say.
All right. Well, I'm not watching Danmachi, so any final thoughts?
Nope.
Yeah, real. Show yourself next time.
Oh God. You guys need to squash the beef, man. I mean,
it's just because they're both passionate.
Yeah, yeah, it's undeniable. They're both passionate.
The passion is flowing.
The passion is definitely flowing. Yep.
I respect it.
Oh, you know, the stuff he says on Memory Channel is just take me off of it. So yeah, this is not good.
Sometimes I'm worried about one of them is gonna leave the channel soon, but hopefully that's not gonna happen.
I'm not leaving, man. I'm not
He's
leaving.
standing his ground.
Yeah.
I'm standing my.
I mean, it's more fun, you know, when we as content creators can discuss, you know, during the season like that.
Yeah,
I really enjoy that.
But yeah, let's just move on to the next one, which is apparently Rio's favorite.
Oh, Magical Revolution of the Genius Young Princess and the Reincarnated Princess and the Genius Young Lady. AKA Tenten Kakume.
It's called the Yuri anime of last season.
Yeah. This.
So.
You want to go ahead, Memory?
I was just gonna say I actually don't have really much to say about this one. I did like the main, like like with Honest and Yuffie, like I did like that was like the thing that made the show for me was like their just relationship, their interactions and whatnot. But I did not care for any of the conflict in this. I'm gonna be honest. I did not. Yeah, I couldn't really get into the conflict. If it wasn't for, he said I'll be back. If it wasn't for their relationship, their interactions, and like just them two, I guess in general, which I know they make the whole show, but if it wasn't for them two, I really wouldn't have cared about this series whatsoever. Because I just cannot get into the more serious, I guess, content, I guess you would say, that when it comes to like the conflict and there's like some of like the political stuff with like the royalty and the antagonist, and I don't know, I couldn't really get into that all like that. So I feel like if I could have got into that even more, I would feel more so like how maybe Ryu felt, because I know Ryu feels like really strong about the series. But I don't know. It's still good. It's still solid. It's a solid series in my opinion. But it's nowhere near one of my favorites of the season. I'm kind of around like a 7 to like a 7.5 out of 10 on this one for me personally.
Yeah, I decided to drop it eventually. Actually, I think it had a good start, and I liked the comedy in the beginning, but I really lost interest fast in, like, I didn't really care for any of the characters. I mean, their relationship was fine, but it wasn't really anything that piqued my interest either. So after a while, even if we got some epic episodes, like when they were fighting the dragon, which, I mean, animation-wise, it looked great. But no, the story just didn't last for me. And for me, honestly, this has not felt like any different from most of the fantasy / isekais that we usually get. So I don't see this as anything really unique. And I lost interest.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
I actually have quite a bit to say about this show. So I want to preface this by saying I understand why Rio and lots of other people like the show. I wouldn't, like Memory, I wouldn't put it as, like, say, my top 5 or like my favorite anime of the season or anything. But I definitely enjoy the show. What I like about it is, well, first of all, it's Yuri. I mean, Yuri's always a plus. I mean, and it's good Yuri. It's been,
it's good Yuri. It's definitely good Yuri. It's not like some citrus. Yeah. It's not some citrus.
Oh my god! Thank God it's not like citrus. Holy shit!
Nothing wrong with citrus. Nothing wrong with citrus. Why? I don't know what you guys talking about.
What do you mean, man?
What do you mean? Don't. I know it's April Fool's here in the U.S., but don't even come at me with that shit. But yeah, like, I feel like the last good Yuri anime I've watched was Adachi to Shimamura, which is like, what, back in 2021?
That one was really, really good.
Yeah. And also what I like about this show is, the characters as well. Like the relationship the chemistry between Anisphia and Euphilia. I really like how, like, with the conflict in this series, I actually like the way it was written, because when we came to the second half, it was like, okay, Anisphia wants, like, she feels an obligation to take the throne, even if it comes at the cost of, her own happiness and her own passion. But Euphilia doesn't want that, and so she wants to form a spirit contract, so Anisphia doesn't have to give up all those things, but at the same time, the spirit contract comes at the cost of Euphilia's mortality and the pain of immortality, but Anisphia doesn't want that either. So, like, both of these characters, they have valid points for, this conflict near the second half of the series, and you really understand the motivation behind, why these characters do what they do. So yeah, I think, and you just don't get that kind of, I don't see that kind of conflict in, like, a lot of anime. So yeah, I just really like the way they set that up. Also the fights, like you guys mentioned earlier, the fights were really good as well. I like, the fight between Anisphia the dragon, the fight between Anisphia and her brother. I think the fights were all really good.
Even the fight between her and between the two of them.
Yeah.
Even though it was very brief. I mean, it was still good.
Yeah. And going back to the Yuri, going back to the Yuri for a bit, you know, the final scene of the final episode where Anisfia gave Yuffie the kiss. Oh my god, I just found it. I thought that was so fucking adorable. I thought that was such a great way to end off the series. However, I'm gonna go into what I don't like. What I don't like about this series is that I have a slightly different opinion on the conflict. I think it gets way too dramatic and depressing, especially during the second half. Like the tonal difference between the first half of this anime and the second half, it's like night and day. I mean, like I understand, like there was just so much like dark and like there's just so many like drama and so much like depressing stuff. Like you got all these characters crying. I'm like, holy shit, like can we just please just have one happy moment? Good lord. Like I think it just leans too heavily on that at times. Like I could see why, you know, I could see why they're doing that, but at the same time it was like, okay, this is just getting too much for me. So yeah. Also, this isn't a thing that I dislike, but I want to say that I think Tilty might be my favorite character in the show. I just like her bluntness and like how she basically motivates like characters like Anisfia and Yuffie to be more honest with themselves. Like I just really like her, like her blunt, like, you know, no nonsense personality. But yeah, other than that, overall, I really enjoy the show. I can definitely see why it's many people's favorite. Yeah, I think that's pretty much about it.
All right.
Did you watch it, Mad Lad, or no?
Oh, my turn. Okay, sorry, I was just looking at the Twitter right now. Yeah, wow. Magical Revolution. That's a short version for it. At first, though, I wasn't really. I just skipped on this anime. I didn't really like look at it in a deeper perspective in terms of like whether to watch it or not, or even react to it. Until like a couple of people on my channel said, "Man, like you should check out Magical Revolution and stuff like that." So, well, mainly the fact I didn't check it out because Eminence in Shadow was still continuing, so I was focusing on that. But let's just say, at first I was like, "Oh, this looks like a very interesting fantasy anime," which I saw a lot of it before. But then when I watched the first episode, okay, seems like there's a lot more going on in this world with the family politics and stuff like that. And then Anis just came in and kidnapped Yuffie away. I was like, yep, I can somehow start to see why people could be interested, because literally, if Nicholas Recoil has an isekai version of it, it's this anime. Because oh my god, Anis is literally Cheetos. What's her name again? Chitose, man. Like, oh my god, like Chisato, like her energy is just the reason why I was already into watching this already. And then they start diving into the whole magic racism. We get to see what they're trying to do with Yuffie and is trying to work together to resolve this sort of like family politics they're having. So I really liked it while watching, but also we get to see some crazy animation by this studio which I never heard before. Yeah, they deliver on those aspects. They gave us one hell of a deeper dialogue talk scene where it really builds up on how Yuffie and Anis work together to see how their relationship built over time to the finale, where it was really satisfying to see them kissing each other. I mean, sure. I mean, of course, you also get to see the brother did what he did, which is, to be honest, such an ass move, but he did it for a reason, which, to be honest, I'm still not sold to this day why he did it. What he did right there is just pure selfishness. He just like, dude, Anis gave up her position so that you can take over. So because you can use magic, and you still want your sister to, get back to her what she used to be. Like, come on, man. I wasn't digging with the brother, to be honest. Like, the brother, what he did right there is just pure selfishness, and I'm not a fan of, to be honest. So, yeah, let's just say, I mean, because of that, the things start to get more intense. I think the last 3-4 episodes, that's what I call my favorite part of the season. I can understand why Anipop dropped it because of all the dialogue talk scenes and how mediocre each episode can be, which, to be honest, though, I can totally agree with that. But it's just that it all makes sense again when you see how all those moments they've been building up on for the brother and sister fight, and then how it led on to the finale. That is somewhat well balanced out, I would say, in the end. Of course, people assume that this anime is mainly for Yuri lovers and stuff like that, but I'm pretty sure there's a lot more going on. Just Yuri. Just you get to see how they tackle racism, which is a big part of the series. So, yeah, I gotta say, man, in the end of the series, I feel bad for Alice because she not only she had to step down for Yuffie, but also, yeah, she's just powerless. She's just powerless to get over this because the nobilities did not respect her as much as they respect Yuffie. So at best, Anis can only hand the throne to Yuffie, which, to be honest, is the right move because Yuffie, not only the fact that she made a contract with, a spirit, which, I gotta say, is still a very, very risky move though, because she'll be immortal, she'll see all the people around her die, she'll live for 100 years. Yeah, it's gonna be sad for Yuffie. How will you even think about it? But she did it for Anis. You can just definitely tell that she's started to show her love for Anis even more now, and this is why I like what she is that at first she don't feel comfortable around Anis, and now she see her being very touchy, kissy with her. So it's just a very refreshing watch, especially near the end of the season. It's just sad that those two didn't go as far as they kissed, but I wanted to see more, man. I wanted to see more. So. But still, though, it's a very fun. It was a fantastic finale to it. I mean, it's not exactly my favorite anime of last season, but it's the one anime that I look forward to on a Wednesday, other than Bungo Stray Dog. But other than that, though, a very good anime. That's all I can say. A very good anime that deserved to be praised about. And Yuri Shoda is actually done well. So that's all I can say. And by the way, Citrus. It's shit taste, okay? It's just shit taste. So, yeah. Go
It's funny. Since you brought up the ending again, I just also can't help but wonder, since Yuffie made the spirit contract, is it really? I just can't help but wonder, was it really a happy ending? Because at the end, Anisfie was like, oh, I'm sure we'll figure it out somehow about your immortality. I'm like,
you guys watched the movie Makia?
No.
Yeah.
Makia?
Yeah,
it's gonna be that for Yuffie, man. It's definitely gonna be that. So surprisingly, though, same voice actor too. So to the mom.
Damn, that's a coincidence.
So
also,
you can say that would be what will Yuffie experience? Just see people around her move on and die. So it's sad.
I also can't help but wonder. I mean, at episode 11, the nobles said themselves, like, the king, he's not that old. He can make another heir if he tried. So I guess my question is, why doesn't he? What's stopping him from, say, popping some magical Viagra, just shooting his holy seed, his royal seed inside his wife, and then, boom, out pops another sibling for Anisfia.
He don't want to disrespect his own kids. So he said, if my kids don't want this, and if someone managed to find a way to do this, I would have to respect it. So, I mean, to be honest, though, the king, you guys remember from episode 11, the spirit said that the king, his friend or his assistant said that he never wanted to be a king at first, but he had no choice because he's the first in line. So he wanted to be a farmer. So, yeah.
Oh yeah, I guess that's true. Also,
that's why he was very understanding of Anna's feelings and Yuffie's feelings, because he was at that position before. So yeah.
Yeah. Also, I want to point out that out of all I feel like out of all the characters we've seen, they start crying and all that during the series, I feel like the mom's reactions, that's the one that really gets me, because you can tell despite what the brother has done and what Anisfia does, she still deeply cares and deeply supports her kids, and I just find that really sweet. So yeah, I just think the mom's a great character. Also, I feel like it's okay, I know we've been talking a lot about this show, but I just feel like it's also an interesting take on the isekai genre as well, because Anisfia is technically an isekai protagonist. But the thing is, like, this series doesn't treat it like an isekai.
It doesn't feel like it.
It doesn't feel like an isekai at all.
To be honest, I didn't know it was an isekai until someone remind me it's an isekai.
I mean, the hints were there with her inventions, etc. So,
I mean, it's also literally I think it's like also like literally in the
title.
It's literally in the title. Reincarnated princess. So it's crazy. Like you can easily forget it's an isekai. But yeah, I think that's pretty much it. All I have to say for the series overall. Fantastic.
I'm pretty sure
pretty good.
I'm pretty sure Rio has a lot more to say.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
if he was here.
I mean, apparently he said that this is one of the best Yuri anime ever. I was like,
what?
Really?
Okay, I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
I still need to keep watching Bloom Into You. I have only watched the episode one.
Oh, you should.
I heard very good things about Bloom Into You.
You
one of my
definitely
favorite
should.
Yuri of all time. I have a poster right there. It goes and says a lot. So,
I actually did enjoy the first episode a lot. I guess I'm one day I'm going to complete it. Like my favorite so far is Adachi Shimamura. I really enjoyed that one.
So yeah, I mean, Magical Revolution, a fantastic finale, and now we just have to see whether we get season 2, which I hope not. But yeah, let's just move on. Move on. We're extending the time.
Right. We have to talk about the next one, even though it's postponed, right? Because
Kubo-san!
it had its right. So I was actually kind of sad when it got postponed because I'm gonna be honest, I actually enjoyed this a little bit more than Angel Next Door. I think mostly
same.
The OSTs, made it so much more wholesome. Whenever she showed up, and the OSTs were so cute whenever she showed up. I really liked that. Like I usually watch this on my way home from work, so I was on the bus, and people who were on the bus, they could probably see me just with my phone smiling like that because it's so wholesome. I really, really enjoy this one. The only criticism I have is, and I know Kawaii Crew has mentioned it too on Twitter, the guy is so dense. Like, for example, on Valentine's Day when he gets chocolate, and he's like no other girl can see him, right? Just Kubo-san, and he's like, oh, who gave me the Valentine's chocolate?
Exactly.
Yeah, that was kind of.
And I like, how many girls are you hanging out with? And also one thing that I don't know about, because they did mention in the because he's got a little brother, right? So they did mention, my little brother takes it from my mom, and I take
from his dad.
Everything from my dad, and we still haven't seen the dad. So I wonder why.
His presence concealment is greater than he is. He's been there the whole time. We just haven't seen him.
Yeah, I'm more like if he's more invisible than what Shirai is. He got his invisibility from his dad. Maybe that's why his dad is always there. Maybe, but we haven't seen him because he's invisible.
Well,
but
maybe his dad's dead, and that's invisible.
I don't know about that.
I mean,
that'd be kind of messed up.
I actually, that's why I was kind of defensive about joking about that. But I don't know if that is actually true or what's going on there. But what else was I supposed to say? Yeah, really wholesome show. Like this, I missed the show. I want it back.
Do we know when it's coming back yet, or had they not announced it?
I think it
should be in a few weeks.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this one. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I know.
I've kind of felt the same way about
what's for dinner.
Just like it being postponed and whatnot. Like I was pretty upset about it. And I would say just like because going like week by week, I was probably enjoying this one more as well than some of the other rom-coms. But I think what I liked a lot about this one is like, I don't know, just like the little like facial expressions, like they're like so wholesome and like so like silly sometimes. I actually really like that. And then I really just production wise, I really like how it looks. The animation, the music, and I think even though he's dense, I do like what the two of them have going on so far. So I am excited for this one to come back when it does come back, which it should be during this, the new season now, the spring season.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. For me, this is easily one of my favorite shows this season. I just like the chemistry between Kubo and Shiraishi. How it's so obvious that Kubo has feelings for Shiraishi, and that's why she does what she does. It's just like everything about this just so cute. Especially, I also love the comedy. I think the comedy is just executed really well. And also like I just feel like in general, like this show just has like this really cute like art style to it. Especially like these like how they execute like the chibi moments and all that. And I also like some of the side characters as well. Like I think Seita, Junta's like Shiraishi's little brother is just so fucking adorable. I also love Kubo's Nagisa Kubo's sister. Yeah, the way she is teasing Nagisa when they're home. Like I love the whole dynamic between those two as well. And what else? Oh yeah, they also introduced like in the latest episode they introduced Nagisa's cousin Saki. I don't know how big of a role she's gonna play during this entire series, but I think she's so far pretty likable in her own right as well. But yeah, going back to Shiraishi being dense, like I get it. I get he has no other friends besides Kubo, so of course his self-esteem is gonna be like abysmally low, so he's not gonna pick up on these things. Like I get that, but still, it's like it just takes at least a little bit of common sense to realize who exactly gave you those chocolates. Like, come on, dude. But yeah, other than that,
that's anime things.
I know, it's just fucking anime things. But yeah, other than that, Kubo-san, it's so good. It's so fucking good. I find it so fucking entertaining. It's one of those anime I look forward to every week. And yeah, like many others, I was so disappointed it got delayed. But yeah, definitely. Well, luckily it is coming back. I think they say it was going to rebroadcast during April 4th. I don't know if that's going to be when the new episode's going to come out, but...
Oh, they might be starting from episode 1.
Yeah, they might be starting from episode 1, so yeah, I'm actually not too sure.
So it might be like over a month or something until we get more.
Oh, God.
Yeah, we even have to wait a longer time.
Because that's what they're doing for a lot of other series. They're doing it like they're restarting the broadcast from episode 1, and then they're going like through each episode week by week. So it might be like in May. Like late May, maybe, or June. I'm not sure.
Oh, I hope not. Oh man, this is
what? That'd be 6 weeks. That was it. How many episodes were out? 6.
Yeah, there were 6 episodes.
Yeah, so that'd be like 6 weeks. So probably 7 weeks, maybe from now, or something like that.
Oh god damn! This season is really just 2020 all over again.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Fucking Christ.
Part of it feels like it. Yeah, some of it.
Like, MadLad, is COVID really that big of a problem in Japan?
Hell no! I was there and felt just like Japan.
That's like we don't have to go too much into it, but that's what people were saying. Like with Aniplex, especially, that like apparently they do this where they like. Well, they're saying it's COVID, but they've been known in the past, even before COVID, like to delay shows and then use it as like a PR like kind of thing. Or
they can't do that after May 8th when they remove the restrictions. They can't do that anymore. But I also heard that aren't many studios using animators in China too? For
example? They're outsourcing.
And China has been being very strict with whenever there are COVID cases and such. So that could also be a reason.
Yeah, I've also heard people saying that like it could be just like a management thing, like poor management.
Yeah.
On their end, I'm not really sure. We don't know all the details and the specifics.
Yeah, I think it really is just a combination of like poor management and just like the over reliance of outsourcing.
Yeah. Well, at least it'll be joining. It'll be coming back somewhat soon.
Yeah, looking forward to
Hopefully.
it a lot.
But yeah, I mean, I haven't have a say to this yet, but it won't be long, to be honest. I'm just gonna say that I'm watching this for Kaina Hanazawa. I'm just supporting her here. I mean, to be honest, I just don't like the MC at all, man. I just don't like. He's just so boring and dense, to be honest. So I'm just watching it for Kaina Hanazawa, just giving us like some quality voice acting for Kubo. So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I'm just looking forward. I'm just like looking forward to see what the second half of the season has in store for this. Sorry, I'm just looking at WrestleMania right now. So
okay, understandable.
So yeah, but yeah, I mean, Kubo-san, I'm looking forward to see his return, of course, with some more wholesome stuff. But other than that, nothing really much more to say.
All right. Well, if we don't have any final thoughts, are we ready to move on to what is this? Campfire cooking and another.
Campfire cooking.
I didn't watch this one.
I can't say this about campfire cooking. It just gives more content for cooking TikTokers.
This show was
I'll be right
actually
back.
like. This was another one for me that was like I enjoyed it way more than I thought I was going to. Now it's nothing crazy, but it is like I'm not saying it's on Yuru Camp level or anything like that because that's like a totally another level, you know. But like it's a relaxing series. It's just something you don't have to take too seriously. You just sit down and watch it. You have a fun, chill time. There's some decent comedy in it. The food looks good. It's just very chill. It's a relaxing series, so that's what I really liked and appreciated about it. It's nothing too deep, nothing too complex. So yeah, and I mean there's some cute little aspects to it, especially like the what was it, the slime, like Sui or whatever its name is. Like there's like a slime in this series that's like really cute, and there's not really much to say about it. It's just pretty chill. It's this dude who orders stuff off Amazon, makes food, and with the freaking giant beast in a slime, which is quite the group. But it's pretty fun, honestly. Like, I'm not saying I guess if you enjoy shows like Non Biori or like Yuru Camp, like series of that nature, I feel like you could enjoy this one. Like Restaurant from Another World, I know a lot of people have watched series like that. I feel like if you enjoyed those, you would probably enjoy this one. And Mappa actually surprisingly did like production wise, this actually looked really good too. So for a cooking show, that's pretty...
made this. I'm really surprised Mappa.
Yeah, that was when it was first announced, and it was like Studio Mappa. I was like, really? What?
Mappa, I thought you guys are doing like Vinland Saga, something actiony.
They're doing everything nowadays. So
yeah. But still, though, like I said, this anime is just content for cooking TikTokers. So they just like to cook.
They made the food look good. Look good.
Food actually looks really good, and of course, influence people to start cooking too. So I can't believe his power is literally Amazon Prime. His power is literally Amazon. Like the way he just go and do shopping in Isekai World is just like, bro.
Yeah, even the food delivered like to Isekai World.
You just buy something and they don't have like a week delay in shipping. Like, dude, the shipping on Amazon, especially in Australia, is so bad, man. And seeing how he just does his shopping on Amazon Prime here, and Isekai World just comes out of nowhere. I say, dude, I wish delivery like that. I wish delivery can be like that, not like delay for a whole month and then send it like, and then. The worst thing is they canceled my delivery 3 times. Like 3 times they canceled my delivery. So do you have any delivery?
It's pretty good by me actually. Amazon Prime.
I've never tried.
Like you can get stuff. You can get stuff like same day. Sometimes.
Same day.
Yeah, like by me at least.
I mean, because you're in the USA, I guess. So yeah.
And I am in a pretty busy like city, so there's probably like a bunch of Amazon factories by me. So yeah, warehouses and whatnot. So.
Oh my god! In Australia, they say that it would take you a week for it to arrive and stuff like that. I was like, oh my god! And then watching this anime, I was like, oh my god! I wish it's like something like that. Oh yeah, just click on it and then just comes out in mid-air. I was like, bro, that is so nice. And of course, it's just kind of fun. It just also goes to show that food can influence people, man. Like once you're good at cooking, you can impress people by your cooking and get them on your side. Oh my god, the way that he cooked all those Japanese food through camping skills. Remember this, guys. This is not a professional kitchen. This is through camping equipment. Yeah. Oh my god, dude! It always wants to make me go back to cooking. I haven't been cooking for a year, so. Oh my god! Like, dude, he makes cooking look so easy too. Like.
Yeah, I can never really get into cooking. Like most of my food is microwave stuff because I'm too lazy to cook.
Wait,
or I eat out.
What?
I'm sorry?
You live by yourself?
Yeah.
Oh, you live by yourself. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I gotta say, man, like just I'm pretty sure this anime was made. Or should I say the manga? Apparently, it's been made just to get people interested in cooking again. So, but still though, like I said, this anime, I think this anime's purpose is to get TikTokers trending with cooking again. Like I saw a couple of TikTokers already start imitating his cooking on on TikTok. So, but yeah, I mean, this anime is a very chill anime. I mean, I love the slime, by the way. The slime is so adorable.
Yeah, the slime is adorable.
I mean, when the slime started talking, I was like, oh, okay, cool. At least the voice,
especially like in the one episode when the slime like helped make like the bath or like the pool or whatever. That was like pretty cute.
But yeah, I mean, at least the voice actor has something to do. I mean, I wish I can see more of the goddesses. I feel like the goddesses was such a wasted potential. They could have done a
yeah, they weren't really around all that much.
Yeah, I want to see more of them, but they were just there. They're just there for hungry for food. So they're just offering. They're asking for offer him some food. So I mean, yeah, Campfire Cooking by Mappa Studio. Really not bad though. Very chill show. I mean, I did react to the first 2 episodes, but I was like, yeah, this is something I'd rather just watch in my own time. So yeah, I mean, I think I gave it like a 6 or 7 out of 10. But yeah, it's just something that I just say, yeah, it's a very enjoyable show. Nothing much more into it other than getting you back into cooking again. So yeah, I mean, yeah. Other than that though, we can move on. I mean, is Kawaii gonna talk about this though? The next one, which is Kyoko Series.
I haven't watched this one at all, actually. Not even.
I watched season one. I watched season 1, and it was decent enough for me to want to watch season 2. But like the problem with the series for me was that like it's just so dialogue heavy. I feel like it's just like
memory. I'm glad you dropped it. I'm glad you didn't.
Yeah, I dropped. Yeah, I dropped it because like
there's no different, man. I mean,
some of the problems I had with season 1 were like still here at season 2. I'm just like, I don't want to go through another season of this because I feel like I was forcing myself to go through season 1.
No, actually, the first 3 episodes of the new season, no, actually 4 episodes, was actually really good. Actually, because like literally, the main 2 characters aren't the focus of the story. It's actually the Oyuki's new character, the Yukihime. Dude, I was invested with the first 4 episodes, well, the second, third, and fourth episode because it focuses on Yukihime and her relationship with the normal human being. That I got behind. I really supported that, man. I was shipping those 2 hard, and then after that was just downhill again because
it's just like oh man, it was just like some it was a bunch of like talk no jutsu.
It's basically blah 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 blah. I don't remember anything they say at all.
It's like I start to think of the teacher in Charlie Brown when you say that.
Yeah.
Oh, Kawaii, we're talking about Kyoko Suri, the talk no jutsu anime.
Oh, Kyoko's. Oh, Inspector season 2. Sweet.
Yeah. Do you have anything to say about it?
Yeah. Well, I do actually. I did watch season 2, the entire season 2. I actually enjoy it. I mean, I definitely enjoy this. I definitely wouldn't say it's one of my favorites this season. Like many other people, I really enjoyed the Yuki Onna arc. The relationship between her.
Thank you. I was telling memory that season 2. The only good thing about it is the Yuki Onna. That's it.
Yeah, I really wish they would have become more mainstay in the series, but you know, it is what it is.
It's a mini arc, sadly.
Yeah. I mean, I like some of the other stuff in some of the other arcs in season 2 as well. I mean, I think both the haunted doll arc and the whole murder arc between the family, I thought that was pretty interesting. But let's be real, those don't even come close to the Yuki Onna arc. Let's be real. But other than that, you know, it's nice to see. Like season 1, it's got some great mystery. It's got Kodako, doing her thing. And Kuro ignoring her advances. I gotta say, I feel like Kodako's a lot more horny in this season than she was back in season 1. Like, holy shit.
She's desperate.
Like she's like in the final episode, like she was literally saying, "Oh, I'm going here so I can eat, this fish so I can increase my sex drive." And I'm like, holy, like you're telling this to a complete stranger, like holy shit.
She's desperate, man.
Yeah, she is down atrocious. Holy shit. But yeah, other than that, I don't think there's really much to say for me about Inspector Season 2. I'd say it's fairly on par with Season 1. If you like Season 1, then I think you're definitely gonna enjoy Season 2.
I only watching it because of Yuki Onna, and after that, I just like, okay, will this get better or not? Nope. This is how I watch every episode.
Oh, you pressing the skip button?
Yeah, it's just too much talking, man. Too much talking.
Ouch.
My mental capacity for all the talk scenes is so low nowadays. To be honest,
Sorry.
I don't have patience for like shows like this anymore. So yeah.
I do wish that more streaming servers would have, this what is it called? ×2 button, so you can watch it, even faster.
Oh,
that's what I did with Sonny Boy, which I didn't really enjoy. Because so I wish that would be an option. Otherwise, I would probably.
I think it's different when like. I think of like ReZero, for example, like because ReZero had some episodes where they're just talking the whole episode, but I think it's different because it's not like there was build up for that. Like it's not like they were just talking for the whole episode, every episode, and then that happened. There was build up for it, and there was actually shit happening. But like every episode of this, like the first season, it was just a lot of talk no jutsu. And same thing with the second season. So I knew I just wasn't gonna put myself through it again. And it's like I don't know. I never really thought season 1 was bad. It was just very like it was kind of like painfully average for me. It's just like I'm sitting here. I'm just like it's not necessarily bad, but it's just like I don't know.
Going through with it.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't blame you, Memory. I wish I can just like forget about Kyoko Shuri, but yeah. When I saw the trailer for season 2, I said Yuki Onna. Now that's interesting. So I got invested already. So since I started season 2, I might as well see how it ends. But I could easily just drop it. But Sunday is quite free, so I didn't really have much to do. So I might as well just go with it. So yeah. I mean. I just want to move on from Kyoko series.
Yeah, for me, this series is like I don't hate this show, like, but it's also like not one of my favorites. However, there's just enough interesting content for me to like where I wouldn't mind like another season or like another extension of this series. So
you know what they could do for season 2? Just a whole season of Yuki Onna, how she and the guy just starts together. So, oh my god, I wish I can see how he and her smash. But still, man, whatever. So let's move on to Anipo's favorite for the season.
Really?
Not my favorite, but you enjoyed it too, though. We gave it the same score.
Dude, you literally talk non-stop about this. Okay, let's go.
Yeah, but we gave it the same scores. We love it equally much. But yeah, farming life in another world. To be like we talk about comfy shows, right? And this one was mine for me. It was.
Yeah, this one was comfy. Yeah.
It felt like the anime version of what is that farm game called that you could play on Game Boy before? Harvest Moon. It felt like Harvest Moon.
Yeah, I know people are saying it's like Stardew Valley-esque, like Minecraft, like.
Yeah, I would say more Harvest Moon because he's building his farm, but also because of all the girls. Because even Harvest Moon has. You have to pick a girl to marry or something like that. But I enjoyed it a lot, actually. It was very interesting to see him build his farm. Like all the new people that came into the farm, like mostly girls.
Yeah. I was not surprised.
Yeah, I was actually surprised, though, that he got the vampire girl pregnant. I didn't see that coming, actually.
I didn't see that coming either. But then I remember seeing this. I remember seeing a scene from like one of the episodes. It's like we're gonna plant a seed and watch it grow. I think was like the dialogue or something like that.
Yeah.
And then they end up having a kid, and they're like, oh wait, I didn't take this that literally, but
Yeah.
and it's like, oh, that's what she meant by that.
That's what we meant. Yeah.
Dude, come on.
She
man.
definitely saw that coming.
If you can have a baby, at least just show us the sex scene or something, or at least indication that they had sex. But
Did they actually show it in the manga though?
No, they indicated in the manga. They didn't show it. They just indicated. But in the anime, it's just out of nowhere. I was like, what? When? Wait,
That's right.
did I miss an episode or something? Did I miss like a 6.5, 6.6 episode or something? Like, what the fuck? When did they have sex? So
I'm just surprised they got the privacy with everything that's going around in that village.
And now, I mean, the vampire girl was just a start, and he's gonna go through all the girls. Remember, all the elf girls are horny as shit right now. They want his. They said that, oh, we can reproduce here, and he's like, I don't know what they're talking about. No,
I was kind of worried at first. I was like, because she was pregnant, right? And the way he was talking, it made me seem like he didn't think he was the dad, or he didn't know. But like, who else would it be, right? But like the way he was talking at first, he was like, "Oh, I hope she's okay." Like, like she shouldn't be working too hard. Just things like this. Like he never even mentioned anything about him being a father. And then like it ended up happening where he's like, "I can't believe I'm going to be a dad." I'm just like, finally, you say something about like you're going to be a dad. Like he didn't even say anything. Like at first, so to me, I was like, does he even like, does he know, or like, does he actually like? It doesn't seem like it's hitting him that he's gonna be a dad.
But how did this happen?
Yeah.
Wait, if he doesn't know he's a dad, how then he's like, why do you?
Yeah, exactly. Like it only could have been one person. But like,
don't tell me vampire get pregnant by sucking blood. There's no way.
I mean, who knows? Who knows with vampires? Maybe they get baby some other way. I don't know.
No way they get baby from just sucking blood. Like no way.
Well, yeah, because at first I was like, wait, he's not even saying anything about him being a dad. But then he ended up saying it, and I'm just like, okay, well, it's him. But at first I was a little worried. I was like, he's the dad, right?
Right. The plot twist, he's not the father, but she's like, oh, congratulations, you're gonna be dad. Oh,
yeah, that would have been
probably my child. Then.
Yeah,
but still, man, like, I mean, other than the whole pregnancy thing, which is to be honest the meat of the story at the end, but let's just say the fact that the one thing I liked about the series is not just the farming and how he grow his population. It's just that every time the people outside the farm talks about his farm,
think it's super dangerous.
It's just like it doesn't really hit us as dangerous, but when they talk about the people in it, like the vampire queen, the angel and the spider that can challenge the dragon girls. He has a connection with the dragon lord. I was like, oh my god, it is a big deal. It's a legit farm, a farmer's own army. So
yeah, I actually really enjoyed the spider. I think its name was Sabaton or something like that.
Yeah,
he was keeping guard, and you can hear ding,
and create clothes too. Create a lot of clothes for them. Free clothes.
This show had a nice little charm to it. I like how they like it was another comfy one, just like the campfire cooking one. I like how I kind of appreciated how they went into like the detail on what he was actually like doing, like the process of like whether it was making the house or like how he went about planting the crops or how he went about like building the bathhouse that he made and like his little house and how he like had to expand everything and what he had to do to get water, like shit like that. Like I actually really liked how they kind of went into that.
That was interesting.
Yeah, I appreciated that.
Cool.
Because it wasn't just like, because obviously he had the tool, like the farming tool or whatever, but like it's one thing if he just like did that shit and that's like, okay, well, next thing, like if because he could have just went and done that for everything, but they kind of went into a little detail with it, which I kind of appreciate, like in this world, like how he had to go about it, because it was kind of different, especially for like the water thing. That was kind of a little it's like it was pretty far away, the water was, and he had to go about it like a really specific way. So yeah,
I mean, at least we learned a bit about farming life and stuff like that. So Yeah, at least you have to appreciate the hard work of farmers, how they had to find ways around, abnormalities over the farm. So yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't manage to be a farmer. That sounds like a lot of work.
It is a lot of work. That's why we have to appreciate the food that we eat and not waste it.
Right.
So yeah. I mean, farming is a big deal. Well, mainly around the world, of course, but Japan teach everyone that farming, you have to respect your food and don't waste food. So
that's true.
This anime is just basically just reinforce that, telling that farming is not an easy job. Yes, it may look easy when you like take the food out of the ground and stuff like that, but growing it is hard. The process of doing it is like, I mean, yes, because I done a little bit about farming back in my high school days as like some sort of like a charity work and something like that, and it's not easy at all. You have to like get your hands dirty and just put the seeds down and just grow the food, making sure there's no pests, making sure the weather fits the environment very well. So you just have to appreciate the food that we eat nowadays. Is that the hard work the farmers did to feed us. So
it's not just about planting and all of that. Most farms have animals, right? You have to take care of them, clean up for
animals
them.
Is another story, but we're talking about like proper vegetables and fruits, stuff like that. The animals is just like, yeah, I mean, it depends on how you feed them and how you take care of them, equals to the quality of the meat. So yeah, I mean, to be honest, Vietnam is known for like harvesting a lot of vegetables and coffee. America is known for like meat. And what's a Sweden farm? It's always cold though.
Potatoes, I think.
Potatoes,
mostly. Potatoes, yeah.
But yeah, in Japan is just like rice and stuff like that. Then we learn about the rice process. So yeah, I mean, farming isekai is just a very fun isekai with some good education to it, and just a harem. It's a fun harem series.
It's comfy, fun time.
I mean, I just like the fact how our main boy was about to kill the dragon mother. He was this close to killing her, but the spider saved her in the end. So
yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it was a really fun series, man. I wish this is season 2, but well, for now we just have to read the manga and see what's happening next, or like novel or whatever. So yeah, oh shit.
I dropped this one.
Did Kawaii watch Farming Life?
No, I didn't. I'm not watching like next 3 shows.
Okay. Then we can move on to the next show.
I don't want to talk about Ningen Fushin because it sucks shit.
I don't really either. It's
I dropped it too.
It's very generic. I dropped it.
Saikyo Omuroji, apparently the last episode was last night.
I didn't watch this one either.
I didn't watch it either because I read the synopsis, it was shit.
Seems pretty generic too.
But Spy Classroom, boy. Let me cook.
I dropped it. But I heard good things about it beforehand, but it feels like a lot. It had a good start, with training for the mission, etc. But after that, it just felt like fillers. We just got introduced to every character one by one, which I guess is in a way is good, but it's just they just lost the story completely when we just got all the characters one by one in each episode.
You got the light novels.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am a light novel reader. I'm pretty much mentioning this in my video in my training reaction. However, as a light novel reader, I know every detail to what the story has in store. So I was not surprised with the ending. But here's the thing about why I gave this anime a 5 out of 10. And you guys will say, oh man, I thought you read the light novel, you should be giving this higher. Yeah, that's the reason I give it lower, because I read the light novel and I know what sort of scenes they're going to adapt and what they're going to get ourselves into. Okay, so you want to hear the good part first or the rant part?
I guess let's
start with the good parts.
Yeah.
Okay, let's start with volume 1, the first 3 episodes. So what I liked what they did with the first 3 episodes is that they did not introduce Erna. Yeah, that's her name. Erna, the blonde hair girl. Because the one thing that the volume 1 didn't really do a good job is hiding Erna, because how they introduced Erna in the 3rd episode where she was the mysterious missing girl. Yeah, mysterious teammates that they have to like backstab the enemy. That what I use Erna. But the one thing I don't like about the episode 2 is how they cut out her content, which made it to a filler episode. And so volume 1 was quite decent. I was on track with how they're gonna go with the story. And then when it comes to episode 4, where they do the Erna missing part of the story in volume 1, I was like, okay, I see what they're doing right here. They're trying to squeeze out Erna character a bit more in the episode 4 filler episode. So okay, I'll allow that. But then okay, here comes the rant part. But then episode 5, episode 6, episode 7, oh my god, they draw out some original shit. Like they bring out some original content for characters that doesn't really have much impact in volume 2, which is this one right here, which will be the episode 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 apparently. And the thing is though, the filler episode makes no sense. They could easily just go straight to volume 2, where we can see Great have her moment to shine as the daughter dearest. We saw that from the last 4 episodes. That, to be honest though, as a light novel reader, I didn't really like volume 2 at all. So I was dying for volume 2 to finish around episode like 8 or something. And we move on to volume 3, which is the best part of the Spy. This is where volume 3 and volume 4 is where I say that's where the Spy Family really takes a turn to the story. Something makes people even more, because I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Volume 1, when I read volume 1 and 2, I was like, okay, so this is like one of those like mission adventures and stuff like that, so I can somehow get involved in the story, but I'm not entirely invested. But volume 3 got me very invested into the story even more, because like how they dive more into individual characters and the upbringing and how their backstory really influence what they are. Volume 3 did a good job with it, especially with one of the characters in it, which I'm not gonna say because apparently we're gonna get season 2 now. So yeah, I gotta say, volume 3 was supposed to be the final episode, or was supposed to be the final 4 episode, but no, they adapted the shittiest light novel, volume 2. And you can already tell. Volume 2, the stuff we saw from the last 4 episodes was not even good at all, man. Like Great having her romantic, complexity and her, looks and stuff like that. I was like, no, not doing it. The anime didn't really execute it that well. To be honest, I mean, it's good to see the fact that they show some of the scenes with the naked body and stuff like that. I was like, yeah, I like that part, but it's just there's something about the way the anime portrays volume 2 volume 2 content in the final 4 episode was just so lackluster, to be honest. I didn't feel as invested as what reading a light novel, to be honest. So I mean, a lot of people say it's quite a decent show because they haven't read a light novel, but trust me, I mean, the light novel really goes as far as talking more about their story a bit more. Like the anime made it too simple, to be honest, to the point it's actually really boring. And and of course putting in the filler episodes, especially the finale, didn't really make much sense to why they had to go for it, because like they could easily just follow volume 1, 2, and 3. I mean, of course, episode 4, I had to give it for the filler episode because they need to give Erna the moment to shine from the missing content from volume 1. But episode 5, 6, and 7, they made it completely original. There's nothing really adding to the story at all, and I was fucking furious with it. I mean, I didn't shoot, but I was so angry that they didn't do justice to the light novel, because the light novel was actually really good from volume 3 onwards. So yeah, I mean, they could have ended the season with volume 3, but they wasted it with volume 2, and a lot of people gave it a bad score. You can see from my list right now, like really low score, because I gave it even lower than the low average score too. So yeah, Spy Family. The only good thing I can say about Spy Family, Spy Classroom. The only thing I can say good thing about it is the voice actors. The voice actors really did the line well, especially Miku Ito with Great Taste. So yeah, I mean, still though, I'm still gonna read. Don't get me wrong, I'm still gonna read the light novel, because volume 5 is coming out in May, so I was still gonna buy and read it. But I'm not actually looking forward to season 2, which they will have season 2, because there's no way they're just gonna leave off like that with a cliffhanger ending, which was supposed to be episode 7 or 6 instead, but they made it into a final episode ending with a filler episode where it gets to see Gray trying to save a bakery, which is bullshit, to be honest. So yeah, the best way I can sum it up is that the pacing of Spy Classroom really went haywire. Like literally didn't really do the light novel justice. I'm surprised people are still praising it in Japan. People are still liking it. I say, you guys are a bit too soft with it, man. Like as a light novel reader, you should be more critical with it. But people are like still supporting it. There's like still a lot of merchandise that's been sold for Spy Classroom, which I gotta say, yeah, I am.
But that's understandable because you can still like the characters.
I'm not buying any of the merchandises because I didn't buy any merchandises, to be honest, from Spy Classroom because I was very disappointed with the anime. I'm not gonna buy to support it. So yeah, I gotta say, man, but still though, like though I think like, a lot of people still liked it because of the waifu materials, especially Tia, which I can see Kawaii liked a lot. So yeah. If you like Tia, then you will be very surprised with Volume 3, because Volume 3 really showed this the character that you don't see from her. So, so hopefully we get to see that in season 2. But for now, though, I am very disappointed with season 2. So yeah.
I had all the books ready to rant. I understand your frustration. Actually, I read most of the manga of. The Promised Neverland. We all know how that one went. So I know I totally know what you get from. Like I was expecting, without spoiling the manga, the Goldie Pond. I just wanted them to adapt that, and they didn't do that.
My condolences.
They decided to go original, right? And then this rushed ending. So I feel the same way about that, just as MadLad feels about Spy Classroom. So I totally understand why you feel frustrated, especially when you are a big fan of the source material and then the anime shows up and it's just like that.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, dropped it, so I can't.
I can totally understand the pain of 2-hour fan base too. Like I heard that the light novel being butchered badly.
Yeah, especially season 3.
Yeah, season 2 of what was that one called? I forgot.
Is it a light novel adaptation?
No, it's a manga. It was very popular. Season 1 was very popular. The hell
Shield
was it
Hero.
called?
Was it not the Promised Neverland?
No, I just remember the opening song like I forgot.
Is it like really popular?
That doesn't ring a bell.
It's really popular, but I forgot the name because I'm really tired. I'll look it up.
Yeah, I'm like trying to think. I can't think.
Yeah.
Shield Hero would be a good example, though.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but I heard that hopefully season 3 gonna pick itself up for Shield Hero. So I was more patient with that. But what the hell was that one called? I'll figure it out during the podcast. I'll come back to it.
Yeah, for me, for going back to Spy Classroom, for me as an anime only, I think it's just okay. Like I don't hate it, but I definitely wouldn't say I love it either. What I do like about it is, as MadLad said, Thea, who is probably still probably my best girl. And I do like some of the other, I guess some of the other times where they delve into the characters' backstory and all that. So I thought that was somewhat interesting. And however, I just don't like the thing. However, I understand why people dropped it, because the way they did the watch order was just, oh my god, like it was just so, it was kind of baffling. The way,
I know, right?
The way they adapted the whole thing. And I just can't help but wonder, like, okay, they made it this way so they can have the reveal of Erina during the Impossible mission, but I just can't help wonder, like, was the reveal really worth it? Was the reveal worth butchering the entire, like, chronological order?
I mean, I think I can get behind that, but I'm not. Episode 2 felt very rushed, if I can be honest with you guys. So yeah.
Yeah, I also feel like we don't actually see the girls actually train, like do any real training. We just see them, trying to, defeat Klaus. We just see them trying to do all, this and that, but we don't actually see them do any assassin training. So I just feel like this series would benefit from that. Like literally in episode 2, like they went from, amateur spies to, all of a sudden we're in the Impossible Mission arc, and now all of a sudden we're supposed to believe that the girls are now, top tier spies. I'm like, really? Like, I give us at least a little bit of, that type of, how that process went. But yeah, other than that, I also just feel like in general, like there's just not enough for me in this series just really put it in high regard. But yeah, other than that, I think that's about it about Spy Class. I could definitely understand why MadLad was frustrated about the ending, though. I mean, because like, okay, they spent the ending of season 1 with like saving the meat pie shop. I'm like, I don't know about that. Like, do I really care enough about that? I would much prefer like a more conclusive ending. Also left up on a cliffhanger, which I also am not too fond of.
That's not how I planned the series. My idea was Volume 1, first 3 or 4 episodes. Volume 2, first 5, 6, 7, or 8 or 7, yeah, whatever. And Volume 3 was the perfect way to end, because the way that Volume 3 ends is just the best way to close up the series in terms of like how they close up the mission. Because remember this, the 4 girls that they went with Klaus, they still on the holiday. That could have been easily just been the final 4 episodes, how they dealt with the problem. I will give a bit higher score if they adapt to Volume 3, because Volume 3 really goes into the mindset of the girls, how they really how they really question their spy attitude. In this case, if you know what I mean, especially Tia will take a lot of spotlight from the next 2 volumes. So if you like Tia, season 2 will be your territory, Kawaii. So I guess you will have a off screen.
I found the name now of the one that I was thinking about, Tokyo Ghoul. That was. I heard season 2.
Yeah, Tokyo Ghoul Rude.
I heard season 2 wasn't very good, but season 1 was better.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like
we don't want to go into those so like horrible manga adaptations.
Yeah.
But remember this, guys. It's a light novel adaptation, so it will be bad already. So. But yeah, I mean, I don't want to rant any more about this. I'm just gonna see next Friday what they're gonna do with this series. I'm pretty sure they're gonna have a season 2 announced. So yeah, let's just move on. All
right, next up is, I think, a show that some of you guys will put in higher regard. Trigun Stampede.
Go ahead.
No, I never got into this. I actually dropped it at episode 1. It wasn't for me.
Oh.
I just watch it just to see what's all the hype around it. So, Memory, go ahead.
So here's the thing. I'm actually not too crazy about the original Trigun. I like it, but I'm not as high on it as like some of the other classics like Cowboy Bebop and Samurai Champloo, like some of those ones from like early 2000s, late 90s and stuff like that. I'm not really as crazy as Trigun on Trigun.
Off the camera.
Okay.
But for Stampede, I kind of feel around the same way. I did appreciate some things about this one, especially how, from what I heard at least, that they followed the source material more closely. Because back when it first got an anime, they caught up, I think, to the material or something like that. So there was a lot of original content in the original Trigun. So with this one, they do follow the source material more closely. And you do get, because in the original Trigun, you actually don't get nearly as much focus on million knives, as you do in Stampede. So I think that's something I appreciated. I know a lot of other people appreciated getting more with Vash's brother. So I did really like that. And something that is pretty funny is that apparently this is like a prequel, I guess.
41 now?
Really?
Yeah, because this is something that people were worried about at the beginning of the series, because they replaced the girl Millie. Her name was Millie Thompson, who is from the original. There's a girl. So it's Vash, Meryl, and a girl named Millie, and then there's Wolfwood as well. It's the 4 of them. And in this one, they get rid of Millie, and they bring in this guy named Roberto De Niro. So this Roberto De Niro guy is not in the original. They replaced the girl with him. But at the end of Trigun Stampede, they bring up Millie Thompson and they say, Meryl, you have a new person who's going to be under you. And it's Millie Thompson. So people are like, oh, they're doing a prequel here, kind of, because now Meryl has like the glasses and all that. She has the shades, which I believe was like her look in the first Trigun. So people are like, okay, now they're bringing in Millie. This is what they were doing. It was kind of like a prequel in a way, which I think is kind of interesting. So, yeah. Which they have announced there's more. There's more Trigun coming, like the final stage or whatever they're calling it. So I guess we will see Millie in the next part of Stampede, but that's just something to note. But I'm kind of in the middle. I'm kind of in the middle on Stampede. I wouldn't say it's average. I'd say it's definitely above average for me. It's solid. I think I gave it like an 8 out of 10. So that's kind of where I'm at. I'm around there with it. Studio Orange, they're, especially that fight scene toward the end of the series was like handled really well, I feel like. But Orange, in terms of like CGI, I think people know by now that they're some of the best in the game when it comes to CGI and handling that. So yeah, they did a pretty good job with that. And I did like the just getting more on Vash's past and Million Knives past, and just getting more with knives in general. And yeah, definitely a darker tone in parts of this season, at least from what I remember, compared to the original, which is probably due to them following the source material more. So yeah, because the original Trigun had way more of like an episodic kind of feel to it, which I don't think this one really like felt like that at all, and you could kind of feel it. So yeah, I liked it. I liked Stampede. It's definitely one of my favorites, like but there's kind of a gap in between this one and like how I feel about Bungo Stray Dogs and like Vinland Saga, for example. I feel like even though it's probably one of my favorites, there's still kind of a gap between the ones at the top and then like this one. So yeah.
All right.
Did you guys watch it? Oh yeah, Anipod said you dropped it.
Yeah, I did, but I want to say though that I do still think the animation and the CGI looked really well. That's something that they handled very well. Although I wasn't a big fan of the character design though, but that's just me. I do want to point out the Studio Orange. I did really enjoy the animation, etc., and even the character design though when they had B-stars. That's a really good example how they
they're probably some of the best, if not the best, when it comes to like CGI, especially like Land of the Lustrous. Like that was like the CGI in that was awesome. Like they did a really good job there in B-stars too. So yeah, anything else on that one?
No, I'm not watching it. So yeah, I think I think we can move on.
I think I gave it like a 5 out of 10.
Oh.
It's just that I don't know. It doesn't really sit well with me with the Orange Studio going for it. I mean, it does well with B-stars, but for this one, I just don't know. I just can't really get on board with it, to be honest. But still, though, like, I mean, I like where the story is going, but I don't know. I just feel like this is. I mean, of course, they're readapting the original source from all those years ago. But that's the problem, though. On anime from the early 1900s, it doesn't really the plot of the story doesn't really like sell well with me. So yeah, I'm just gonna be a bit picky here. I just watching it just to see what's all the hype around it. I don't really.
I actually prefer the author's other works more. Like he wrote Kekai Sensen. Like I actually prefer Kekai Sensen. Yeah, I like.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I like Kekai Sensen more than Trigun actually, which is probably very unpopular. But I like Kekai Sensen more. I haven't watched it. I think he did Gungrave too. I haven't watched that though.
Me neither.
So yeah.
I mean, still though, like I don't mind a second season. It's just that it's just that something about the CGI doesn't really sit really well with me because like our studio, and nothing wrong with their hard work and stuff like that. It's just that animation like that is just not my liking, to be honest. So I'm just being a bit picky here. But again, though,
there's probably a lot of people, especially I feel like a lot of like older people maybe who like watched Trigun when it first like came out. They're probably like, "What the hell is this shit? Like this looks like garbage compared to like the original Trigun," because they're like used to that like old anime like design aesthetic and whatnot. So they like see this and they're like, "What the hell is this? Why does Vash look like a kid?" What?
To be honest, though, I'm also like not I don't know. It's something about Matsuoka, my goat, voicing Vash. He just doesn't really fit his character, though.
Oh, when I first watched the original Trigun, I watched it in dub.
Oh, you watched it?
Good
dub,
lord.
Yeah, it's actually one of the good like dubs. Like Johnny Young Bosch plays Vash.
Is he back doing? I think he's back doing.
Yeah, he's doing him in the dub for this one too.
Okay, because because the Japanese voice actually changed, so yeah, I don't think Matsuoka really did a good job with Vash, to be honest. I mean, he still did his job, but I just don't feel like that is the sort of Matsuoka character. So, but yeah, I mean that's just me, I guess. But yeah, Trigun, I'm just watching it just to see what's all the hype around it. So I'm not a big fan of the villains, to be honest. So yeah. Anything else?
Right.
Because the next anime.
Oh god!
I didn't watch that one from the beginning.
Oh god!
I didn't even watch 1 second of this.
But I do want to hear your opinions about it. Why you dropped it?
Hard. I dropped it hard. I'm surprised Ryo still watches it.
He does. Oh my!
He does.
That guy has better mental fortitude than I do. Cause holy shit!
No. He watched it without even watching it. You know what I mean, right?
Oh.
Right.
Oh, okay. I get it.
Yeah, he watched it without even watching it. So,
but I still want to hear more in detail what you didn't like about it.
Well,
because it's always fun to hear people complain.
It's so fucking generic.
All right.
And I dropped out to episode 1, and like it's not just generic. It doesn't even. It looks terrible. Like okay, I don't like ragging on, animation, art style and all that, because I get it, like, not every studio is going to be a big budget like Mappa or Ufotable, so I get that. But still, I remember when I was watching the first episode, I was like, am I watching an anime parody? Am I watching like a parody of anime? Like, because it looks terrible. It looks absolutely terrible. It doesn't, the art style just doesn't look good at all. It doesn't look polished at all. And so, yeah, like Matt said, it's just so generic. That's why I dropped out of episode 1. However, I remember I watched a clip from episode 4, and it definitely didn't improve. Like, I remember I watched a clip where it was like the main character faced off against like his teacher, who turns into like this evil monster that looks like a doll store version of Ryuk from Death Note. And I was like, holy mother of God. Why? And the craziest thing is, I see people in the comment section of Crunchyroll and, like on YouTube and Twitter, when they post clips and all that of the show, I see people praising the show. And I'm like,
what?
Yes, there are people that actually like this show. And I'm like, how?
They're always going to be there.
Like, oh my god, I guess it really is just an anime for everyone. But like, come on. Like, there's just so much better fantasy anime out there besides this bullcrap. I mean, Crunchyroll, do your job.
Yeah, that reminds me of when I was watching Orient, and people were praising it on the Crunchyroll comments too. But I just thought, no, especially when the motorcycle came in Orient.
Oh.
I guess you guys haven't watched Orient, maybe. But,
I watched one episode. I think like 1 or 2, but I never finished it since.
Yeah, not after the motorcycle. That's just. But yeah, I didn't watch this one though. And
I'd rather we just move on. I don't want to. I don't feel like talking about this again. Reborn to Master the Blade, and as we discussed before the podcast, I think I'm the only one who watched this.
Yeah, I didn't
watched-
watch this one.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't watch it.
Okay.
I watched it.
So
I mean, to be honest though, I think the main reason why I'm watching it is because at least we have like a silver hair beauty this time, which is apparently a guy minded inside of her. Oh my god! I wish I could call a wife, but I can't.
I
But
mean,
still, man.
to be fair, you have that with like Ayakashi Triangle. You have that with Oshimai. You have that with many other
Yeah.
shows before.
But still, though, like if it's just a guy properly reincarnated to a girl body, no, I'm not digging it. I'm not digging it. As much as she's beautiful and voiced by Akari Kito, no, not setting it for me. But I still watch it to the end though, just to see how absurd the series is. Yeah, it's just a very absurd series. That's all I can say, man.
Mhm. For me, the way I see it, it's definitely nothing special. Like I know you guys use this term quite often, but I would definitely also consider this like kind of a popcorn type anime because like yeah, because
Okay.
it's like it's about like, you know, this main character who's like really OP and she likes fighting shit. I mean, there's just really nothing too deep about this anime. Like, yeah, you do get like the lore about, you know, the Highlanders and Lowlanders, but really it's like, okay, it's nothing we haven't seen before. I mean, it's at the end of the day, it's basically, oh, you know, people higher up on the societal totem pole looking down on people lower on the totem pole. That's basically, you know, and you know, there's conflict between those two. I mean, we've seen that plenty of times before. Yeah, I do think it's fun though. That I do think it's somewhat entertaining, at least. That you know, just seeing was it Inglis, you know, fighting all these enemies, you know, wanting to beat the shit out of them, and the other characters likable too. I think, you know, I find some enjoyment out of that. But at the end of the day, it's really nothing special. Like, it's just okay. And also the animation isn't the best either. I mean, it's fine, but yeah, it's just okay. But yeah, I think that's about it. So
Much more because what you said is basically what I can say the same. So
yeah.
Yeah, let's move on to something that is actually quite more interesting. I'll say,
Really?
that I can talk about. Huh. Wow.
Yeah, I didn't watch it, but
Yeah, I'm
I
not
heard
watching it.
people were really enjoying it. I also heard the romance between the main guy and I guess the girl, the night princess, the night girl or whatever.
Oh,
It was actually quite wholesome.
Raelza.
Yeah. Yeah.
So let's just say at first I watched this because of the uniqueness of a handyman, a guy that does fixing job, being isekai, and wow, who would have thought a guy that fixes things can be so useful in the isekai world, where he provides the best support as to the team. I mean, remember you watched this, right? Or
Yeah,
you
I did.
watch? Oh, you did. But yeah, I mean, at first it was just like, oh, okay, so he was just being isekai because the magician was accidentally isekai'd him. Well, he was about to die anyways, but yeah, he got isekai'd, and he now been found himself useful in the world, and of course, the main setting point for me to continue, I could easily just drop this after episode 2, but nope. When I found out that the night girl, which is apparently a very hot girl underneath it, is in love with, well, Saitou-san, and seems like there's a lot going on between those two. And of course, you can say I'm watching it to see the development of the relationship. Rosa is actually quite cute, not gonna lie.
Yeah, she is.
She's really cute. I gotta
And
say.
her VA, Farah's
Yeah,
Eye.
Star Life.
Farah's Eye. Yeah, I think a lot of people have been liking what she's been doing lately. So
Like Jolene. So
yeah.
But yeah, I gotta say, Farah's Eye went very cute voice for Rosa in this one. I gotta say, and I'm quite liking Rosa. She's the perfect tomboy that is cute, properly cute compared to fucking Tomo, of course. So yeah, this is the tomboy I can get behind, not the one from Tomo-chan. So yeah, Rosa is just like she's just aggressive, strong, and very protective. And of course, she's a nudist too for some reason. But yeah, but still, like, you know, she's just a very fun character, just to give you the boost to enjoy the series. But again, though, it's just another isekai adventure, them facing against monsters, and well, I gotta say though, the last 3 or 4 episodes facing against the Demon Lord. Apparently, that was quite interesting. I gotta say, how they struggle and how they rely on the Jeezer. That is the
Morlock.
balancing between life and death is just like, wow, that is just crazy, man. Like the Warlock battle is just like, oh god. And of course, the finale though wasn't all that impressive, if I have to be honest with you guys, because I was hoping the finale where Rosa and Saitou finally, kiss or something, but no, they're just the same. No development at all. They gave us very fan service. I was like, I never asked for very fan service. But,
yeah. As soon as she said something about that, I was like, oh, that's what they're about to do. And then they turned her into like full size. I was like, oh boy.
Dude, she's literally Hatsune Miku. She's literally Hatsune Miku, but still, like, I mean, the finale was so disappointing. I gotta say, that was not the finale I was hoping for. I was hoping that Rosa and Saitou finally get together and they finally, kiss and stuff like that. But no, Rosa just blush and they just be the same. So I was so disappointed with the finale. That's why I gave it a lot lower score. I think I gave it like a 5 or 6 or whatever. But yeah, I mean, this series though is just your typical fantasy isekai, but this time at least the main character is not the one that's just. Well, Saitou did do some fighting, but he mostly provided support with his equipment and stuff like that. So it was nice to see there's a bit of a change to like this type of character being isekai and be given power. Remember this, Saitou did not even be given any powers at all. He's just using his skill set.
The skills he knows, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. So,
which is kind of refreshing in a way.
In a way, but again, it's just.
But then again, there's only so much he can do. Like, it comes down to like the other characters at that point. Then.
But yeah, it's just a funny isekai anime.
Yeah, it was pretty fun. It was pretty fun. I think they did a good job at the beginning, kind of making you feel for Saitou, because everyone was like kind of shitting on him in like the real world or his other, where he came from. Like everyone was shitting on him, and even though he was doing these things that you need every day, like he was coming to your house to help you to fix your shit, and you're acting like an asshole. Like if you didn't have him, what the hell would you have done? Like you would have been shit out of luck. So like. To come into the new world and have people actually appreciate him for what he does and treat him, with respect is, I think they did a good job at the start of the series, kind of making you feel for him. So I did like I would say I liked the beginning of the series a lot more than kind of like how I felt over time, because I feel like it did take a little bit of a dip. I don't think this is I know it's based off a manga, but I don't know if it's a 4-koma manga, but it kind of felt like it because they would like skip around. It is a 4-koma? Okay. Because it definitely felt like that. Because they would like skip around. There was like so many of these like different skits.
I think that's the problem with my enjoyment for this. Is just that this change.
It kind of skips around. Yeah.
It skips around a lot. Like I said, who the fuck are these people? And then they I think they tie in the story to the main plot. So yeah, but still.
Yeah, sometimes it did throw me off a little bit though.
Yeah, it really threw me off. Like I was like, "What the fuck? Who are these people? Why did you use them out of nowhere?" So, but mostly I'm watching it for Rosa. So
yeah, I liked her. She was adorable, especially the joke she would keep making. Like once she, was it like the half-sized daikon thing? Like she was talking about his dick.
Yeah, I was like,
yeah, like she said that like 10 times. I swear, like. Each episode after like that initially got brought up, each episode she was just thinking about his junk.
Dude, she's
like and how big it was.
She was just
like, oh my god.
She is literally horny for him, man. It's
yeah.
Just, like you said, she's all that build up of her love for Saitou. She was about to kiss him at one point too, but the finale was just a big disappointment, to be honest. So
yeah, I would have liked to see more with that. So that was kind of disappointing.
Yeah, that was disappointing. But hey, at least it was fun throughout. So nothing more can say to it, to be honest.
Yeah, like you said, it's pretty fun isekai. Nothing like too crazy though. But I had some fun moments with it, and like if it got another season, I would watch. I don't know if it's.
I would watch it just to see whether Rosa and him.
Yeah, that's what I would want to watch it for, especially like to see if that goes.
Yeah.
Anywhere.
But I gotta say though, like there's a lot of fan service too, like with the whole Rosa, body.
And the elf too.
Yeah, that was fun too. But I mean, still though, like it's just just there, to be honest. But anyways, I mean, let's just move on for because we're extending this a bit too long now. Let's just go through every Onii-chan wa Oshimai. Fuck that shit.
I didn't watch it.
Yeah, I've heard controversial things about this show.
I like this one the most for like the production. I think it's like really well animated. That's why I like it.
How the hell
I don't really.
is it 7.75?
I don't really.
Good God.
I don't really care for the story and the characters all too much, but like Studio Bind, they actually did like a really good job animation wise, like production wise. So that's like one of the main reasons I really liked it. Or like I didn't really like it overall, but that was one of the things I liked about it, I guess you would say. But there's some good fan service in it. There's definitely some good fan service in it.
I dropped it after episode 2. I dropped it after episode 2, man. I just can't stand this whole shitty brother and sister thing. So
yeah, it is kind of messed up what she did to him. But yeah, did you say you dropped it or did you finish it?
I dropped it after episode 2. I just
okay. So
can't...
eventually he actually has the chance, like he's about to literally turn back into a dude and he decides to stay as a girl.
Fuck that shit.
Lord.
Yeah, so like, he decides to stay as a girl because of like the bonds and all of that in friendships he's made as a girl at the time he spent as a girl. So he's like, oh, I'll stay as a girl a little bit longer. Yeah.
Oh my god, whatever, man. I just want to talk about this one. It's basically the most trashiest sister and brother relationship I can see so far, man.
Yeah.
Oh, there's probably worse ones. There's probably worse ones than this.
There's worse ones.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm not watching the next I'm literally not watching the next 12 shows on the list. Like many of the shows I watch are down at the bottom.
Let's just fast forward.
We can breeze through.
The Kaiko, Serita, and Coco's Heisei Sanju Dai. Yeah, the only good thing about here's a funny story about this. I dropped it after episode 4 because I see absolutely no shit about this show. And then when I found out that he got married and have a kid, I was like, okay, maybe something.
And yeah, it happened like that. It happened out of nowhere.
And then I was like, okay, maybe I should pick it up again.
They had a kid. They got married out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere, and I just said, okay, this got interesting. So I just pick it up again and just watch it to the end. I mean, it's average.
It's average. It's very average.
It's so average. I only watching it to see the wife and how she handles being a mom now.
They definitely show off her assets too. The girl.
Too much. The next one is a proper
Inukai-san.
A proper Chainsaw Man.
Lord.
Rocky my dog. My life as Rocky. Oh my god.
Why? I watched it.
Yeah, of course you did.
Uncensored. It's very weird. It is.
Come on. Uncensored bros are here, okay? You watch this uncensored. I mean,
the only reason I watch this and why probably anyone should ever be watching this is for the ecchi.
Yeah,
if you're watching this for the story, I don't know what the hell you're doing.
There's a story? Wait, I wasn't aware of this.
Yeah, because the story is very freaking weird. It is weird.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, this is why I'm not watching. It's too weird for me.
Yeah, like some of the dialogue, like it is very
weird.
Yeah.
The girl with table. Oh my god, the girl.
Like I wish I would have watched this. Like just the raws, so I didn't know what they were saying. Like that's how bad it was.
Some of the dogs actually was so questionable too. Like the girls actually was so questionable too. Like oh my god, this is easily on Pornhub, man. You can watch this in Pornhub and people just think this is a hentai. So
it's something else.
But yeah, the next two I'm not watching.
Actually, I dropped it season 1. I actually did complete season 1, but it was more. It got too happy. Like there was absolutely no drama. It was just him. But no, seriously, he was just having like that was also an isekai, having a bit of a rough time. He got the isekai in the overall. He had a happy life, but that's all that happened for like 12 episodes. He was just happy, and after the second season, I was like, okay, I'm done with this happiness. So yeah.
Yeah, I didn't watch season 1. Same thing for the Fruit of Evolution, but I did watch. I watched High Card. It was It was all right.
I skipped it because the name itself reminded me of like Yu-Gi-Oh or something like that. So
this is actually from the creator of Kakegurui.
Oh.
Yeah.
Which I have not watched.
Yeah, so it's not really similar to Kakegurui, but like Kakegurui has a primarily female cast. This is primarily like a male cast. There are female characters in it, but it is primarily a male cast. And they have like special abilities with the cards and all that. So it's kind of like a battle royale in a way. Well, the conflict revolves around them trying to get these certain cards. Like there's cards that are kind of worth more or that are of more value, that are more like impactful, I guess, that they're kind of like fighting over and whatnot.
Sounds like trading cards or something like that. You want the rare cards.
Yeah, exactly. Like because the certain cards have like better abilities.
You can relate because you collect Pokemon cards, right? So,
yeah, and I've played a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh. So
yeah.
But yeah, High Card. I think it's getting another season. I think it got announced for another season. I'll probably be watching it. I liked it enough to where I would want to watch another season, but I wasn't like too crazy about it. It's just kind of like all right, in my opinion. So,
all right.
Dang, the next one I watched was like Kaina of the Great Snow Sea, I think. I dropped Fruit of Evolution at season 1, so I'm not watching season 2.
Dumpster fire, man. Season 2 is a fucking dumpster fire. I hate it.
I already started to seeing it in season 1 actually.
Endo and Kobayashi. Anybody watch?
I dropped it.
Wait, which one?
Yeah.
Endo and Kobayashi. Tsundere.
That one. Yeah, no, not watching.
Yeah, I wasn't enjoying it as much as I thought I would. I dropped it.
I have not found one of these like villainous series that I like yet.
Yeah.
The only good thing about this Tsundere thing is the god themselves. Those two, man. I want to see more of those two relationship than the game. So
like, what was that one Hamefura? Like, I didn't even like that. Like, I guess these villainous.
I recognize it. Oh, right, Hamefura. Now I know which one you mean. Right, I dropped that one too.
To be honest, I much prefer the gods, basically the people to play the game more relationship.
Yeah, I would have stick around if it was more focus on them instead.
But still, though, I didn't really like it, to be honest. I just watched it just to see more of their relationship development. But this show is just a sleeper. It's just a mediocre as fuck, man. If you're speaking of mediocre, the next one I can really I can really go into it.
Sugar Apple. Yeah, I actually think it had a strong start. I was kind of thinking it was kind of beautiful, even the animation wise. I was kind of interested in the beginning, but I agree. After a while, I got really bored with it. The story, I still completed it because I've been criticized this season for dropping a lot of shows. I'd say, okay, I might just endure this one. But at the end, I just lost all interest in the story. Like I didn't care about
Fairy Tail. Is literally one of the most overhyped shit I've seen this season. Like people just say, "Oh my god, look at this! This is so beautiful. This could be the hidden gem."
Really?
Hidden gem.
I understand it from the beginning because the beginning had a strong start, but after that it's just no. But I will probably watch season 2 as well.
I think this is gonna be like one of the best.
Wait, did a season 2 get confirmed?
Yeah. I think in July.
People say this.
2 cores. Okay.
People say this could be the best anime of the winter season. I say, are you guys having a laugh? This is the first 2 episodes was not bad. But then after that, it was just bullshit.
Yeah,
I mean, statue making? Like, what? Statue making? I didn't sign up for statue making. Dude, the romance in this anime is just so lame. Like, the whole drama is just so filled with rage, to be honest. I mean, there's a lot of problems with the romance development, especially with some of the characters in it that try to ruin their mood. Like, oh my god, Jonathan, Jonas though, easy, one of the most dickhead side characters I've seen.
That's actually one thing I think they did well though. Like, if you're supposed to make a character that you're supposed to hate a lot, then they made Jonas that kind of person. Like, I hated him so much during this season. Like, all the weird stuff, like he even tried to kill her, right? Because he's not interested in her, so he's tried to kill her. That was.
But yeah, I gotta say, man, this is just so. Absolute Epic Fairy Tail is just so overhyped. It's just overhyped shit, to be honest. I can't. I agree. I can't believe I just finished the series. I could easily just drop it, but I just want to see how the story goes. But the finale, though, this love triangle, fuck off.
will you be watching?
They love that. They love that in their shoujo series, man.
Yeah. Yeah, will you be watching season 2
Maybe not.
Yeah,
maybe.
We'll see.
The only thing I saw with this one, because I didn't watch it, people are saying, oh, if you liked Snow White with the red hair or like Yona of the Dawn, you should check this out.
Snow White red hair is peak shoujo. Okay.
I haven't watched it yet, but I have watched Yona of the Dawn. But this doesn't really look like Yona of the Dawn at all.
It's not. Yona of the Dawn is another good series. It's just sad we don't have a season 2 to it. So, yeah, I can say that I don't think I'll be watching season 2 because this show frustrated shit out of me.
I probably will, but we'll see. But I agree with you. I lost interest.
But yeah, I mean, the next couple of shows, except for the Ayakashi Triangle, I just dropped it.
I do want to point out about Revengers though, because I actually got criticized for dropping it after 7 minutes by our one and only Kawaii Crew. That was actually very fun. One thing that I was kind of shocked about though, because I did comment on his tweet like, oh, I watched 7 minutes. It wasn't my interest. I dropped it, and then directly there he said, "Oh, well, yeah, how can you do that?" And I was like, "Okay, never mind. That's it."
Okay.
He didn't retweet me directly after. He took hours. Then he decided to retweet and said, "Oh, you're not supposed to
Wait, what?
drop shows after 7 minutes."
Oh,
like
all that.
Yeah. Like,
okay.
I was surprised it took several hours before you retweeted my reply and saying that. But at least I completed the episode eventually, and then still decided to drop it. But
well, okay. Let me clarify that because, like, okay. I do admit, like looking back at it now, I do admit I did come off as a little harsh.
No, I'm not angry or anything like that. I just thought it was interesting.
Okay.
Because I mean, when we are reactors like this, right? We're gonna have different opinions. It's not always gonna be sunshine and rainbow. So I'm not mad at you. I just.
Yeah, I just don't agree with you, like, because you dropped it around the 7 minute mark, and I checked it. The first episode, and you dropped it where like the two main characters were like having like, you know, just like a dialogue scene between them, and I just don't agree with you dropping it off at that point because, like, you know, it's you need, every anime needs time to like set up the characters and all that, you know, and every anime has like dialogue scenes like that. So I mean, that's why I say you should just at least give it a chance, you know, just see what's, you know, what else is beyond that, just that scene. I mean, I understand, like, it's not the most exciting scene, like, ever. But, you know, like I said, a lot of anime need those types of scenes so you can, you know, just get a introduction, like get a feeling of, like get a grasp of like what these characters are about, you know, what they're going through in that moment.
Yeah, the thing is that was actually a wake-up call for me because I usually do that beforehand too, that I watch the beginning, and if it doesn't interest me I just drop it. But you saying that to me actually, you know, was a bit of a wake-up call for me. Okay, I might as well complete the first episode at least, and then I can drop it. So that at least was that was very good of you to pointing that out to me.
But yeah, going back to my other thoughts on Revengers, honestly, I'm actually a little surprised that this is not more popular among the anime community because this is by because Gen Urobuchi is behind this series, and he's, for those who don't know, he's also involved in the story behind Madoka Magica and Fate Zero. So yeah, and I thought, which is understandable because I thought the story for this was actually really good as well. And I'm just gonna say this right now: between Tokyo Revengers and Revenger, this is the better,
the better Revengers,
the better Revenger, the better anime with Revenger and the title.
Why?
I'll tell you why. I will tell you why. Because first of all, I just like the characters better. I think the characters are more likable. You don't have a Takemichi in this anime who, just whines and cries a lot and whose character development just goes backwards. I also like the action a lot better. The action is I just like how brutal the action is, like especially during the ending where they fought off against the other group of Revengers. Like you got motherfuckers getting decapitated with a serrated kite string. You have this guy who has this huge spinning disc with blades on them. He gets killed by his own weapon. He almost gets cut in half. You see this one character he's like the duck. He has this bow and arrow whose draw strength is so strong that it literally it rips his shirt off. And his body is literally steaming. And when he releases that bow, it hits like a fucking cannon. It just skewers anyone in his path. I just think the fight scene is just it's so badass. It's so awesome. It's so brutal. Also the world it's set up as well. It takes place in I think it was 19th century Japan, where it deals a lot with the opium trade with the English. So yeah, I just honestly, anytime an anime, a seasonal anime, has this ancient Japanese setting, I just can't help but give it a shot. I just can't help but check it out. I mean, I've seen that with Buchigira. I've seen that with Joran, Princess of Snow and Blood. I've seen that with many other shows. I've seen that with Doro. And some of those, are hit or miss, but I just really like the ancient Japan setting overall. And yeah, I also like the finale. It's bittersweet. It's tragic. In fact, I remember when I watched the final episode, how that played out, how this series ended. It immediately reminded me of the ending of John Wick Chapter 4. And if you've watched, I'm not going to go into detail of how that ended because this is an anime podcast. It's not a movie podcast. But if you watch John Wick Chapter 4 and Revengers, then you probably know what I'm talking about. But that's pretty much what I like about the show. What I don't like is that I'm not gonna pretend that this is a perfect show. What I don't like is that I do think the first half it's a bit too episodic. I'm not sure if that was entirely needed. Also, I just find the main villain's motivation to be incredibly stupid. Because basically his motivation is that he wants to, I guess, release a bunch of heroin, a bunch of opiates, throughout, Japan, get everyone high and all that. So, I just thought that was really stupid. But yeah, other than that, overall, I really enjoyed Revengers. And, I mean, I know you guys dropped it after the...
on Twitter.
Yeah, I know you guys dropped it,
No, I didn't see you, on Twitter, so...
Yeah. I've seen the discussion on Reddit though. There's Reddit discussion threads, and a lot of people on Reddit seem to like it as well. So yeah, I guess it still just applies to a very niche audience. But yeah.
I was actually, that was the reason why I was like really excited for this one initially. Like why I wanted to check it out was because like Gen Urobuchi was behind it. But I don't know. I dropped it. I only watched the first episode, I think, and I don't know. It just didn't really grasp. It didn't really grasp me. I don't know. I mean, maybe I could have gave it more of a shot, but I just like there's just certain things where you just have a feeling that it's just not going to be for you. And it was like, I guess this was just one of those ones. Like I just had like a gut feeling that this was just not going to be for me, that I wasn't going to like it, which maybe was wrong. Well, no, because I don't think I'll be going back to it. Maybe you never know, but with how these seasonal anime are, it's kind of like I barely get to stuff on my plan to watch list enough as it is.
Yeah.
Because I'm just always watching seasonal stuff.
Exactly. Yeah. I have a lot of shows left unfinished.
Yeah. But I am excited for Urobuchi's like next stuff. Like he has like obviously the next Madoka movie coming, and I think he's working on another series too. So, because I usually like his stuff, like Psycho-Pass, Fate Zero. I think he was the writer on. Madoka Magica, obviously Gargantia. I mean, the dude's resume speaks for itself. I still haven't watched actually Bubble, which I think he wrote.
Never heard of it.
It's like a movie by Wit Studio. It's a movie by Wit Studio that came out on Netflix. Yeah, he wrote that. So yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I think I know a lot. I know you guys dropped it earlier. I think I think I could see why it might not be for everybody, but for me, I really enjoyed it. Yeah, I think it might just be one of my favorites this season, like maybe in my top 5. But I haven't made my top 10 yet, so I mean that might be subject to change. But yeah, other than that, you guys ready to move on?
Yep.
Yeah, I am.
All right.
So anything else to talk about? Like something very important? Like, I don't know. Ayakashi
I don't think there's the only other thing I watched, I think, was Kaina of the Great Snow Sea.
We can talk about. I dropped Ayakashi Triangle actually. I was.
To be honest, though, Ayakashi Triangle, just wait till the end since it comes out. I'm not gonna watch it. I'm not gonna watch the continuation of it until the uncensored comes out because I cannot enjoy all this shit. The censorship is so annoying at this point. So, yeah.
Well, the thing with Ayakashi Triangle, I think, is that initially it was censored, just in the manga in general, because it was in Shonen Jump.
Oh no shit.
So I don't think it's gonna get uncensored.
I mean,
but it did move magazines. It moved magazines, so I think like later content will be uncensored.
But anyways, other than Ayakashi Triangle, everything else in the list, I am not. I either dropped it or not watching it. So yeah.
The only anime I really want to talk about is Malevolent Spirits Mononogatari.
I have not completed Kaina yet. I don't know if I will. I haven't dropped it officially, but unofficially I have. There have been parts that I've really enjoyed, like the whole, the beginning, when he's living up in the tree world.
Yeah, I like the world. I like the world building. The world building is pretty good. But there's like certain aspects of it that, because I think the creator, he's the same creator of like Ajin and or not Ajin. I mean Knights of Sidonia. He created like Knights of Sidonia and Blame. He's really good at like world building, like creating these like cool looking like sci-fi worlds and stuff like that. So I think he did a good job still with this one. I know the CGI throws a lot of people off.
It wasn't that big of a deal for me actually.
Yeah, it wasn't that big of a deal for me either, which has always been the case with Polygon. I feel like Polygon and Orange are probably the two best at like handling CGI in my opinion. Although I feel like Orange has kind of adapted more to like the modern times, while like I feel like a lot of Polygon stuff is still kind of outdated, like a lot of their like techniques and stuff that they do.
Yeah, you can see it, for example, when they are falling down the water. It looks like squares come out of the water, the water splash.
Yeah. This one had certain things I liked about it, but also I don't know. I'm kind of mixed on it. I'm kind of in the middle. I want to wait till because there's like a sequel thing coming out. I think it's like a movie, so I'm kind of waiting for that because I am gonna watch that. I enjoyed it enough to where I want to watch more. So
which one are you guys talking about?
Kaina of the Great Snow Sea.
Yeah. Other than that, all the other stuff that are left on the list, I either dropped or didn't watch at all. So I don't really have anything else to say about.
Before the one Kawhi mentioned, the one right before it, Tsurune, I did. That's the second season of Tsurune, and
how is it though?
It's pretty good actually. It's pretty good. It's obviously it's like archery. And I feel like in the second season, they really kind of hit. There was like a big development moment with the main character because like his teacher essentially like took his bow away from him, and because the team struggled at an event, and it was more so his fault. Like he threw off the team. So there's like a moment where like, oh, the main character has to dig like deep and see what's really the problem. So they actually did a pretty good job with that. And then they introduced like a new character from like a group. Well, it's the main character from a new group that they introduce who is actually involved in the MC's past. I'm not going to get into it like too much, but Sarune was pretty good. And KyoAni, they make things look gorgeous. So obviously that was like apparent. It looks really good. Even though this is more so aimed, it's like kind of like free. It's more so aimed for like the female audience.
Free.
Yeah, I think there's still some good like character moments and stuff in here for sure. But I know a lot of the appeal is like, oh, the boys look so pretty, they're so cute and all that. But it has an 8.06, but it's not really that popular. It's kind of a niche sort of thing, I feel like, for sure. But that's all I really got to say. It's a solid series though, honestly.
Right. Did anyone want to talk about Mononogatari?
I do actually.
Right.
I'm gonna say this. I still think that this is, at least in my opinion, one of the most criminally underrated shows this season. And
wow,
yeah,
very clear coming from you.
Yeah, and that's the reason I say that because after the fall 2022 season, where we got like shonen like Chainsaw Man and all that, I think like even though this is like technically a sign-in, I really do feel like it just like if it feels my shonen itch. Because we have a show with great fight scenes, a very likable character, and plenty of other like likable characters as well. And we got like an interesting setup and all of that. First of all, I want to talk about the MC. I think he may be one of the. I feel like he may be one of the reasons why people dropped this early on because they didn't like the MC. However,
and he looks like Aaron.
Yeah. Oh shit.
Eren Yeager.
Yeah, I can kind of see that. Like a mix between Eren Yeager and like Yuji from Jujutsu Kaisen. Yeah, I can definitely see that. But I think like another reason why people like may not like the MC because like he comes across as like nothing too impressive. Like they're probably off put by his hatred for the Tsukumogami. But however, at first, that's kind of how I felt at first. I was like, okay, I'm not really sure about him. But I gotta say, I really do like his character development as the series progresses because it's very satisfying to see him, actually warming up to all the Tsukumogami, like especially in Botan, the Nagatsuki household, and as well as the Tsukumogami around him. Like he's actually growing to understand the very thing that he hates. And honestly, I like that. You really don't get. I feel like you don't get that a lot with anime because a lot of seasonal anime they just stick with the whole he hates this one thing and we're just gonna stick by that for the entire 12 episode run. But luckily you don't get that with this series. And like I said, there's a lot of other likable badass characters as well. I like Tsukasa. She's probably one of my favorite characters in the show. I also mentioned the action as well. The action, it's by no means like Mappa levels or like Ufotable levels, all that. But for like a relatively for a niche like seinen action like anime, it's pretty good. It's pretty damn entertaining, I must say. And I'm just also the mystery behind the Tsukumogami and Botan, I really find that interesting as well. Also like the chemistry between Botan and the main male character, Hyoma. But yeah, other than that, And as for flaws, honestly, I'm not sure if there's really any flaws like I can really point out, any significant flaws I can point out. I think there are a couple of cliche tropes that I'm like, a little on, but that's really just a nitpick of anything. But yeah, other than that, I've really enjoyed the show. I've absolutely loved the show, and I'm actually really glad that a season 2 has been announced. So yeah.
Oh, nice.
No shit.
Yeah, a season 2 has been announced. I think it's coming like this July actually. So it was, which obviously
they probably planned for it originally.
Obviously, it was pre-planned, but still,
yeah.
I'm definitely glad that we're getting more of this series.
Yeah, that's sweet.
Nice. Should we move on?
Yeah. Is there anything else you guys want to talk about?
The Giant Beast of Ours I also dropped. I tried a few episodes of it. It wasn't really for me. So
yeah, it's pretty generic. It reminded me a lot of Grand Blue Fantasy. I don't know.
I haven't watched that.
Yeah, it kind of gave me that vibe. It's pretty generic, to be honest. I don't think there was anything else that I watched.
No, I will talk. Sorry, you first.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say, I have watched the next show, The Fire Hunter, aka Hikari no O. But I haven't watched it though. I've only watched like the first half of it.
Oh, I dropped that one.
Yeah,
I don't know. Yeah, I didn't really.
Wait, what was all the hype around it at the first episode?
I think it's because of the. I think one of the main reasons why people were hyping it up was because like the creator.
Yeah, it was like it's because of the
Mamoru
unique
Oshii.
art. Yeah, it's by a unique art style, and apparently, like the staff is comprised of like anime veterans. They're not newcomers.
Yeah.
They're like old.
It's written. It's created by the creator of Ghost in the Shell. That's why I think a lot of people.
Yeah, at first, like I watched the first episode, I was like, okay, this is. I mean, I like the art. The art style is pretty interesting, at least. But I was waiting to see more. And then around episode 6...
I think this got another season too.
Did it?
Yeah, I think it got announced for another... Yeah, season 2.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, I mean... I don't know if I'm going to watch it, though, because by episode 6, I'll be honest, I got bored.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat. You made it longer than I did, though. I think I got to like 3 or 4, and I got pretty bored.
Yeah.
I watched the first episode.
Which sucks, because I was really hoping...
I'm so lucky I didn't watch it, though. I'm just so... Because, like... Ajay, I'm not gonna go through this hype train. I'm just gonna like just ignore it. So I was right to ignore it.
Yeah, I mean it sucks though because like I was really hoping there'd be something more from like a show made by like these like anime veterans and all that, but it's just not for me. I'm not sure I'm gonna finish it.
I don't really care much about the staff working behind an anime as long as they deliver the products. I see what I see. So, yeah.
Right.
So to be honest though, I mean I can see why people are looking hyped up for it at the start, but then I look at some clips of that on YouTube. I was like, nope, I'm not gonna get fooled. I'm just gonna ignore it. Besides, Saturday was busy enough for me already, so I don't add too much to my schedule. So yeah.
But yeah, I'm not watching anything else on the list.
Yeah, I only have one more show that I want to talk about a bit, even though I eventually dropped it. But it was still late in. I decided to drop it because I lost interest in the story. But I want to point out it's about Mo Ippon or Ippon again, the judo anime.
Oh yeah.
I still think overall the animation was quite good actually. I think it had a plan with the story too. It's not often I get to see judo anime either, so that was piqued my interest a bit. But it was kind of slow at times, I think. So I decided to just stop watching it.
Cool.
So,
yeah. I think I'm actually curious because I think I watched like the first episode or so of that one. Yeah, I dropped it after episode 2. It wasn't even really bad for me. I think it was just like I was watching like so much. It's like I kind of had to trim down. I had to trim down what I really wasn't that all interested in.
Right.
So, yeah.
Right.
I'm kind of surprised. The last thing I'll say about any of these is the Vampire Dies in No Time is actually like it sells like super good in Japan. Like it's really popular in Japan, apparently.
Really?
I would disagree with that because I went to Japan. Literally, I saw absolutely nothing around it.
Well, this thing was when I saw the sales for this, I was like, how is this? This must be incredibly popular because it was like a crazy amount of sales.
Yeah, and as mentioned before, I just dropped it after the first episode of season 1 because of the
repetitiveness.
Repetitive of him turning to ash all the time.
Yeah,
I dropped it after episode 2, after episode 1 of season 2 because I just had enough with it already.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm surprised I managed to finish season 1 because like I was hoping we'd finally get to see something interesting about a vampire. But no, he's just gonna die and this and that. So the comedy was so stale, to be honest, by the end of it. So yeah, I wasn't too happy about it overall. But still, though, like I can see why people why Japanese people like it because of the so-called comedy they look forward to. But yeah, for me though, I'm just confused to why Japanese people actually like this anime. So yeah, I mean, to be honest though, like. Where was it? I would say that it was only popular because of the manga. The manga is like quite renowned apparently. So I never heard of it until I'd say, oh, interesting, vampires. So yeah, I gotta say, man, I'm not really entirely sold.
I've never really been into vampire shows. The only one that I feel that was actually really, really good was the Call of the Night. That one I really enjoyed.
I did like that one too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Call of the Night was something interesting. Is a fresh new take to a vampire series.
Like for example, Vanitas, I could never get into actually.
Understandable.
Vanitas was okay to. Vanitas is just a appeal for girls.
Yeah, the best thing about Vanitas is the blood sucking scenes.
Yeah.
Oh.
But I have no other really shows that I can discuss.
All right.
anymore.
Well, are you guys ready to end the podcast right here?
Yeah. Oh, you're ready now? Okay, give me a sec. Yeah, I'm just looking through Twitter of what rest of.
I guess we can finish it off first by just saying what was our anime of the season. For me, it's Vinland Saga.
Vinland Saga. Yeah.
I haven't put out my top 10 yet, so I'm not gonna say.
Oh, he doesn't want to spoil it.
Obviously, my top 3 will be Bungo Stray Dogs, Danmachi Season 4 Part 2, and Otonari Tenshi Sama.
Nice.
Oh yeah, have you finished My Hero Academia Season 6?
Yeah. My favorite season since season 3.
Guys.
Whoa.
Wait, okay, I'm gonna let you finish.
That's all I was gonna say.
Okay.
I was just gonna say, yeah, My Hero season 6 is my favorite since season 3.
I would say My Hero season 6 is easily the redemption that I was hoping for after the atrocious.
Yeah, it needed a bounce back like that.
So My Hero Academia delivered. I would just say they delivered the second half with Dark Deku arc and stuff like that. So I'm not gonna say any more about it. What do you want to say, Kawhi?
I was about to say I just remembered. I remember Oliver's suggestion before the podcast. There are 2 shows that I want to know if you guys want to talk about. And those 2 shows are Pokemon, because I know Ash's last episode. Yeah. And Attack on Titan.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't watch the Attack on Titan thing yet, actually.
I did. I actually enjoyed the Attack on Titan one quite much. It was a good.
Memory hasn't watched it yet.
Okay.
Yeah. I say nothing more than that.
So yeah, Pokemon Ash finally graduated. Yay,
dude! It's depressing, man.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. It's depressing, man.
I was already.
It's depressing, man.
For me, I'm quite optimistic that they start.
I am 26, and he's been around since I was born.
So, good lord!
It's just not gonna be the same, man. It's not gonna be the same.
But for me, who hasn't followed Pokemon Weekly lately, to start off with the brand new Pokemon story is gonna motivate me to keep going. So that's a positive.
Like I'm keeping an open mind for the new stuff because I do like a lot of the new Pokemon and stuff, and I'm curious to see how I'm gonna feel about the new characters. And then they have shiny Rayquaza and stuff that's gonna play a part in it. So I think that's really really cool. But man, I just there's no way they just get rid of him altogether. Like I feel like he'll make like cameos and stuff. Like
Could be
or
that
at least I hope.
the
I
new
hope.
characters meet maybe
champion
the story.
face. I would love that.
What'd you say?
Like he became a Pokemon champion that they had to face to win.
Yeah, like something like that would be cool. But also people are like have these like theories and whatnot that like, oh, the main one of the main characters is like Ash's kid or something. I'm just like, come on.
No way. We all know who's the wife. It's Serena. Who else?
Yeah, that would be the one that he would have a kid with. But yeah, the last thing they did, like the last little 11 episodes or 12 episodes, is like really neat. Because they brought back a lot of characters. They brought back like obviously Brock and Misty. I think it was like, I don't know, it was a good way to send it off. Like even like this, they brought back like the original like Japanese opening and like ending themes, which is like really cool. But they had like new visuals in it.
And the voice actor actually went to first take and sang. The song.
That first take. The first take was really good for the OP.
Dude, that literally was a graduation song. Right?
Yeah, it was.
Oh, yeah. I didn't know she was. I didn't know she was that old, but damn, she really aged, man.
Yeah, it's new. It's a new path, a new journey. One door closes, another one opens. I guess
After 26 years.
Yeah, it's been a long time. I understand why people are like finally, but it's just like still a part of me is like, it's just not gonna be the same. It's
because Ash is like it made up a lot of people's childhoods.
Yeah, literally. I mean,
well, so how do you guys follow the dub? Who's the one that does the dub for Satoshi?
No.
I don't follow. I haven't followed it. Like I watched the dub. Like
she's actually coming to Melbourne. She's actually coming to Melbourne for the Comic Con. So
nice.
Because she already tweeted, like I think when Pokemon ended, that her journey is about to end too with Ash, because she and Rika, the voice actor of Japanese, went that long with Ash. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how she react to it.
You went to Shinjuku, right? When you were in Japan, they had this goodbye, or was it in Shinjuku that had a goodbye?
I went to Shinjuku Station. They have literally a whole display of all the time Ash journeys throughout the 26 years. Yeah. So I mean, still though, like I remember watching Pokemon when I was in kindergarten, and it was like I remember like watching it just because I was into like the monsters and stuff like that. I even played the game. I played like black and white, red and blue. It's just that I moved on from Pokemon after like 2013 or something. I think after like Pokemon X and Y, X, Y, Z or whatever, I gave up on Pokemon completely because it just gets boring. I wanted to try something different in my life. So yeah, Pokemon. It's definitely what I call it, my childhood show that got me into anime, and Ash was there for it for the past 26 years. Yeah, it was really emotional, to be honest. Like seeing how Rika sang in first take, how she said her goodbye on Twitter. It really hits different when you find out that she's been the same character for the past 26 years. So
yeah,
you gotta give her the love, man. You gotta give her like the passion she shows. Like even if she just moved on from Ash, she said that his journey is not over yet. She literally said in a tweet that the journey is not over yet. She will be back in some ways in the future for Satoshi. So if I had to take a guess, Ash will become.
He'll make like cameos or something.
Gym leader, or Ash is like Pokemon champion that the new characters to face. I can tell you guys this: Twitter will be trending like crazy. Twitter will be trending like crazy when that happens. But for now, though, let's just see how the new.
Yeah, it was a good send off, though. It was good.
Yeah, for me, I admittedly haven't watched Pokemon since I don't know when, like maybe like childhood and all that. But I still think it's crazy. Like this is the end of like basically Ash's journey and all that, because like he's. Like I said, he made up a lot of people's childhood. He's literally one of the most popular anime characters of all time. Like, I think anybody who's like at least slightly familiar with Pokemon knows who Ash is. So, yeah. So to see him like, just getting that send off, it's still crazy to me. But yeah, I agree. Like there's no way the Pokemon franchise is gonna be completely done with them. Like he's probably gonna come back.
I'm just like wondering, like, how did they like end up when they made that business decision to end Satoshi like that?
I think
was it because of?
I think they were just done.
Wait, what did you say? What did you ask?
I'm just wondering, how did it come to the business decision to end Satoshi like that?
It had to end eventually.
Yeah, all good things come to an end. I think they were just done. Like
I think they were just running out of like shit to do with them.
Yeah. Like Pokemon is like a very expansive universe, so of course they don't want to like just stick to just Ash.
Like they can't just keep having him get to the finals and keep losing every time.
Yeah.
Like I wonder, are they still having the same Team Rocket nowadays as they had in the beginning?
I think they're getting rid of Team Rocket.
No, I meant in the last season or so with Ash. Do they still have the same Jesse and James in there? Or
Oh yeah, they still had them.
Yeah, they're still flying away.
Yeah, they did like a send off kind of thing for them too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did they just out of curiosity, did we have some kind of emotional goodbye between Team Rocket and Ash or something like that in the end?
No, they actually it was just kind of like the cliche thing they do with like Ash and Team Rocket all the time. Like Team Rocket was messing with Pikachu, they like tried to catch him and then they sent him like flying away. That was like really which makes sense.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, it would be nice if they actually goodbye and stuff.
Yeah.
Like that. But yeah.
But yeah, I'm gonna miss it. I hope we see him back again. I think we will. I'd be actually like mind blown if we don't see him make a cameo in some kind of capacity, even if it's only for like 10 seconds or something. Like,
yeah.
But we'll have to wait and see. But
maybe in the new Pokemon, because we got a new characters, right? Who want maybe the same kind of goal that as Ash wants, where they want to be Pokemon champion, etc. So maybe this is where they can see posters of Ash or something like that. Like, this is who I want to be or something like that.
Yeah, they could do a lot with that for sure. Yeah.
All right.
Well,
that's it.
And you guys, what was that?
Are you still gonna play the game?
The new game?
Yeah.
I mean, I've been playing Scarlet and Violet. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I did play Arceus for a while.
Yeah, that I've been keeping up with the newer Pokemon games for a few years now because I stopped playing after like what was after I think after Platinum was Heart Gold and Soul Silver. I think I stopped playing after Heart Gold and Soul Silver, and then I came back for was it Sword and Shield? And ever since Sword and Shield came out, I've been following it like every year. So.
All right. Well, I know you guys don't want to talk about Attack on Titan yet because Memory hasn't watched it.
Yeah, the only reason I haven't watched it yet is like I'm not really in a hurry because I just know like I'm gonna get upset when I finish the freaking thing, and then I have to wait till the end of this year.
Oh.
So I'm honestly like just holding it off. Yeah, I'm not really.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
Sorry, guys.
No, it's fine. All you need to know is that I mean, for me, as an anime only, I mean, I definitely enjoyed season 4? No, yeah, season 4, part 3.
Whatever season it is.
First half. Oh Lord.
The final part of the final season's final part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
But then there's another part to that.
Yeah, there's the second half.
At the end of this year.
I swear to God, you have part 3. I was like, fuck this shit. I'm done with this. Already.
Yeah, like just.
I'm done.
Oh Lord.
Like, swear to God, you have part 3, man. Oh. But yeah,
they're gonna have like some kind of a movie or some shit with like everything together from the final season. And you know how they had like the Attack on Titan Chronicles thing? They're gonna have like some Attack on Titan like something after like Chronicles 2 or something. Like who even? I don't even know. They're gonna have something like
fillers.
That.
Also, there's actually rumors that Isayama is thinking of writing a new series. I was like, what?
Ooh, I thought he said he wasn't. I thought he said he was done.
Yeah, I thought he said it was done.
No. Maybe he said that maybe I'm not done with this whole manga world. I might as well try.
Maybe this time he can write a better ending.
Guess we'll have to see.
All right.
But yeah, I gotta say, Attack on Titan. Looking forward to the part 2. Hopefully, the last of the last.
Hopefully.
So, yeah. So yeah, let's just end this podcast.
All right. Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you guys for watching. Have a great day. Subscribe to my channel. Subscribe to these guys' channels. Follow me on Twitter. Support my Patreon. Links in the description down below. And I will see you guys next time.